to order our April 13th budget, Special Finance Committee budget hearing. Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Present.
Councilman Campiano,
Present.
Councilman Paplaskas. Councilman Wall,
Here.
Council Vice President Vargas,
Present.
Councilman Donegan,
Present.
Council President Reno.
Present.
There are a plethora of departments that are before us today that we will get through. At this time, I'm going to open it up for public comment. And when we come back from our lunch recess at noonish, I will open it up for public comment again in case there's anyone from the public that wants to speak then. And, if people trickle in, I'm certainly willing to entertain it at this time. So is there any members of the public here today that wish to speak on any of the docketed matters? Seeing none in person, Tom, is there anyone online?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. Okay, this morning we are going to begin with the public libraries. I'd like to invite Director Garsha up. Director, good morning. If you have anything you'd like to introduce regarding the budget, I believe the microphone is automatic, so you won't have to hold it as long as the green light is on. Just make sure you speak into the mic. That way it gets picked up, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman Donegan, Council President Moreno, members of the City Council. Good morning. First off, I'd like to introduce who's in the audience. The new chair of the Library Board of Trustees, Michael Goldberg, is here with us today, as well as our Assistant Library Director, Julie Holden. So we've had another very successful year at the library, from our amazing summer reading program, the launch of our outreach vehicle Branch 7, to our teen volunteer program, where over 200 Cranston teens volunteered at the library last year, through our computer classes and our very vibrant ESL program. We've outlined the amazing work of our library team in our annual report, which you've all received. I'd also like to thank the City Council for your continued support and for the support passing the resolution to fully fund state aid to libraries. As you know, the governor's proposed FY25 budget reduces aid to libraries. It makes for a challenging budget environment for the library, with a loss of $22,212 in state aid. With your support, we are advocating with the General Assembly to restore those funds. But the Library Board of Trustees have allocated that same $222,212 from the Library Reserve Fund to offset this projected loss, and that is reflected in the revenue in our proposed FY25 budget. Although the proposed FY25 budget is a net increase for the library that covers some of our contractual obligations, and we thank the mayor for that, this budget still presents some challenges. The line item reductions in our budget, coupled with a continued rise in fixed costs without additional funding, would likely result in some very tough decisions by the Board of Trustees and a reduction in services to the public. I would also add that there are some inconsistencies in the salary schedule in this budget for 3 library staff members. We will need approximately $8,000 combined added to our salary and FICA lines to have the correct contractual salaries for these employees. I have submitted this information to the finance director, and I asked the council to consider adding those additional funds back into our budget in the amendment process. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. For my own notes, what was the amount that needs to be added?
Approximately $8,000.
Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Donegan. Good morning, Director Garsha. Thank you very much for attending this evening, and thank you for running a top-notch library department that is the envy of many. I had a couple of questions for you. One is with respect to the $8,000 salary adjustment. Just so I'm clear, is that an increase, or is that something that has in previous years has already been there? That's what I'm trying to ask.
It's a few employees that had inconsistent information in the system that some of it is step increases that are contractual that weren't listed correctly in the city system. So
Okay.
it's an increase, but it's a budgeted increase for contractually from previous years.
Just want to make sure I understood that clearly. So it's already in place. It's a contractual obligation. Okay. And then my other question is with respect to the library, one of the very positive attributes that I find with our library system in Cranston is the flexibility in the hours, including Sundays, the central libraries extended, I call them extended hours, where there's at least one night a week where they're open until 8 p.m. And along those lines, in terms of the reduction that is shown in this budget for part-time hours, how is that going to impact your department, and particularly with the state requiring a minimum wage increase?
So you may remember that in fiscal '22, the library received an increase in our part-time line item to account for a $13 and a $14 minimum wage increase that were happening over the next 2 years. So this year we have in January, we have the $15 minimum wage. In our original budget proposal, we had proposed level funding that line at $450,000. We felt that with prudent scheduling on our part, we'd be able to absorb that minimum wage increase. That's 32 employees that we would have to raise, 32 part-time employees we have to raise to $15. But with the reduction of the 50,000 from that line that's in this budget, it'll be really difficult for us to meet those obligations without significant cuts elsewhere in the budget by moving money around, which we've done in previous years. But the situation is exacerbated, I think, by the continued increases of fixed costs that have been underfunded for years. I can give you some examples. Our portion of the building insurance that covers our buildings and the interior and the collections in the buildings, that's part of the city insurance policy, has gone up over 135% in the last 6 years, and we've had no increase in funding for that. Our tipping fees have gone up 49% in the last 5 years. Again, there's been no increase funded for that as well, and our utility bills have also increased dramatically. So I think that the trustees are going to have to make some tough decisions. They've only had this budget for about 12 days, but and so it's hard to say what reductions in services that they would have to make if we don't receive that $50,000 back into the budget. But I think everything is on the table. There could be reduction in hours to branches. Sunday hours could be potentially eliminated. There's a lot of different scenarios, but it'll be really difficult to make up those loss of funds in the existing budget. I will say that we've already been open for 23 Sundays this year. We're open 1 to 5 in the afternoons on Sundays at the Central Library from October through May. And we've been averaging 470 people in the building over those 4 hours, which is a really amazing figure for a Sunday afternoon. This last week, we had 654 people in the building. So the Sunday hours are really well used, and that may have to see reductions.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from members of the committee or council regarding public libraries expenses? Budget Auditor DeMayo.
Director Gasha, just one quick question. You had made mention that you're moving the 22,000 plus from your reserve. With that being moved over, what's the reserve balance? What will be left at prior?
So currently our reserve balance is approximately $137,000. That includes that 22. It also includes $48,000 that the trustees have set aside to upgrade fire alarm radio box systems at our library locations. You may recall that 10 years ago, the city council passed an ordinance that discussed upgrading all the city buildings to the new standard of radio fire alarm boxes by 2025. To date, there really hasn't been any real citywide plan to do that. So we've been trying to do it on our own. And so we've accounted for for that in the reserve fund. So if you take those two things away, that leaves about $67,000 in that balance. But depending on what happens in this budget, and the trustees may want to put more money from the reserve into the budget to offset some of these losses, that would mean we would not be able to do that particular item with the fire alarms, and it's also not really sustainable.
On the note of the fire alarm, I know that the state had public safety grants. I know the school department uses them from time to time to be reimbursed. Has that been looked into to see if maybe that could replenish what you're spending?
In discussions with I haven't talked about those specific grants in a few years with the fire alarm attendant, but from my understanding, those grants would not cover what we need to do.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions on the expense side? Seeing none?
I do.
Oh, yes. Yeah, Councilman.
I don't know if I should ask this question now or later then. Can you give me a rough estimate of exactly how much money you feel you're being underfunded to run the programs that you run? And I would just want to personally tell you that I've spent more time in the library in the last year than I have in the last 10 years of my life. So you do a fine job with programs. You've done a wonderful job. So can you give me a good estimate of what you think you're being underfunded to maintain the quality of the work that you do with your libraries?
I'm going to give you two answers to that question, if you don't mind.
That's not a problem.
Councilman. Knowing the fiscal situation around the city, and we've seen the budget constraints, not wanting to use ARPA money, we completely understand that. I think that if we were able to just receive the line item reductions that were taken from this budget, we would be able to make it work, although it would be painful. If I was to be honest and say how much money we would need to fully able to execute the various fixed costs that I just mentioned, you're probably talking closer to $120,000 to $130,000. But I think we could, if we were just to get the line items that were reduced back into the budget, I think we would be able to make it work. It would be tough, and as normal, we are very we take our budget very seriously and are very fiscally responsible with it. So we would be able to make that work.
If you were to just get the line items, you would not be able to make any improvements to your programs.
No.
Okay. So 125 to 130,000 would be the real number, and then just the line items would get you back to where you are without any improvements.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Council President.
Sure. Director Zadell, this is a question for you. It's been presented to us, and it would seem logical, because we all face it, whether you're a commercial business or a residence, utility expenses have increased dramatically. So my question is, with them having increased dramatically, why is it in this budget they're still tracking at, you're proposing the same expenditure level going forward? It's a fixed cost.
Through the chair to the council, as I believe I inferred when we opened the budget hearings, one of the things that we're seeing this year is we've come online with net metering credits or solar net metering credits, reducing electricity bills. This was one of the departments which will be receiving net metering credits, reducing their electricity bills. It commenced, I want to say, February was the first bill it hit. So one thing we are anticipating, as Mr. Garsha said, over the last 6 years, I believe he quoted his utilities went up 135%.
No, that was building insurance. I didn't actually, I didn't say a number for utilities.
Okay, utilities have gone up, but this is the first year they will be reduced by net metering credits.
Do you know what the net metering credits are per month, percentage wise or dollar wise?
Through the chair, I don't have that on me, but we can take 1 month's worth of bills per account we've assigned it to and get that report out to you.
Okay.
Can I add something to that real quick?
Sure.
The net metering credits will be a fantastic addition. We applaud them. Have not seen those on our budget yet. So since they just started, so we haven't really seen what those would be on a monthly basis as the finance director just mentioned. And I'm hopeful that they will decrease the cost enough. The last 2 fiscal years, we spent over $13,000 to $15,000. This year was trending to spend about $15,000 more in utilities than was budgeted. So we moved that money from other places. One thing that the trustees will be doing, and this may also be used some cost from the reserve fund, is we have had Rise Engineering come to the building to give an energy audit of the central library. Our hope is to move all of the lights to LEDs as well as putting some motion sensor lights in place. We're still waiting on that quote, and usually there's significant rebates from Rise Engineering for that. So hopefully the cost will be minimal for us to put that in place, but that will hopefully also help with utility bills. Just in the last couple of years, it's been a struggle with the increased costs.
And with respect to that insurance and hospitalization, basically, same question, Director Zadelis. Like, if it's been increasing, that's a pretty much fixed cost. Why are we keeping it at the rate that we have it?
Through the chair to the counselor, if you look at last year's budget, there was an aggressive rate increase for health insurance last year. I believe it was 10%. That 10% is trending lower right now. So what we've done is factored 2 years worth of health insurance rate increases downward for this year to compensate for what was a higher rate increase last year.
So, and maybe I misunderstood you. So you think that last year was higher, but you're not expecting this year to be as high?
Through the chair, last year was excessively high because one of the problems we have with this, bringing in the budget so early, one, we don't have state aid revenues. One, on a actuarial basis, we do not have the rates when we formulate the budget. One of the things we were talking about is possibly trying to, start the budget later, but we make assumptions on health insurance when we don't even have the actuarial reports from both the carriers and our consultants. So last year, I will say with no uncertain terms, the rates assumed in the budget were high. That goes into increasing the health insurance trust this year. So we believe that there's sufficient funding in the health insurance trust that will carry over from this year to next to absorb the rate increase we have posted in the budget.
Thank you, Director Stellis, and thank you, Director Garsha. Thank you, Chairman Donegan.
Councilman Wall.
Good morning. I think it might be for Director Sedalis' question. I'm looking at the operation of library.
Can't hear you.
Can you hear me? All right, add the button press. Everybody hear me? All right. The operations of library. That line, or since it went down 55 grand, the budget that preceded this one. All right, and I looked at the explanation, what it is, online cataloging, dues. I mean, I commend you. It went down 20% in 1 year. I just want just an explanation how did that happen. Most operational costs, I would assume, would be going up.
Yeah, the last couple of fiscal years during the pandemic were really interesting because we either had money that we couldn't spend because we were closed, or we had to move money to other line items to cover things. So that line item has been fairly consistent. We ended up maybe moving up money into it in a couple of years to cover certain costs, and then moved it back to the appropriate lines. The major expenditures from that line are Ocean State Library's dues, which have been increasing every year, but not by a dramatic account. I think this year it's not reflected in this budget, but they're trending to increase by about $1,300. Our security officer is in that as well at the Central Library. So some of these lines over the last couple of years, and I mean Tom can jump in, but they're not typical actual trend. They're not typical of trends before the pandemic because we had to just move money around. We had maybe had more money in some items that we spent on special projects because we had to spend it down. There was a few years there where we didn't have a lot of our staff in the building. So we ended up, or we're on reduced schedules. So we would move items and do some operational building projects that maybe we didn't have the money to do normally. So that's the main reason why the trends look so different.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Campiana.
Thank you, Council. Director, the traffic that you have on a Sunday is astronomical. I wonder, is there any historical data? Is it seasonal? Is it, when summer's coming up, is it go down in those seasons or does it stay steady throughout the whole year?
So I'd have to go review, and again, the pandemic has kind of skewed some of those numbers for recent years, but it's historically, we're actually trending higher than last winter right now, but typically the time between October and before Christmas vacation for the students is really busy. And then in the spring, we stop in May, which is right around the time that, the students are out. So typically we always traditionally saw a lot of students, whether it was high school students, college students in the library. But this year, because I've come in myself a few times and observed, it's actually a broad swath of the population. So it's not just the student population, but just a lot of different demographics. So it's a little bit of a different trend this year. We're seeing, a lot of different people and maybe not exactly the same time of year that we saw them in the past.
And also, I think we've spoke about this, and I promise I got a few calls from constituents about Hoopla.
Yeah.
It is a big expense to the library. Can you give a brief description of what that is to the other councilors?
Certainly. So Hoopla is a digital service that we offer where the public can borrow digital ebooks, digital audiobooks, movies. And the model is that it's unlimited use and the library has to pay per use that someone borrows it. So it's between $1.99 and $3.99 per cost. So we had typically originally our friends group had been paying for that. We built it into our operating budget over time, and we budgeted, I think, this year about $4,000 or $5,000 for it. But it's both fortuitous and unfortunate that last May, you may have noticed, if you went to our library catalog, the Ocean State Libraries launched a new library catalog system. And for the first time, Hoopla was in that system because it used to be you could only find it from our website. So once people are actually discovering it in the catalog when they're looking for other books, the usage has gone through the roof, and it's now pretty much unsustainable. We've spent probably $12,000 on that this year, not all of it from the operating budget. Some of it has come from our friends group and from restricted gift funds that we have from donors. But and I'm sorry if I'm not talking directly into this mic. But it's a good service that people like, but it's unsustainable. We have the same problem with all of our ebook platforms, that the cost is just unsustainable for us. So that's one that's going to have to be. So we're going to have some significant discussions with the trustees on whether we can keep that service in any event, whether we receive the increases that were asked, the line item money back into the budget this year or not, because it's just not sustainable in that way. So we've also been very active at the state level. The Rhode Island Library Association for the past 5 years has had legislation in the State House in both chambers to force the publishers to have fair licensing contracts, because it's not a good use of public funds the way the pricing is skyrocketing at this time. So that's probably a pretty long explanation, and I can talk about it for another hour. But it's a very popular service that's just becoming really hard to pay for.
So you see that service going away?
It's possible. If we have to start making tough cuts, that's an easy one to cut because it's already over budget. I would hate to not have to do that. So we're trying to come up with ways to sustain it. I know the calls that you got were because we put a monthly budget spending cap in place, which then put a daily spending limit in place. And that the day switches over at midnight, and I was really not I was surprised that we had some savvy users that figured this out. So they were going online between 12 a.m. and 6 a.m. and borrowing all the books for the day. And people that get up at normal hours were shocked that they couldn't borrow anything. And then because I also received a lot of calls and emails about it. So that was just one thing we put in place to try to make it sustainable. So we're still working on other things, but I would love to be able to keep it.
And they can only get that through the library.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you. Director Garsha, in case I missed it, what line is that under the hoopla?
That is part of our online resources line.
Thank you. And that is similar to like when you're ordering ebooks on Amazon or anything like that, correct?
Not so, no.
Okay.
Because the problem that we have with all this, the ebook systems, whether it's Hoopla or our other Overdrive eZone system, and this is the basis of the legislation we have at the state level, is that if you were to purchase a book on Amazon yourself, most likely you're paying what, 14, 15, 19 bucks for it. In most cases, in Hoopla's case, we're paying $3.99, $2.99, $1.99 per use. So every time someone uses it. In the other ebook services we have called the eZone, the libraries could be paying, this is on a statewide basis, so with we share the eZone system with the state, all the other libraries in the state, Hoopla's specifically here in Cranston for our residents. If you were to purchase a book in the other system, the libraries may be paying $65, $75, $85 for it, and then only being able to lend it 26 times or for 2 years and have to relicense it again. So it's really not a good use of public funds, and it's been really taxing library budgets across the state. So it's the same digital download process as Amazon, but not the same pricing structure.
Okay, thank you. And then I just have a few questions. Hold on one second. So for your legal services fund, I see that the explanation says legal counsel regarding labor relations. And that has been around $4,000 a year, except 1 year, it looks like it was $10,000. Is that only for labor relations every year, or could it be for other things?
So that is, the trustees retain a labor attorney. So the years that it goes up, the year that it was 10,000, that was most likely a union contract negotiation year, because the trustees and myself negotiate with our union. Other years, we don't always hit that 4,000 every year. If there's another personnel matter that I need a legal opinion on, I will contact that attorney, but most of our legal services go through the city solicitors.
Okay, so is there a reason that it's necessary in the first place when we already have, you allowed to use our city solicitor for like we negotiate our own contracts?
Yeah.
So I'm just
So
wondering.
since the trustees have the state mandated authority to set wages and contracts for library staff, they choose to have their own attorney, not use a city attorney. The attorney that the trustees have retained for several years, longer than I've been at the library, his name is Vincent Ragasta. He's a well-known labor attorney. So I think that's the trustees' choice to retain that and have their own separate counsel, separate from the city solicitors. Which isn't to say that the city solicitors aren't amazing helping us in other matters. So specifically policy review, if we have a new library policy that the trustees are considering, I usually talk with the solicitors concerning it to see what their thoughts are. So they're very helpful, but in the matter of labor, the trustees use their authority to have their own
Okay,
counsel.
but it is a choice, correct? They could choose to use a city solicitor if they wanted to.
They could choose to do that.
Okay. Then the increase that you need, the $8,000 about the misunderstanding with salaries, does that affect anything else in this that we need, or does that include
That
that?
includes FICA.
Includes everything, the payroll taxes, all
Yep.
that? Okay. And then in your, and I'm sorry if I missed this, but in the revenue side, is this showing grants? Or no, do you have a separate grant budget?
We do not show grants in our revenue line because we do not apply for grants for operating expenses. We apply for grants for programmatic additional programming and additional services that is not reflected in a revenue line in our budget. It's problematic, at least in the library world, to receive grants for operational expenses. Most foundations we deal with will not give us that when that should be coming from the city. So, when we go out, when we have grants, again, they're for additional things that are not reflected in a revenue line.
Can you give me an example?
Certainly. So we just last week, I have legislative grants that were sent across my desk from Senator Miller, who gives us a legislative grant every year for ESL classes at the William Hall Library. And I received another legislative grant from Representatives Baginski, Potter, and Fenton Fung for ESL classes at the Auburn Library. So those, we've had the ESL program for close to 22 years, and none of the money for the ESL program has ever come out of our operating budget. We always have raised that money elsewhere from either programmatic grants or donations, which is the same with our summer reading program. That is also always raised through our with donations from our friends group or grants. We just received another $2,500 grant, for instance, recently from the State Office of Library and Information Services for summer reading program.
So how much would you say you currently have in that grant budget? I know it's not for operationals, but I'm just curious. What other, and I ask the same question to the schools usually.
Yeah,
What is
so
the second range of income?
I don't necessarily have a grant budget. I mean, we apply for grants as needed. It's not like we don't apply for the same grants every single year. We have at the library a restricted receipts account where we retain gifts and donations from donors. The trustees have the state mandated authority to be able to receive gift funds under Title 29, Chapter 6. And so we have in that line now, in that budget now, I'm probably going to say, and this is just a quick estimate on my part, but it's probably $130,000. But again, those are restricted funds because when a donor donates to us, they usually restrict it, say, I want it to go to the books in the children's collection, or I want it to go to the Oak Lawn Library, things like that. So that's where we're able to supplement the operational costs provided by the city appropriation to do the extra work that we do. But
So
again,
it's supplementals. It can fit some of the categories that are here, like you just said, you just mentioned children's books. I'm sure that that's already here in books and care, correct?
certainly, you know, if someone puts a donation saying, I want children's books, then we use the donation for children's books. That cannot and should not and is not able to supplement our book budget in the municipal budget.
Okay. And just
Supplement.
one more question,
did I
Director,
say?
for.
Supplement, yes, a plant.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Tom.
Departmental expenses
Yes.
for professional development, staff education and training. Does that include, is that like travel to conferences and stuff like that? Or is it just simply like for the people who work there to go to certain classes to?
It depends on the year. So, most of the time that covers, training that we have in the library, whether we bring in a trainer or do a webinar. It also covers costs to the Rhode Island Library Association conference every year, which is in Rhode Island. So it's not any travel. We do, have a donor that gives us money to send certain staff members to conference out of state. So that happens on occasion. But again, that money is not city or public money. It's donors that specifically give us money for that purpose. For an example, we have an amazing new children's librarian, I believe, came and spoke to the council at least once this year, Elena Rios, Cranston resident graduate of Cranston East. So this year, she was named an emerging leader 2024 from the American Library Association, which is a huge honor. So that donor that I mentioned is actually funding her completely to go to that conference, so she doesn't have to pay for it herself.
That's excellent. She has the eraser story, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, she's great. She's very memorable. But so in 2022, when I'm looking at the actuals on that line where it's $28,000 and then we see 6, 5, 10, what, can you do what you have to do with this 8? And when I'm trying to word this the right way. If that were to be moved somewhere else in your budget, that way you need money, the donor money that you have, will that cover I know that it's a supplement, but if you had an excess, why can't it be used for other people to do their traveling or professional
Yeah.
development so that you can, so this taxpayers, the city are not funding something that donors want to essentially fund. I just see there's other streams of income that come into the library that there's no donors going to Public Works saying, I would please do this dredge's sewer near my house.
Yep.
It's a different,
So one of the things that I'll say about the different line items in the budget, and I'm not going to speak to what's listed here in the actuals, but we move money quite often between line items because of when I was mentioning the underfunded fixed costs. So if we sometimes don't spend what we say we're going to spend it on because we can't, because a utility bill is trending up or the insurance is trending up. So we move those monies around. So that's what would happen this year. We would still be doing that regardless. We'd be having to make tough decisions to change line items and move things around to make up for those fixed costs. So the departmental expense, is a pretty small amount that it covers other miscellaneous costs. It's hard it's not all used for the professional development. That's the primary use. There's others, I can't even really tell you what they are. 'Cause it's all just miscellaneous. I need to go petty cash reimbursements, things like that. So it's a fairly small line item. So that's what I would say. I mean, we do have some really some good donors, and we're able to do that work, the additional work that we do in the community, because we're always on the lookout for additional monies from grants or donations to do more work than we are able to do otherwise. But again, I don't think that should supplant any of the monies that are budgeted from the municipality. I would also say that with our revenue line, we actually watch that very closely in forecasting. So if we're trending to be under budget in the revenues we've said we were bringing in, we stop spending. So we look at the revenue lines and say, if we're not getting to that 65,000 in revenue that we're supposed to be bringing in, I'll stop spending. And then some of these lines will be under because, we're not going to overspend our budget. I think we take that responsibility very seriously. I've been the director here now. This will be my 12th year, which I find amazing. And we've been over budget once, and that was by $2,000. So we take spending the public money very seriously.
and we appreciate that. Thank you, Director Garcia.
Are there any other questions on the expense side? Councilman Wall? Yeah, go for it.
And I think you were touching on the revenue side, and I just talked to Mr. DeMayo regarding this. The revenue side, it's going up by approximately 15 grand. It had been at 41.5 for about 4 cycles. And just checking, it's annualized now at about 39 grand. Is that possible do you think that's a good estimation? I know these are estimations.
We're pretty confident in that estimation because the additional monies we put into that line item is the reserve that I mentioned. The trustees also felt that we charge to use most of our meeting space, we charge a nominal $30 fee for 3 hours. And that doesn't even cover the cost of us getting the room ready to use. We hadn't raised that in probably 15 years. So we raised it to $50 starting April 1st. The trustees voted to do that. So that's a minimal amount of additional revenue, a couple thousand. But that also offsets you may remember a couple of years ago, fiscal 18, I believe it was, the library went fine free. So we had to really hone in on lowering our revenues from fines because it was a kind of an equity issue. And the more and more libraries that go fine free around the state, because we share materials, the less and less revenue we're getting from fines. So I'm confident in that number. We've always gotten within a couple of thousand of it every year. And again, if we're trending lower, we stop spending, but I'm confident in that forecast.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions on the library? Thank you, Director. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Next, we have Public Works. Okay, before us now, the Department of Public Works. Broadly speaking, I do want to open up for the purposes of, I guess, synthesis, if we could, so we're going to discuss group 1300, group 1301, 1302, 1303, 1304, 1305, 1306, 1307. Starting with expenses in group 13, well, first, Director, is there anything you'd like to?
Yeah, I guess I'll just give a brief summary of how this budget was derived. Essentially, it was just looking at trends from fiscal year 23 and the first half of fiscal year 24, seeing where we're at and basically balancing that. There are a couple line items that have special increases on them, which I can explain when we get there, but by and large, this was derived based on looking at budgets over the last year and a half.
Thank you. I'll begin line item 51100. It's the salary schedule in group 1300. This is within the Department of Public Works. This is going down about 98,000. Does that mean that the position of director is not being funded?
Mr. Chairman, the position of director is partially funded and it's not anticipating it will be funded or filled July 1st. It's got a timing issue similar to what we did with funding the senior planner in the planning department half year. This is this position not being filled until the latter part of next fiscal year.
So is it that line item, is it budgeted for that position to begin January 1 or later on?
The position of director is funded at 33,252, which is roughly a February start date.
The position has been open for how, year and a half?
Mr. Chairman, I think it's well over a year. It's been advertised and it has not been filled. So yes, the position's been open for quite some time.
The proposed change in differential, then I assume is to compensate for that vacancy?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
On line item line item 54000, lighting of streets.
Mr. Chairman, the reduction is this fiscal year, the last payment on the street lights. We now own them, so there's no more payment going forward.
Okay, so the 2024 budget was 1,070,000. The budget as proposed to us is 620,000. Where does the 620 come from? How is that number derived? I'm sorry, 450. It's reduced by 620,000. My apologies.
That number was derived, we pay a fixed fee per street light monthly, as well as the maintenance needed on streetlights. That number was derived looking at the first 6 months of fiscal year '24 and expanding that out over a year. So looking at the past bills from July to December of 2023 and carrying that over through fiscal year '25.
Is there, I don't want to use the wrong language. So we're not making a payment on those poles anymore. Is that the,
For no better term, if it was a bond, I would refer to it as the bond has been paid off.
okay, so with, and for lack of a better word, due to ownership, that it's totally ours now, is there any additional cost associated with that that will no longer be picked up by the utility?
It was, maybe I shouldn't have used the word bond, a lease. We own it. We repair it right now. It was a financing technique for the lights. We do repair the lights, whether previously or prospectively. So we carry the cost of repairing the lights before and after, and as Director Matus said, the expense for maintenance and repairs has been trended from this year into next. So the cost of repair is built into the budget.
And on the road and control program, that's line 54002. This is a reduction of $10,000 proposed. And admittedly, the actuals for this year, at least through February, I know I have the March numbers here, but from what I input, it's running about 8,500 through February. So I understand the reduction, but so is that reduction just due to use?
Mr. Chairman, yes, it is. In the package that was sent out through March, road and control expenditures year to date, 9 months, is 12,400. So the 25,000 is more than, if you were gonna, as you do on multiple budgets, trying to annualize the 12,400. It's more than what we're spending now. So the trending has us properly funding that in excess of what they're spending right now.
Which I understand. And I appreciate that you're diligently going through that. But just given the area of the city that I represent, anytime you go knock on doors during a campaign, rats are top of the list. And I'll just say I have experienced challenges in accessing the road and control program for constituents, particularly constituents who rent, because the way that the city currently does it is it has to be the homeowner or the property owner. And if someone's a tenant, it can be difficult, when they're the one that's living there and experiencing the issue, it can be difficult at times not for all landlords, but it can be challenging at times, or there could be a barrier to getting the property owner to sign up for even this free program. So I think if there was a way to maybe change the process to make it easier for people that don't own the property, but live there to access the program, there might be better usage.
Maybe explain why that is the case right now. The reason the property owner needs to sign off on it is the city is indemnified when going onto their property. That indemnification form needs to be signed by the owner of the property. So that's why that's in place right now.
I understand. If there's any way that legal can put their minds together to see if there's a workaround, if it can't happen, it can't happen. But if we could just explore it, it would be appreciated. Does anyone have any other questions on group 1300 on the expense side?
This is probably for the director, and both of you maybe answer this question. When you annualized the figure and you said we're right on track, so you were using, when you were analyzing the rodent control figure, you would say that right now you're on track.
If I may?
Yeah, go ahead.
Through the chair to the counselor, what I said, and if I didn't word it well enough, through March, rodent control has expended $12,406, which is 35% of this year's 35,000. As we were developing the budget, if we just annualized that 12,000, it would have been, less than the 25 we're using. So realizing the importance of the program, the 25,000 is above what would be a straight line projection.
However, now, and this is what I'm thinking, I'm by all no means a nature study, know the habitat and how rats and rodents are, but I'm going to assume that you're going to see more in the warmer months as we're coming into it. In fact, I'm getting calls now, and I didn't get them in January, I didn't get them in February, but March, April,
Yeah.
the hotter weather, I have a feeling that's going to be an uptick. So it's not going to be a consistent.
No, it's not, and that's what we're saying. It's not a straight line. That's why we increased it above a straight line projection.
Thank you.
Council Vice President Vargas.
Thank you. A question going back to, actually, rodent control program. So how many bait boxes or controls do we actually have that we've placed around in the city? Do we have that number?
I do not have that number handy right now.
Okay. What does it cost us as a city to purchase those?
I don't have that off the top of my head right now either. The unit price of the boxes and or the bait. I do not have that right now.
Okay. And what type of, you have communications in Department of Public Works under there. Any type of communication in terms of our rodent control program, does it come out of the rodent control program line item or does it go under communication? Which one does it fall under?
The rodent control line item.
Okay. And so what type of communication have we had that as a city that you would actually expense from that rodent control program? What are we doing as a city? Is there a plan in place? How do we advocate or make folks aware about the rodent control?
A majority of our advertisement is via the city website, which doesn't have much of an expense or any expense for that. So there's not much in terms of dollar amount for notification in there, as we heavily rely on the website.
Okay. I mean, the website only says tips for rodent control. There's a brochure. Other than that, it just says, please call us. So it's really not much of a communication. But is there any other plans in place at all to get the word out there? Because as the chairman just stated, and I could say not only in his ward, but I think it's a citywide problem with rodents. And to see that decrease in the number where now you're telling us it also includes communication as part of that and not in the other line item, it's really bizarre to me. The fact that we have received emails, I forwarded emails about rodents not too long ago to Gina in the mayor's office. And the fact that we are not utilizing those fundings, it's just mind-boggling. So yes, I am requesting what it's costing us as a city for the bait boxes. Want to know how many do we have? If there's any way to query that in terms of even by ward, it's fine. If not, ultimately, it would be, actually, can you query it?
Are you asking about the boxes that have
Yes.
been placed or the
Yeah.
ones we have in stock?
The ones that are placed?
Yep, that's all mapped on GIS, so.
Okay, I think that would be great for us to be shared with all of us. And then the cost of the bait boxes as well, because that all comes under the rodent control program, right? The purchase of the bait boxes, like the rodenticides that we're using?
Correct, yep.
Okay. Um. And, the other one was quickly right back to the lighting of streets. That is strictly, that is not traffic signal, that is, because I think I see that on the highway maintenance, this is clearly the lights that we see in the utility poles, right? I just want to be clear of that. And so does that mean that because we own them or the lease, are we not going to foresee this in FY '26 as the number keeps decreasing? And you said that this is a lease that we have?
Through the chair to the counselor, the reduction is going to continue, so the fourth, the 450 that you will see in the 25 budget, if will continue, and the only thing that may occur is as the lights age, we may increase it in subsequent years for repair. So with the lease payment is now behind us as of FY '25. So that 450 is the new baseline going forward.
Okay. So that amount is a tremendous decrease, obviously, as stated earlier, the few fiscal. And so now we're at 450, but so you're saying that this current fiscal year that we're in, we did a lot of work and taking up a lot of the lighting? I'm just trying to understand that again.
So yeah, the cost of acquiring the lights is behind us. So now we're focused on just maintaining and paying for electricity.
Okay, thank you. My last question that I have is on the sidewalk program. I know that's still level service funded on that end as well. There seems like there's a remaining balance of about $7,910. You ran this, I think, yesterday. These are the numbers till yesterday on Friday, correct?
Through the chair to the council, that's correct.
So I guess my question maybe or so more for the director. Has there been any requests that are coming in between now that are not allocated in this remaining balance, I guess?
There are no requests in the queue, but this is about the time of the year when they start to come in pretty heavy. So there are none that we're waiting on that are not represented in this budget, but this is about the time of the year that they start to come in.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Councilman Campiano.
Thank you, Councilman. I'm going back to the rodent control program. Is that for expenses of the bait and the traps, or do we outsource the going out and providing the service, or is this something the city does?
The city installs the bait boxes on properties. That number is to purchase the boxes and the bait.
So it's basically, okay, so supplies.
Correct.
Okay, and then I want to circle back to the directors. You say the director's position is actively being advertised?
Through the chair to the council, I don't think it is currently listed as an open position on HR, but they have advertised it, as far as I can recall, 2 times previously.
Now, the struggle to fill that position, you think it's because of salary or?
Through the chair to the council, I don't know what the issues have been with this specific position. I don't even know how many resumes they've received, to be honest with you, but I know they've gone to they have advertised that position 2 times.
Thank you, Director.
Okay, moving on to expenses for Group 1301, Division of Traffic Safety. And Councilman Ferry, sorry.
I just have a couple of questions. First is, it's kind of upsetting that we're not budgeting, full salary for a Public Works Director when 99% of the calls I get from people involve things that involve Public Works. Okay, so it's kind of upsetting to see that that's not in there. We're not actively trying to fill that position. Secondly, what is the wait for somebody right now if they have a bait box in their yard? How often does it get filled?
You're talking about getting rebated?
Rebate.
That is upon request of the property owner.
All right, so I see that as a problem because I have 3 bait boxes in my yard. I live on the bike path. I'm a highway for the rats, okay? I call in about every 2 months to get them filled, and every time he comes, they're empty. Every single time, all 3 boxes are empty. I have people that have them in their yard and they say to me, the guy never comes to fill them up again. So I say, you have to call. Well, I didn't know I had to call. I said, when was the last time they were filled? Oh, a year ago. So if the poison is not out there to kill the rats, then they're not going to die. So are we not doing a good enough job of getting back to filling them up or informing the people that they need to tell us that they have to fill them up? Because if mine are empty after 2 months and people have had them out for 6 months to a year, if the poison's not out there, the rats are not dying. That's part of the problem why the rats are still around. And maybe that's why there's so many. So I just think that that needs to be looked at. And maybe we need to budget more money for bait so we can fill them more often. And maybe we need to throw a little more money at this because every time you ring a bell in certain wards, the problem is the first question people ask is, what are you going to do about the rats? Okay, so I don't think that waiting for the people to call to have them filled should be the answer. They can't look inside the box and see if there's bait in there. I happen to have a key to them because of a property management thing that I used to do. I can look in my boxes and see that they're empty. The average resident can't look in that bait box and see if there's bait in there. So how do they know they need to be filled? So we need to be on a regular fill up thing. That would be make a lot more sense. Okay, the second thing is, about 4 months ago, you stood at that podium and I had a thing on the Public Works agenda about trees being trimmed and how much of a problem it was. And we were getting lots of calls and the wait was 8, 10, 12 weeks. And we were only addressing the trees that were dangerous to people. And I asked you, and this is nothing personal, by the way. I said, what do we need to do to solve that problem? And you said, we need to spend more money trimming trees. Okay? I don't see an increase in the tree trimming budget on this budget at all, okay? So that's still a problem. We haven't increased sidewalks. So everybody that's sitting in this room that's an elected official has preached at one time or another that we're going to improve public services, we're going to make the infrastructure better, we're going to do all these things to service people, and Public Works is 90% of that. And we are not looking to improve anything based on this budget. So that kind of like is upsetting to us as elected officials. How are we going to be a better city if we're not increasing the services? So do you see any of these things as a problem as the acting director?
So the trees, yes, of course, more money means more work getting done. And there's certainly work out there that needs to be done. I don't disagree with you at all on that. Relating these sidewalks to the trees is a bit difficult. And I do have a plan in place for that. That's more in the capital side of things. But yes, the way we work on trees right now to be fiscally responsible is we go out for a monthly list using the state master price agreement, and we send our list of trees to a handful of vendors and award that project based on the lowest quote. So we are trying to be responsible, fiscally responsible with trimming trees. But yes, of course, more money means more work will get done.
But we can't trim more trees or be better at it if we don't have more money in the budget for it, correct?
May I, through the chair?
Yes.
one of the things, and I'm just going to pick up where Director Matus was speaking. Last fiscal year, we were haphazard, and I can't say we were getting the best price per tree, whether it be removal or trimming. And as Director Matus stated, we were reactive in terms of how we approached up, one-offs. So, further elaborating on what the director said, we will prioritize sending out bids of 25 at a time, trying to be more economical. We're trying to get a proactive approach with our inventory of trees that we can manage. What we're seeing is the cost per tree of our activity, because we're doing it in bulk, for no better term, has gone down. So that will get more trees. Doing the bidding process, competing, multiple different vendors is getting a per unit cost down somewhat. Could we do more with more money? Yes, but we need to get a system for the program first.
I appreciate that you're looking into reducing the cost and getting more work for our money. But for instance, I live on Cranston Street. It's a no-through truck street. When a truck does have to come down the street to make a delivery, like say Cardi's or one of those, they cannot drive down the street without hitting trees. And I've been reporting this for 2 years. So I don't understand why we're not addressing something like that. A truck cannot drive down Cranston Street without hitting at least 5 trees on its way down.
And through the chair to the council, I can't address that one, but I can guarantee you that I'm gonna go back in with the director and look at that one and make sure that the trees are actually on the list. So if we can just double check that.
Thank you. So I just overall think that, we need, if we're going to improve the way we do things and we're going to preach that we're going to improve public services, we need to take a good look at how we're going to do that. And sometimes maybe it's going to take a little bit more money, or it's going to take a readjustment of the budget. But I just think that we need to concentrate on road control, trees, sidewalks, and hiring a public works director. Not to say that, I know you said the other night you're got a lot on your plate right now. Okay, so we understand that, and I know you're trying your best, and it's nothing personal, but we do need a public works director. With all the flooding we have and all the other infrastructure problems, bridges, we do need another body in that office to get things done. Thank you very much.
Yes, and this question is on Group 1300, Department of Public Works. I just want to keep us group by group if we can.
One last question. Can you, Director, can you let me know, how many cell phones are under communications in the Department of Public Works?
I do not know that number off the top of my head.
Okay. Can you send me that email as
yeah.
well, please? As how much,
Yep, I can find
and
that out.
how much per line are we paying? If we're paying per devices or per line and device?
I think it's per device, but I'm not sure. So when we get it back to you, we'll get the number and the means of how we're charged.
When you say per device, is device and line or device line? Is two separate things?
I'm not sure. So when we get you the number, we'll get you how we're getting billed.
Thank you. And on that same note, just in general, just cell phones throughout the entire city, that would be great to know as well.
Total cell phone.
Yep, thank you.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you, Chairman. Director, regarding the bait boxes, would those be reused if they were collected? Because they go to be refilled, right? If they just stay at someone's house because they never call to get them rebaited, are they essentially just, someone throw them away? Or they might leave them there for the next year thinking someone's coming back and they didn't have to schedule. But if we went out there to pick them up because they didn't need them anymore, could they be reused somewhere else?
Yes, it's very rare that we get a call to come pick up a bait box that someone no longer wants on their property. But yes, if someone makes that request, we will go there, pick it up, and if it's in the condition to be reused, we will reuse it.
What I really mean is that in the past, and I may be incorrect on this, so please correct me if I am, I think that we were told that they went out on a schedule to rebate. This calling to have it baited, I agree with Council, I don't think that that was a thing before. I don't think people ever called to be rebated. It was on a schedule, to my understanding. But if someone were to go out there on a schedule and the homeowner to say, this is great, although I don't have rats anymore, wouldn't they take the box at that point? I don't think anyone's gonna call and say, please come take my box. They don't even know they have to call to get rebated. Do you know what I'm saying?
I'm not totally sure I understand.
In the past, we were told that someone went out to rebate on a schedule. So say the schedule was in 3 months. You got baited in June, somebody came
Yep.
later in September. If they got there and they didn't need to actually rebate, they could then take the box, I'm assuming, and go reuse it somewhere else. Are we just leaving boxes around the city? I'm saying essentially, because if no one calls to get rebated and we don't just go back on our own, then there's empty bait boxes on people's property throughout the city. No, is that, I don't know how I can be more clear about what I'm saying.
No, that does make sense. I do not believe that we are checking bait boxes, and if they're full and not being requested, that we pull them off the property. I do not believe that is correct, but I could be mistaken.
And do you know if in the past we went out on a schedule and we didn't just sprinkle bait boxes around the city and then disregard them if no one ever called again?
I do know the policies of that program have changed quite frequently. As of the most recent policy I can speak to, it is that new baits are scheduled, and as the rodent control coordinator is in that area, again, he has a map of where all the bait boxes are. If he's on a street with a house next to it that has a bait box, he is looking at that bait box while he's in the area. So the rebates are not really scheduled. It's just when you're in the area, take a look at the boxes around you and do an assessment of them.
Okay, so so it's not only when someone calls, he is periodically checking, and it's not every 3 months, every 6 months, it's when he's in that area. If he knows that the neighbor has one, he goes to check it.
Correct.
And does he ask, are you all set with this? Do you want me to take it? Or no, he just kind of quietly goes in the yard and checks the bait box?
He just does what he has to do and leaves a note at the end when he leaves.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any appetite to have people going out on I know he's one person, so I don't know how realistic this is, but to be going out on a schedule in certain areas, like there's certain neighborhoods that I know a whole 2 streets have called and they kind of want to get baited all at the same time, because if the problem is at one person's house, then it's at everyone's house. And I've tried to assist them in all putting in their application at the same time, hoping that they would all get baited at the same time, because the problem is never going to be solved if one house gets baited in April and another one gets baited in June, the rest just go to a different yard, like they don't die. We know that. So is there an appetite to change how we do this, or no? And I know you have enough to do. I'm not saying that it's necessarily for you to do, but from the top down, this program doesn't seem to be working as we want it to, and people constantly complain.
Yep, I think the proactive scheduled rebating is a great idea. Like you mentioned, it's obviously a staffing limitation. It's a quantity issue. Like we said, we get calls to install bait boxes, not so much to take them out. So the quantity number is only going up and the staffing number is staying the same. So that is the limitation. Unfortunately, he doesn't have enough time in the day to get to all these boxes. So that's the status of that.
Is there, and I know that in areas where there's restaurants and we're trying to develop areas to have more restaurants, the surrounding neighborhoods seem to me, I can't speak for everyone, have more complaints about rats. So I don't know if it has to come from a line item here, but perhaps in economic development, the restaurants could be educated that whatever is going on with their dumpsters or their grease traps is attracting rats. Like, we can't solve the problem because it's just a cycle that keeps going around. And I know it's human behavior, but it's also businesses' behavior. And I don't think that no one is doing it on purpose, but they just might literally not know. So is there, as it was said before, can we communicate about this program? I think when we get the complaints, people definitely learn that the program exists. So if we're not using advertising or marketing dollars for that, could at least be something go out to restaurants so they understand? I don't think they want to be contributing to this problem. Nobody wants to contribute to this problem, but they might just not know. Is that something that through economic development could perhaps happen, you think?
There's, yeah, economic development, building inspections, a department dealing with, enforcing proper use of private property. You hit the nail on the head. If you have a bait box right next to an open dumpster, the rat's gonna go to the open dumpster and not the bait box. Yes, that there is a learning curve that needs to be had with business owners, specifically business owners as well as residents, that seem to think that the bait box is a catch-all solution when there is a personal responsibility that has to be taken as well.
I have additionally, then I'm gonna stop with rats, but I have gotten calls that people are still throwing food outside on the ground, be it for birds or other kind of animals. Do you know if we are actively citing those people? We had a very extreme case in the past of this, but this is still happening. Or people with their bird feeders have 5 bird feeders in their yard. I don't know who to really go to. The inspections needs to go out there to cite people for leaving out food for animals.
Yeah, I can't really speak for the citing and the enforcement because that's not a public works function. So I'm not sure what the numbers are on how many people we've cited and what fines we've collected or
Do you
anything.
know
like that.
who it is that needs to go out to, it's just buildings, is it?
I
anyone
believe
helping?
so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions on expenses in group 1300? Moving on to group 1301. Are there any questions on group 1301 on the expenses, Division of Traffic Safety? Council Vice President.
Thank you. Again, 1301, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Expenses.
Expenses, yep. So 1301. So the 1301, I had a quick question, and that was on the extra vacation after 10 years. I know that was in the proposed budget. It's been decreased. Is that because we anticipate someone retiring, not being no longer with us after the 10-year mark line? I'm just trying to get a sense, the decrease for that.
Through the chair to the counselor, this is one employee, and I have to go back and look. I don't know if the 2024 number is too high, or the 1900 is 1982 is in line with 23. It's just one employee, and that's extra vacation for one individual, so it's not multi-individuals in this department.
Okay, and I did see that, and so that, again, that remaining amount is just to the end of this fiscal year, not, and then it kicks up again? So on the budget, I see that, again, I'm not talking about the employee, we're talking about that position, that line item, just for HR purposes, right? So submitted is 1982 for FY '25. I know the remaining balance currently now, as of yesterday, in that line is 123, spot 71. Is that because that's just the remaining of vacation time? Yeah. Okay, got it. So you're saying 1982 should be the correct amount going
Through the chair to
forward
the
at least
council,
for
yes.
that person? Okay, for that employee, position. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions on traffic safety? Okay. We are on to Group 1302, Division of Highway. And just as a reminder, we're handling expenses. We will go back to the revenues for these groups. We'll handle all the revenues together. Division of Highway, I do have two questions, Director. One is on line item 54201, snow removal equipment repair. This line item is level funded at the 75,000. Obviously, I understand the importance of making sure that all of our equipment is functioning properly for the safety of our streets and those working. The question I have is for 2024, when annualized through February, it was running at annualized 31,000. The average over 5 years was 52,000, and it's budgeted at 75,000. So I'm wondering, there's a significant gap between where it's running, what it's historically been, and what it's budgeted at. And I'm wondering if that's a place for potential savings.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, and when you were trying to annualize, were you using the February report, did you say?
I was. What's the March report?
Thank you, including encumbrances, they were at 63,000. So, that being said, it was a relatively, light winter. So again, we, reduced, I should say, we carried forward the 75,000, not knowing, and depending on the severity of the snowstorm, in speaking with the people over in I'll call it Central Garage, quickly you can have, major repairs. So right now for this, it's suffice it to say, we're through this season. They're gonna spend 63,000 for this snow season at minimum, unless there's some other bills outstanding. But that's one line item we did not reduce. As you can see, we reduced other line items in this budget.
Thank you, and I appreciate your correction on the annualization.
I apologize, we did get the March report out, late yesterday afternoon, so I humbly apologize if we got it out sooner.
I'll go to the one right after that, 54202, snow removal materials. I'm going to ask for the actual again. Through February, it was running at 156.7.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, 54202, including encumbrances, actual expenditures were 255 and is roughly $1,600 worth of encumbrances. One thing I asked through the director is to get the sand and salt back to the level we started the fiscal year. I don't know if that's occurred yet.
So that 257 theoretically would stay stagnant for the rest of the fiscal year, with the exception of the potential for a purchase to bring back the sand and salt level to what it was at the beginning of the year.
Through to the chairman, yes, and if I can just make a further, statement. So in terms of, focusing on the balance of 92 that we have this year, when we go to close out the fiscal year, if you go down to the March report, you'll see that overall in snow, if you grouped all the line items, in closing this fiscal year, any additional, snow materials, will be transferred down to close out the whatever line items in snow went over. So just a cautionary note.
Thank you. Council Vice President.
Thank you. I had a question in terms of, there's 8 vacancies currently in that department. Salary, I want to know if those 8 vacancies are in fact included in that salary schedule for 2025. I didn't know how long they've been vacant for. If you have that, that should be my first question, actually. And 2, are they scheduled in FY '25? Because if they are, obviously they would not be part of the longevity, and I saw that your longevity went down. So that would be my next question, if there's been some. I think I know the answer to that, but I'd rather hear it from you. The reason why that was decreased.
Through the chair to the counselor, when you're speaking to vacancies, I assume you're on page 40? Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I assume you're referring to page 40, when you said 8 vacancies.
I don't have a page number, but
Okay,
in
so
general,
I'm-
on that one, on that one is
So-
page. I'm looking at page 17
Okay,
in general.
The $2.1 million, which you see for the salary, is for all funded positions. So if you're looking at the salary schedule and you're looking down, when you say 8 vacancies, those are 8 positions which funding isn't incorporated into this budget. There are 8 positions with no funding in this year's budget. So are we saying?
And you're absolutely right, and that's what I see on here. So because I'm double checking that, in
Yes.
fact, I'm understanding that correctly based on that numbers, and David came over to explain it, and I said, I understand that and I see
Right,
that, but I
okay.
want to ask, in general, I want to ask you, does that mean that we're not going to fill in those 8 positions at all in FY '25? And how will that impact? Because if we're not, I know that even the overtime went down by $5,000. Are we not? So I guess my question is, we're not filling in 8 positions, overtime goes down. What impact does that have overall for the entire department of highway and maintenance? And I mean, those are 8 unionized positions, correct?
Yes, through the chair to the council, that's correct.
So what are we, why aren't we filling them? I'm just curious.
They weren't, through the chair to the council, those positions were not funded in the current year's budget. We have no new positions that were not funded in FY '24 funded in FY '25 throughout the city, with the exception of, I think, public safety, police and fire.
Okay. This is not the
And-
only department where there's vacancies, but I'm gonna stick to this
No,
department.
funded
right,
vacancies.
but funded.
So in terms of,
Okay.
if we authorize the position in the current year's budget, and that position funded in this year was carried over to next year. Am I saying it in such a fashion? It would have to be funded in FY '24 to be funded in FY '25.
So they've been vacant for some time.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
Have the have the
Oh,
eight
I don't
vacancies
know.
been-
Yes, they were vacant this year. And I don't know how far back they've been vacant. But yes, they're vacant currently this year. Now, if I may,
Sure.
continuing on the overtime budget in crosswalking the March expenditures for 1302 through March. Overtime is, 9 months into the fiscal year, out 14,000. So that's in terms of trending, what we're gonna do with overtime. That's, how the 25 was derived.
Okay.
So,
I mean, if we can decrease overtime, I'm happy with that. So as long as the work gets obviously done,
that-
right? No one
yeah.
wants to see overtime as a
Yeah.
high number, but I just wanted to double check on that. So on the longevity, again, that's decreased. Is that because of retirements?
Through the chair, I'm assuming it is, that's a calculation that's, back to, matter of fact, if I can just take 2 steps back to the library directors. When we build the budget, we do an extract of our payroll database. And, back to Mr. Gash's statement, the information that's in this budget, unfortunately, is only as good as the information in the system when we pull that extract. So right now, I will say with no uncertain terms, the longevity is predicated on the employee base who gets longevity, and it's a calculation. So this, I'm going to make a generalized statement that this is the longevity calculation for those employees in 1302 as of the day we pull the extract. So that's a payroll calculation function. So I hope I answered your question.
Is that through human resource payroll gets done through
Yeah,
personnel?
the actual data going in, the HR system, yes, is a function between the communication between personnel and the controller's office. So,
Okay, so current 24, in our budget, we had passed it for 27,388. Proposed is 22,971. But it's been decreased, and the reason why I'm asking is because remaining, we're at the negative. Aren't we over?
okay, if you could indulge me for one moment,
Sure.
and on longevity for the current fiscal year, year to date, we are over 2,600 in the current fiscal year.
And so because it's longevity, which is part of their agreement, their CBA, isn't it?
So if
Why are we decreasing it?
and that's what I'm trying to.
Okay,
the
thank
extract,
you.
If you can indulge me for one moment. In terms of the calculation for FY '24, I can't speak to, what happened in this current fiscal year. But I can state that the calculation of the, FY '25 budget is predicated on 5 individuals getting longevity. So the amount that appears in the budget is predicated on a head count of certain employees getting longevity.
So those fives add up to 22, but we're over, so,
We're over for 24, but per our extract, 25 in the amount of 22,000 is the amount that should be budgeted.
we're, okay, so I guess, are we anticipating retirement?
This is who was on the payroll when we did the extract. Someone could have, I don't know, like I said, I can get you a report on what the calculation was on the longevity for both the budget estimate and the year-to-date of so speaking to 24, the 27,386 compared to the year-to-date expense of 29,975. Are we on, Counselor? I mean,
Yep.
the March, I can tell you who there were 5 employees for FY '25 that per our payroll system will have longevity, that total 22,971. And so I can get you an answer on both of those, but the FY '25 budget is predicated on 5 employees in the highway division being entitled to longevity.
Okay, yeah, because I'm just looking at the hospitalization and everything else. Some of it is decreasing, so some of it is not. So, okay. Yeah, that would be fine if you can get that information. Thank you. The other item that I had as a question is line number 54101, traffic light and blinkers. That's all city traffic light and blinkers. But is that also to fix traffic signals as well?
No, that's not including traffic signals.
Okay, so the two, because I know fire alarm has traffic signals and then this one has electrical, so that's why I was trying to distinguish the two. Okay. That is all for on 1302 for me. Thank you.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you, Chairman. Director, for the difference in the differential, is that the same explanation as you have for longevity? Just based on,
Through the chair to the counselor, the differential, and that's the in terms of the differential, that's not a calculation that comes out of payroll. That's operations when someone's doing additional work. But back to, I believe, what would be your question, why did it go down? Through the course of this fiscal year, through 9 months, we've only spent 50 grand. So the 65,000 is trying to get it in line with the actual spend for FY '24.
okay, thank you. As far as gasoline and oil, I see that staying the same as currently, but it looks like the actuals we're already over if you include the encumbrances. So am I reading that wrong? Under the actuals, I see that it's already at 106% used.
Gas right now, which includes an encumbrance through the fiscal year. So one thing we do is try to anticipate what we're gonna use through the fiscal year. As you see, it's 30 grand. We don't know if we're doing it. We just have a PO against it. We haven't spent that.
Okay, so
So-
that's not something that needs to be paid. It's a PO that's like estimated? Is that how it's always done?
I'm trying to, in terms of trying to project year-end closing, I can't speak to what happened in previous years. But as we work with the larger departments, I would like estimated POs for everything. So as we go to close the fiscal year, we're not just doing direct pays and we get blindsided. So it's one of the changes this fiscal year that we've been really focusing on departments, most like, the bigger three departments, police, fire, and DPW, trying to require that they do estimates, POs, for no better term, a blanket to get them through the fiscal year so we can start preparing to close this fiscal year.
So is that the same explanation for pavement marking materials?
Um,
Encumbrance is an estimated PO, it's not actual POs that we just haven't paid?
And I'm gonna defer
Mhm.
to Director Matus. That's one we know we're going to spend. And the estimate for $100,000 for pavement marking materials was not an accurate FY 24 budget request, because there's additional work that Director Matus can speak to. And in terms of it being in the red for 50 grand, there's currently a transfer to cover that 50, but in terms of the 61,000, I'm going to turn it over to Director Matus to describe what occurred in FY 24.
Yep, so this year we got a little bit more strategic with our roadway line striping. It is revolving every 3 years. The cycle goes from center line markings, edge of roadway markings, and then stencil markings, like the word only or the arrow, stuff like that. As well as every year we do our crosswalks over again in waterborne paint. This 150 is more, 132, excuse me, is more accurate of what that strategy is going to actually need. So in the past, like Director Zadella said, we put in a arbitrary amount of $100,000. We have vetted that expense over the current fiscal year. And we have realized that number for the edge of roadway markings, which will be a part of FY 25, is closer to 132.
Director, I'm not sure if I'm looking at the wrong line, but I see the expense for paveway marking materials, $100,000 in 2024. I also see it as $100,000 in 2025. That's what led me to ask the question in the first place.
Yeah.
If it was 130 in 2025, I would totally understand what you're saying. So excuse my ignorance in pavement marking, but it's 100 and 100. So if it needs to go up, it's not up.
Okay, and I think Director Matus was speaking to FY 24 is the 132 for pavement markings.
Yes, and he said
So
that's more in a
the
line
three-year
of,
cycle going up, and then next year, we're not gonna be doing the same work that we're doing this year, next year, so.
is that what you were saying, Director? 'Cause
Yeah,
I
I-
understood it as this is now the trend of how you're gonna be doing it, and that's how much it's gonna cost, so then it should cost that in the next year.
No, yeah, I misspoke. I apologize.
Basically, what you're doing this year is not required to be done next year.
Will be.
Correct,
in
yes.
2
Okay.
years.
Yep.
Thank you. Chairman, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Are there any other questions on expenses for 1302? Councilman Campapiano.
I'll be brief. Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to circle back to the snow removal materials. Is that something that's purchased on a case-by-case basis, or is it purchased upfront before the season?
Counsel, could you repeat your question, please?
The snow removal materials, sand and salt, is that something that's purchased upfront at before the beginning of the winter season, or is it done on a case-by-case basis?
Through the chair, what we do is use and replenish during the course of the year.
Okay,
So in what I was making reference to Councilor Donegan, in terms of replenishing our stock, it's an inventory. So in discussions with, the director and the, superintendent of highways, or whatever his title is, I'm sorry if I can't remember his title. What I said is, just suppose we started this fiscal year with 100 tons of salt. Right now, during the course of the winter season, we've used salt. So now what we've discussed is we return back to the level of 100 tons that we started last fiscal year with. And whatever we're purchasing now is what we consume this year. So we get our inventory back to the level we started the fiscal year with. And accounting wise, you're back, by replacing it to where we are, it's the actual amount that we use this fiscal year will be represented in our financials.
Okay, so we have some in inventory.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further question regarding to Group 1302, we'll move on to Group 1303, Division of Engineering. Do any members of the committee have any questions? Seeing no questions on 1303, we're going to move on to Group 1304, expenses on the Division of Building, Division of Building Maintenance, excuse me. This is Group 1304. Director, line item 52008, electricity. It is being reduced by $120,000 for the fiscal year 25 proposal. Just wanted to get background on the rationale for that.
Mr. Chairman, if you look at the March report, and I just want to make sure I'm giving you the right line item. The year-to-date spend for electricity and is $212,000. So I assume you're comparing it to the budget of 460. So we're seeing a trend going down. That coupled with, there are some net metering credits in some of these, so that's the reason, we reduced the electricity budget for this division.
When did those credits come
Again,
online?
they all came together in February, and as I believe it was the council president asked for a summary of what we've seen to date. So those materialized, they hit the first bills in February.
I'll hold off further questions on that specific line item once that report is documented to the council president. Going questions might come up. The other question I have on this, for this department, is line item related to electrical supplies, 54401. The historical average is 39,000. This is at 50,000 for the 25 fiscal year. What is it running at? And it's running at 26,000 for this year.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I can't recall why the ask went up, and I don't know if there's something they knew about. So, yeah, there was a reason why we went up on that line item, and for the life of me, I do not recall if we knew something was going to occur or a major project. I don't have an answer why that line item went up $8,000, and I apologize.
Do any, Council President?
Thank you, Councilman Donegan. My questions, they may be paired, so I'm going to ask them together and then give you an opportunity to answer. Is previously, it has come up before this council, the issue of the need for repairs to city buildings, and particularly the dire state of our fire department facilities. I understand that some improvements have been made along those lines, and my question one is, the building maintenance in this department, does that then cover those expenses for those fire department buildings, or be separate? And the second thing is, relative to the vacant positions in this department. I see that there's a building maintenance person position that's vacant, then there are some skilled laborer positions that are vacant, actually 2 building maintenance persons. And I'm just wondering about the cost advantage in terms of having those positions filled and keeping up with our building, as opposed to outsourcing those types of repairs.
Your first question was our approach to improvements to buildings. You specifically mentioned the fire department, but so if I could just address that. In this current year's capital budget, the FY '24, council authorized $250,000 worth of building improvements. So the improvements that are currently underway with the fire department are being conducted under that overarching blanket of 250,000. In addition to the fire department work that's being, some limited work over at the police station is being done with that 250. We've also done the improvements this fiscal year in the city clerk's office, and there's probably a couple of other improvements being done under the auspices of building improvements. To your request on utilizing outsourced contractors, there is certain work, and I think what's coming to mind is the work that had to be done in these chambers relative to electricity. That was, my understanding, was beyond the scope of the capabilities of our employees in building maintenance. So there are certain work that needs to be done that we have to outsource improvements.
Yeah.
Through the chair to the council, I hope I answered both of your questions.
Yes, I'm sure as best you could. I'm just still left with the question of whether or not anyone has actually looked very hard to determine, maybe not so hard, to determine, if we had that skilled labor within our workforce, would we be saving quite a substantial sum rather than hiring an outdoor vendor to do this work, particularly given the scope and scale of buildings that the city owns?
Through the chair to the council president, I know that, and I'll defer to Director Matus relative to the fire department in terms of the improvements done over there, but I do believe we first checked to see if we could do it in-house, the work that is being done. But to your point, has a comprehensive cost-benefit analysis been done on how we should proceed with buildings? The direct answer is no, a cost-benefit analysis has not been done.
Yeah, I can speak on the fire stations a bit. Yeah, when the project came to light, I walked through the station and determined what could be handled with in-house personnel and what would have to be outsourced. And that's exactly what we did. It's a combination of city workers and outside help to get these projects done. Building maintenance replaced some ceiling work, did some painting in these buildings to decrease the cost of outsourcing. So it is something that we try to be fiscally responsible of and use the resources we have in-house as much as possible. But as Director Zadelis said, there are skill set limitations on some of the larger scale work.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And just to be clear, I'm not limiting, my questions in terms of the overall building maintenance to just the fire department. Again, I'm talking about, and I apologize if I wasn't clear on that. It's the overall assets that the city has in terms of buildings, and it just seems to me that that is worth investigating, whether or not having someone that has a particular skill set, for example, electrician, on the payroll of the city so that we may save costs. That's all. Thanks.
Yep, that exactly correct. That's not just fire department specific. That's all the projects that we do, whether it's out of that capital citywide building improvements or out of the operating budget. Also, just to follow up a little bit, on the FY25 capital budget, the city has a line item in there to assess fire stations and subsequent years do construction on that assessment. Part of that assessment will be what the city forces can tackle ourselves, as well as, what has to be outsourced. So we are on the same thought path on that.
Are there any? Councilman?
Thank you, Chairman. Does the city have an assessment of all the buildings, or is it strictly reactionary?
There is no assessment of citywide buildings.
Thank you.
Councilwoman?
Thank you. I'm going to ask this question every time I see it, and I think it's something that the council president has brought up in the past as well. This legal service fund, what is, and it's not a ton of money, but if we have legal service funds in multiple departments, when we already have solicitors and we do receive reports from them every month as to who we are paying for our outside legal, I am curious what this is for. Exactly. Is it the same thing, labor? Um, that being said, do we have the right to know what attorneys it is and how much they are getting paid?
And Counselor, if I, this is of the two contracts that I have not read to date, it's the two contracts which we will be negotiating with. I can get you an answer, this calculation, but it's per specific individual, $104.
So
That we
everyone, for
pay.
each person on our payroll, we pay
Yes.
a certain amount for the, because it's also, I think it's running over. Is it running over this year? Regardless,
Yeah.
I just think we get a legal bill every month that has solicitors who they use outside, who they are, how much they cost per hour. I would like to see that for every legal service fund.
Yes. Yes.
Not just particular to this fund, to every department who's using outside legal work that's outside the scope of our legal.
I believe, and I don't have it in front of me, but I'm pretty confident what you're referring to on that line item is employees.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I believe it's and it's almost an insurance policy for employees. Should they get in trouble, they can hire attorneys.
Okay, so that's totally different than
Yes.
what I understand, and that
It's
is
separate and apart from
fantastic. It's part of
legal
their
work.
benefit. It's part of,
Yes, ma'am.
it's a benefit.
Correct,
As in the
separate,
library department, that it is not a benefit, it's something else.
correct.
Okay.
Separate and apart from the solicitor's office of the law department. That is almost an insurance policy. Someone gets whatever, yes. Thank you.
Okay, that's great, and I think that's fantastic.
you,
All those
Counselor.
workers deserve to have
Yeah.
coverage should they need
Yes.
attorneys, but in any other, I'll just say it out loud now, I'm going to request in any other department where it's not exclusively a benefit to union employees who deserve all the benefits that are in their contracts. In every other instance, I would like to see who we are paying, how much they're getting paid an hour. So if they're getting paid $400 an hour to do the library's labor, and we're only paying outside solicitors $150 an hour, we need to make that more equitable.
And if I may, and I'm doing this from memory, in addition to the solicitor's office with outside labor counsel, we have it down in claims. We have it in the library and we have it in finance when we issue bonds. Those are the 4 instances where you'll see legal fees that I can recall. And relative to finance, that is part of the miscellaneous reports on the bonding side. Everything else is a line item within those 3 criteria.
Thank you, Director.
Are there any other questions on Group 1304? Council Vice President.
Thank you. I'll try to be quick. I know we have a long day on here. Just a quick note on that, though. I'm just wondering why, if there's any legal expenses or anything like that, maybe that should be a conversation in terms of being allocated and placing it maybe in the personnel department or so forth. I just don't think that
It's a benefit,
but it's a benefit of that. Yeah,
an employee benefit, Counselor. Are we talking
Right.
about
yeah,
what?
yeah.
That's an expense that was negotiated, which we pay out per person for certain individuals.
Only for the
100.
building maintenance employees.
In this particular case, yes.
Yeah, So we can talk about that later, but my questions that I have is under paint and glass. I have a question for paint and glass under plumbing and heating supplies and under city supplies. So, under the paint and glass, I think the proposed is 5, currently this fiscal year. We appropriated for 5,000 as well, but I'm looking at that and it looks like we're over. Are we not anticipating going over next year, given that we're having some projects throughout the city, hopefully taking place?
No, through the chair to the council, the projects that we have going forward are going to be paid with bond proceeds as authorized by council. So these would be one-offs if they're out, doing maintenance work in a department. Again, this is, something that looking forward to next fiscal year, we have to really scrutinize and make sure that, the maintenance division, will always address what they have to do, but it's going to be within the confines of the FY 25 appropriation. So if we need to move money down from a different line item, they're going to live within their budget for FY 25.
Okay, thanks for putting that in the record. I just want to
Yep.
double check. Same thing with plumbing and heating supplies?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And, city supplies? Looks like we are,
They're under.
correct.
Yes,
Yep.
so like I said, living within your budget means, as an example, 14,000 in the Blackford City supplies as of the end of March. That's going to, if they don't use it, that's going to cover their paint and glass and plumbing and heating supplies.
Okay, so why not decrease city supplies in the
And-
proposed budget?
And the one issue that I don't know, Counselor, is when the 10,000, the $10,000 encumbrance that was just made in, or that you're seeing in the March report. I don't know if that occurred this week as we're going to, close year end, get all your POs in. Yes, could I have done it? Possibly, but I don't know when that purchase order was entered.
Okay. So the city supplies, are you anticipating using roughly some money to cover the paint and plumbing? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am. I look at theirs because from year to year, one year they may be, doing a big painting job. Plumbing supplies, I can tell you, just in this building, they did a ton of work on removing sinks in offices this fiscal year that they're not gonna have to do next year. So it varies from year to year.
Okay. And the same applies for fuel as well?
Okay, through the chair to the counselor. Fuel, you'll see that we have reduced it down to 110. In terms of this year, that's one that we don't have an encumbrance, but through March, they've spent 71,000. I can't tell you what period that is through. I'm gonna assume that is at minimum through expenses through February, since they don't have the March bill. That was the reason we reduced it down to 100,000.
Okay. I'm just wondering why not allocate certain funding the way they are in terms of just later on, just
And
playing
again,
with
if I may,
transferring.
we're sitting there, the first budget pass was an extract of expenses through December, when we started the budget, to present to the council April 1st, it was from where they were expensed through December. So now this is more real-time information from, compared to when we were formulating the budget, council.
Okay, got it. And the city supplies also covers cell phones in this department, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. And there's 7 vacancies, as I noted as well, and the
Um,
same applies as my questions from the previous
if
department, the
I'm going
divisions.
to assume that there are 7 vacant unfunded positions, yes.
All labor, all unionized, all from
Um,
the union as well.
if you can indulge me for a minute.
Would that be
Yes,
all?
through the chair to the counselor, the 7 positions that are not funded, vacant funded positions, yes, ma'am, are all unionized.
All right, it's a lot of departments with a lot of vacancies. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Are there any other questions on 1304? Seeing none, we will move on to 1305. This is care of trees. Councilman Ferry and then Councilman Campiano.
I basically asked the questions that I wanted to ask about that previously, and that we do acknowledge that we need to do a better job with the trees, and we're not allocating any more money to do so. So it's just a disappointment in my eyes. Thank you.
Councilman Campiano.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't see is this 100% done, outsourced, the care of trees?
Yes. these two.
Yes, correct.
No, tree warden is, he's not an employee of the city, he's also,
He is an employee of the city, but he doesn't actually do the work to maintain the trees.
he's under a different, department.
Yes, he's under the engineering salary schedule.
Okay, and, as far as the replacement of trees, we all know that the sidewalks are taking a big hit with these trees. Is thought given into a different species of tree that maybe not be as destructive as the ones that's put in the past?
Yeah, absolutely. We've looked at different species of trees. We're looking at doing some different studies throughout the city to optimize where to put certain trees. That's something that we are working on right now. But yes, that has been looked at and is continuing to be looked at.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you, Director. We did talk about this, I think, in a Public Works meeting once, but since you just came out with the trees and the sidewalks, can you just reiterate for me? We cannot fix the trees in the sidewalk. We cannot pull out trees from the sidewalks, damaged sidewalks, which are making it lift, the sidewalk lift, if the tree is a healthy tree, correct?
That is the current policy, yes.
So in order for that not to be the case, you need what, an ordinance saying that that is not the case anymore? Because it's like a catch 22, like we have a healthy tree.
Solicitor, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, Councilwoman.
We've got to state a budget and not policy as to how the department is operating, if we can, please.
Well, if we know if we're gonna be able to take those trees up, it could increase the budget. So I'm curious about that. It is relevant to the budget because it involves the trees that might need to come out due to the lifting sidewalks. It's fine. I can ask you offline. I don't want to keep the attorney here any longer.
Councilwoman, the attorney made his opinion known and he is our council attorney, so I just want us to be careful. Okay, I think we have to respect the opinion of our attorney.
Great.
Any other questions on 1305? Moving on to 1306, refuse removal and excuse me, refuse removal and disposal. Director, I have, excuse me, both on line item 54600 and 54602. On both, just looking to get information, kind of what's the rationale for the increase there. I know the budget auditor is crunching the annualizations because mine are outdated to last month.
If I may, on those two line items, the amount that is depicted in the budget is the contractual amount for our contract with Waste Management. The one issue that I don't know, is the timing of where we are with the payments in the March schedule. But I can say with no uncertain terms, the city has a fixed contract with Waste Management, and those are the amounts depicted in the budget are the fixed costs per our contract.
So the hauling is contractual, right? But the tipping fees are not, correct?
We don't get the display in the budget is, how do I say it? The display in the budget is what Waste Management gets assessed, with the waste coming out, or the calculated waste coming out of, the city of Cranston. That's a fixed line item in our contract with Waste Management.
Budget auditor?
So we don't pay.
Rhode Island Recovery, through the chair to the council, no, we do not pay Rhode Island.
So we
Recovery
pay our tipping fees directly to Waste
to
Management?
Waste Management.
Have we?
If I can just anticipate, I think I know where you're going with the question. Have we ever gone and done an audit to see what our tipping fees are? Was that where you were?
So, the question I'm asking, I was in the industry for quite a long time. And the tipping fees are usually predicated at a reduced rate to cities and towns right from the state. Now, I don't know currently if anything has changed.
Nope.
And based on that, it was always an understanding with me that we would be paying Rhode Island Resource Recovery directly the fees. Now, again, I'd have to go back and check. You're catching me a little off guard that we're paying Waste Management directly. Did we strike a deal to use their transfer station in Cranston instead of sending the MSW directly to the landfill? But I thought as a city, we're obligated to use the state agency. So I just need a clarification because currently, right now, it's a little different than it's been for many years.
Through the chair to the counselor, or to the auditor, we are getting, or the calculation includes the set fee that you were referring to, the reduced fee. In their contract, it was a calculated fixed fee based on tonnage we're dumping. Is that a? Yeah, so this is in the Waste Management's fixed fee contract.
Does that fixed fee include roll-off MSW?
I'm sorry, MS.
Does it, MSW is municipal solid waste, and C&D would be considered construction and demolition debris?
Okay,
So is that a
so in
separate
terms
rate
of
for each?
dumpsters, this is yes.
So we have a segregated rate for MSW, and what
No,
is
I think
that?
it's the same rate for both. I'm not sure. I can get that.
If we could get that.
Yep.
Because the C&D is usually different than MSW.
Yep.
All right, thank you. And if, could I get a copy, if it's allowed through the chair, of the invoice that's paid monthly for the contractual hauling and the disposal cost?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilman Paplaskas.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question on the amnesty program, the bulky waste. It's line item 54607. I see we budgeted $50,000 for that. And I looked at the actuals and, you know, we're running under. So my question is, in the actuals, does that include the most recent amnesty program month and bulky waste pickup, or has that not been calculated yet?
That, I don't think it's been used yet. No, I don't, through the chair to the counselor, the most current was when, sir? Yeah, I do not believe this includes, this is as of March. I don't think we've been invoiced for that yet.
Okay, yeah, because I'm curious if 50,000 is going to be enough. I saw it was 70,000 in 2023, but in the other years it had run under, and you know, seems like it's a tough number to track. So that's why I was curious if this actual had, I think it was March was the last bulky waste pickup, if that was included. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Council Vice President.
Quick question, the waste hauler, contract, that, I think that is expiring soon, so are those numbers, in here? The number that because that might go up, so I'm just wondering
I think, okay, if I
if
just may,
that's a great issue, yeah?
I want to say we definitely have one more year of the existing contract. I think 26, if my memory serves me
Actually,
correctly,
yes, I thought 26.
will be, 25, I believe, is the last year of the
Okay.
existing contract.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions on 1306? Councilman Wall.
This is gonna sound like a foolish question. I'm looking at refuge removal contain, right? Is that the containers we put our garbage and our recycling in? Is that the line for that? There's nothing there. It's zeroed all the way across. The line is 54606.
1 second, Councilman.
Yeah. Okay. Oh. The technology director is looking at his, yeah. He's looking, I don't know if we've ever used, you know, since, if you look at that line item, it's been zero. Yeah, I don't know what they use.
The reason I ask is there's no explanation here. I just don't know what it is. Is it the containers, like, you know, the barrels? Is that what it is?
The containers are paid for out of line item 54603, other.
If we, I'm sorry. The roll-off, yeah.
I'm sorry. Those are out of that line item, not the
Yes.
container.
Yes.
Okay. But we really are not sure exactly. It's been zero for so long. We really don't know what that line item is.
What they used it for previously, okay. Back to Director Matus's. If we're purchasing you're calling, yeah, the containers, that is being paid out of 54603, not line item 54606. Why they have it in other, I don't know, but that's where those costs are borne.
Thank you. Fair enough. I just, so
Yeah.
I don't, the question doesn't seem as foolish. No one
No,
really
no,
knows
it
the answer
doesn't.
anyway.
You would
I get
assume that if we're buying those plastic,
Yes.
yes, it would be in that line item. This is where we, you know, since I started, this is where they've been paying it out of. I don't know why.
And the reason I ask that is because whatever years ago we got them, as we walk around, you know, a lot of people say, it's broken, how do we get a new one, this and the, and you know, it's not because they've abused it. It's been going on the truck for 15 years and they've been
The-
slamming them
the-
down. It's,
Yes.
and it's kind of,
Through the chair to the counselor, two things. Yes, some people, very few, have the original ones. But, one thing I've learned a lot about containers is, where they can, I'll refer to it as they Frankenstein them. They'll, you know, if you break your wheels, they'll come out with wheels. But there are a lot of containers, what I've observed since I've been here. Yeah, those things get broken and we are purchasing, you know, we, the city, end up purchasing, as a matter of fact, we have an order out to purchase 420 containers as we speak.
And is it a fair question? How much does, I mean, do we pay for the new ones or does, the way I understand it, the resident has to pay for them when it's broken? Is that's not correct?
A broken bin is replaced for free. If you want an additional bin, you have to, that's a charge.
Thank you. Fair enough. We belabored it enough. Thank you.
Councilman Campiano.
Sorry, thank you, Chairman. Can you please explain line item 546? No, 54. I lost it. 4603, 80,000 legal disposal service for residents. What is that?
I'm sorry, Counselor, it's.
Yeah, it says, under other, it's $80,000 provides legal disposal service for city residents. It says 54603.
Counselor, do me a favor, can I get an answer on that? Because I can tell you 603 is, the other is primarily what we're using for the containers, so that may be, do you know, legal?
I mean, it could be shredding. I mean, provides a legal disposal service for city residents.
I'm not familiar with that description, that legal description.
We get you an answer.
Yeah.
I know. I mean, there's umpteen pages, so can we get an answer on that, I'm sure?
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions on 1306? Seeing none, we'll close that and move to 1307. Just for informational for the committee, we, as posted on the advertisement, we will be taking a break at 11:30, and I do want to get through the revenues of these departments by then, possibly, to the best of our ability, because I do know and want to be respectful of the director's time, who had previously mentioned that he has somewhere important to be for an important upcoming date, so.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
1307, are there any questions on fleet maintenance, excuse me? Council Vice President.
Thank you. Director, are you foreseeing or anticipating purchasing any big items this FY 25 year?
Through the operating budget, no. There are proposed vehicle purchases on the capital side, yes.
On here, okay. That was my only question, Chairman. Thank you.
Are there any other questions on 1307? Seeing none, that is closed. We will move on to the revenues for Public Works, Highway, Engineering, Trees, Refuse and Removal, as well as Fleet Maintenance. So that's 1300, 1302, 1303, 1305, 1306, 1307. Also, Director, Group 1302, it's Division of Highway Maintenance. Highway Miscellaneous. I'm just going to talk. I know you've got to flip through some pages. What's the annualization for that for this year? Because at least in February, annualized, it was running at like 239,000 but through March, where are we at?
Mr. Chairman, through March, actual revenues received are 160,000.
So that would annualize to 213, correct?
If I assume you're straight lining it,
The
Yeah, no.
160 divided by 9 times 12, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if it's running at 213 for this year, is there no indication that it could remain? We might see higher than anticipated revenue in that same line item for the subsequent year?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, we are seeing in this category, we are over revenues. And without going back and rechecking it again, I mean, right now, suffice it to say, we're 10 grand over budget as of March. I would prefer, if we could go back and look at what materialized from March of last year to, or I should say, April through June, but a straight line would be your 213.
Okay, I mean, as you know, I try and.
Yep, but
$500 here, $5,000 here. If we could, if there's money there, I want to make sure that we account for it.
Okay, and if I just may, Counselor, in some instances, you question, have I been aggressive on revenues? It's an estimate as of a certain day. On the flip side, if I'm conservative on a revenue, you've gotta, take both into consideration. So it's all I'm just cautioning.
Thank you, Director. Any other questions? Council Vice President.
This is on 1300 we're starting with, correct? Does it matter? or no?
Doesn't, no.
Okay, thank you. Director, can you just refresh my memory? What is the street opening permit revenues? Under group 1300?
Those are road opening permits.
Which is,
Anytime a contractor wants to excavate in the public right of way, the road or the sidewalk, they have to take out a permit to do that work.
I think the chairman asked the other question that I had, and then the other one is. Sorry, did the chairman just ask about the Public Works Highway Miscellaneous 1302? Was that the one that he just? Okay.
Yes.
Because I was, okay, I got that answer. And then the other one was 1303, engineering, inspection fee subs division, was 5,000. Again, just trying to understand, why so low in terms of what we're expecting as a revenue. I think last year we had allocated for 30,000, just, actually I should look how much we've received to date.
Oh, I just want, through the chair to the counselor. The year to date this year, we are at 4,900. So in terms of reviewing all estimates, the FY 25 budget has us roughly at $5,000. So the FY 25 estimate is more in line than what we're actually seeing for trending FY '24.
Right, so I see what it's trending at. Is there a reason why it's so low?
No, or
Inspection
your
fees.
question is there a reason why 30,000 was used in '24? Is that right? I've got to go back and say, what was the origin of the 30,000? Because one of the things we had last year was DPW revenues, for no better term, being deposited in wrong accounts last year, which skewed our numbers and our projections last year. We've got that straightened out this year, so I am more comfortable with the $5,000 FY '25 estimate based on what we're seeing.
Okay, so they were allocated incorrectly, so that 30,000 should have never really gone
And
in that.
30,000 was
request.
probably, something we
Okay.
were seeing and we corrected during the course of FY '24 because things were not classified properly. They weren't recognized in the right account when we were doing the budget, and we subsequently journalized them to where they should have been.
Okay. That's something our audit general kind of caught?
I think we caught it and we knew it when we were going, after we started working with DPW.
Okay.
Yeah, we caught that, I believe, internally.
That's all I have under revenue. Thank you.
Are there any other questions on the revenue side? Seeing none, we are closed on revenue. Director, thank you for your time. We are going to take items out of order. I am trying to accommodate those that are here and that had reached out to and expressed a necessity to get out of here. So I am taking note of who's here and trying to get everyone out as soon as possible. Director Malay, if you'd like to come forward, we're gonna take legal next, or excuse me, Solicitor Malay.
The 1303. God. 1103, yeah. 1103 is my department. Doing. Yeah, that's right, yeah. Not skipping law.
Okay, Solicitor, do you have any opening comments or you want me to just dive into?
No, you can dive right in.
All
Thank you,
right.
Councilman.
I will. The one question I have is about outside legal services, and I do want to preface it by saying that your department has done a good job, since looking back to 2019, that was at over $920,000. The 2023 actuals were $335,000. So it's come down quite a bit. And so even in the question I'm about to ask, you guys have done a good job since
Thank you.
when you took over. at least going through February, the trend was looking over budget, and just want to know why. Are there any particular cases or
No.
contracts that are causing that?
There was one, thank you, Councilman Donegan and members of the committee, thank you for having me. There was one outside expense of a case that the city had been involved in under the prior administration, that the city withdrew from participating in that lawsuit. And upon removing ourselves from the lawsuit, there was a final bill that was submitted and paid out. That bill went out in excess of $30,000, and that kind of shows how that number has gone up substantially. I thought going into the fiscal year this year, and even through the first part of it, I was right on target for where I want to be, or even below. That has thrown us off a little bit. I do have 2 months left, 2.5 months left in the fiscal budget, but I am confident I can keep it as close to budgeted last year. And in response to the mayor and the administration and trying to slim our budget this year going forward, my department is going to do its best to try and reduce our outside legal fees in the next fiscal year, just like every other department in the city. And it is, for lack of a better term, a roll of the dice, because anything can happen, as we are self-insured, and everyone here knows that. But knock on wood, and with the grace of God, I hopefully be able to get that done in the next fiscal year.
Thank you, Director. Are there any other questions from the committee on the Group 1103 Department of Law? Council President?
Yeah, thank you, Solicitor Malay. Just simple question in terms of the number of solicitors under your management, and if that's changing in the next fiscal year. That's it.
I have to do a quick calculation. Hold on one second. No, that's quite all right. I have myself, and I believe there five other individuals on a inside solicitor's budget, and everything else is contracted on the outside. If I'm doing my math correctly. I believe I've done that correctly. So there's 5 of us within the solicitor's office. And then everything that we cannot handle is handled outside.
If you think that's different, I didn't mean to catch you not
Not at all.
prepared for that. Yeah. So if you want to, if it ends up being different, just let me know.
Yes,
All right,
thank
thanks,
you,
yeah.
Council President.
Are there any other questions regarding the Department of Law? We will close that group.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, members of the committee.
Next, we'll do Department of Inspections.
Morning, council members.
Morning, Director. Thank you for being with us. I appreciate your patience. All right, we are on Group 1111, Department of Inspections. We'll handle the expense side. We'll go to the revenue side after that. Are there any questions on the expenses? Do any members have any questions? I know, still see some people flipping through that giant tome, but I want to give everyone an opportunity. If there's anyone that has a question present. The line item, 52810, American Disabilities Act expense. That, at least through February, was trending well under budget, and yet the proposal is to increase it by $5,000. So just wanted to, why? Why is that going up?
Also, if you can just indulge me for one. If you can just indulge me for a minute. That was one, and I just want to verify what I'm saying, that yeah, that's it. It should wash out, Counselor, both the revenue and the expense, and I don't remember what we were looking at. When we adjusted that one. So that's when it gets paid out. Yeah, so I don't remember. It has no net effect on the budget. It's similar to the change we're going to make for the clerk's office. So if I may, it's in and out.
We
Yeah.
collect it.
So, and quite honestly, when we changed it, I don't remember what I was looking at in terms of everything that's happening in the construction industry.
Okay, but it's neutral to the budget.
Yes, through the chair,
It's in and out.
Counsel, that's correct.
Okay. Does anyone else have any other questions? The only other question I have is, and I know I had sent it in an email earlier, to Director Zadelis, how is funding, never mind. I'm sorry, on the expense side, I'm getting ahead of myself. Any questions on expenses? Councilman Ferry, and then Council Vice President.
Yes, Director Rodeo, just a couple of quick questions. Are you understaffed right now?
The volume of work has changed a little, so we're getting
yeah.
by with the staff that we have.
Sorry?
The volume of work has slowed down quite a bit with the construction industry, so as of now, we're good.
Okay, so do you feel that this current budget gives you the ability to complete the work that you need to do to satisfy the calls that we get?
I do.
Thank you.
Are there, Council Vice, did you have a question on the expense?
Yeah, well, thank you. I think Council Member Ferry already asked that question, and my apologies. In terms of hearing your response, that was, are you foreseeing filling that, like, is the fact that you have, I think, 2 vacancies, is that not impacting any of the work that inspections department does on a day-to-day operations for the city?
If we get behind, we have part-time inspectors to come in per diem, per inspection. So for inspectors on vacation or an influx of work, we have avenues to get a project out.
And was that actually the case at all this current fiscal year where you actually brought in some part-time help to assist?
I'm sorry, I
That,
didn't.
was that at all the case during this current fiscal year that we're in, that you've brought in any part-time help?
Well, we do have some part-time help in there, correct?
It's, I don't know, sir, it's your budget. I'm just trying to ask you, do you have part-time help there?
I,
Do you,
If I may, in terms of accessing part-time help, this year's budget, 24, and, next year's budget, we did not actually budget an appropriation for part-time help. In terms of this fiscal year, the director was allowed to access $5,000 worth of backfilling positions. If you go to the March report that went out, $5,000 in part-time help, which we will have to close when we close this fiscal year. We will have to get that back down to zero with either a departmental transfer in this department. So right now, we've allowed him to access part-time help, and he's expended $5,500 roughly this fiscal year. Next year's budget, we do not have an appropriation for part-time help, similar to what we had in 24. And again, we will, you know, if need be, we will permit the director to get a outside part-time vendor, inspector to come in to do the work.
okay. Is that outside inspector, the 2 vacancies that are unionized?
No, you're hiring, they're not full-time employees, Counselor. He's getting, is it a retiree that you bring in when you get the part-time help?
part-time, right.
Could you explain how you,
It's just a vendor that comes in per diem, per inspection. There's, I think, $30 or $35 per inspection. I'm not sure what the cost is.
But are they, I guess my question is, because it's 0 on here, there's 2 vacancies on here, in your department, when we seek part-time help, because there's a $0 line item on our current and proposed, we seek a per diem of which is it doing ultimately the work of which that vacant position would do if that vacant position was filled?
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to get out of line here, but I'm just wondering if that's any type of union issue at that point, but, okay. So do you anticipate using part-time help next year?
Well, we have our staff that takes vacations, so somebody needs to fill in that spot if we take a week off, so.
Okay, so you're saying yes.
Yes.
So why aren't we adding funding into that part-time help?
that was not a request this year, that, to the best of my recollection. And as you said, the industry has changed, so just because someone takes a vacation doesn't mean you're automatically going to call in somebody part-time. Would that be a correct?
That would be, yes.
There's not a one-to-one correlation, Counselor. That,
I'm sorry, I'm
Yeah.
gonna stop you right there. Like,
Yes,
I don't think there's any transparency going on right here. And I'm really asking, and Director, without the respect of the Finance Director, but I would like to ask the
Yeah,
actual Director
absolutely.
himself.
Yeah,
Do
I'm having a
you
difficult time
foresee
understanding.
having part-time help coming in FY '25
Yes, I do.
for a day, for 2 days?
Whatever it takes to get the workload satisfied for that particular week, or, yes.
Did you request to the administration some additional dollars for that part-time help?
I don't recall. I don't know.
Okay, great answer. But you've used it this current fiscal year and you have in the past as well.
Having a what?
Did you use part-time help in FY '23 as well last year?
Yes.
Okay. And, yep,
If I just may, in FY '23, and I don't know when, it was $1,700 for the entire fiscal year. This year, as I stated, it was $5,400 dollars through March. FY '25, there was no request, and we didn't fund part-time help in FY '25, Counselor. through the
right.
chair.
So I'm just wondering suddenly, as I see that number, that 1785 and 23 and the previous fiscal years before, and then this current year, there was zero, but we still use part-time help. The director's telling us that he's going to be utilizing part-time help again. So it seems like we're waiting for fourth quarter transfers to transfer funding in areas where we put zero to offset those numbers. And I just have a little bit of concern to that, and I don't want to speak on behalf of anything in terms of internal personnel or unionized, but I would double check that. But other than that, in terms of your extra vacation after 10 years, same question applies here for other departments that I had, or the other department I had asked earlier. That's a decrease and I know that in FY '23, it was relatively very close, 24, that in the current fiscal year we're in, we went up a little bit. Is it because, again, that number has, we projected more than what we should have for FY '24? Sorry, I'll give you time, sir. Yeah.
Through the chair, to the counselor, the extra vacation is four employees that are entitled to extra vacation, and it's at their current level of pay. So, in terms of this year's budget, I can say that the amount in the budget is consistent with what we have in the system. I don't know the $6,094 of which we have, and if I could just crosswalk it, only paid, looks like 5,400 if I'm going across that, $4,000 this fiscal year. The $6,000, I'm gonna assume was high. Last year, but I can say that for our payroll records, the $5,753 is the extra vacation for the employees who would be entitled to it.
Okay. Thank you for that. That is, that's what I have. That's all the questions I have on the expenditures. I have questions on revenue, but I'll hold off on that.
Thank you, Council Vice President. I do have, I want to piggyback off the question from the Vice President regarding the part-time help, and it's not, I guess the question is, because it's come up in other areas of the budget, is to legal, if the city council as the legislative branch allocates $0 for paper copies or part-time help, we're saying we're not giving you any money to do that. Now, that's a really small kind of, not insignificant, but hypothetically, if they were spending money on a project that we didn't fund, the same rationale would apply. So if we don't provide funding for something, what gives them the authority to spend money for that? Spend money on that, unless it's, some sort of emergency.
Generally speaking, your your intent as a legislative body is to make an appropriation for a variety of line items within a department budget. That does not mean that during the course of the year, that department or the administration could choose to take that overall gross appropriation and reappropriate under the gross number, perhaps in different categories. There are certain aspects of that reappropriation within the gross number that would necessarily involve council approval, such as a change in staffing, such as FTEs and things of that nature. But much like, you could budget for 10 full-time positions, and at some point in the year, in the hiring process, the administration says, gee, we're not going to make our budget. We're not going to fill these 2 positions, right? They do have some discretion within their budget.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Solicitor. Are there any other questions on the expenses side? Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you, Chair. Director, I see that your overtime is going down significantly as well. And while it's not trending to hit the $10,000 that was adopted in the 2024 budget, it is, I think, $4,000 or $5,000 that you've used so far. So if you are going to have less part-time help and less money budgeted for overtime, do you literally just not see there being work to be done, that you need that funding in order to get the work done? I'm sorry if that's kind of a repeat question, but I think it's applicable based on you're losing a little bit of money to pay staff to work outside of their hours or to cover a vacation. So I just don't understand how exactly.
The overtime expenses? The overtime expenses are used for the zoning and building boards where, one of the.
To go and participate in those
Secretary of
boards?
The board, right.
Okay, so I think that zoning boards are their meetings are pretty consistent number a year. So again, I'm not sure how, if we're trending higher than you're being allotted, how people are gonna go to those meetings.
Well, the other part of that is, car hit a house, called by the fire department.
I'm
to
sorry.
investigate.
I'm sorry, Director Rodeo, we can't hear you. I know I can't.
Okay. Some of the other expenses for the overtime are related to fire department calls, car hit a building, fires. So we can't determine a dollar amount on that.
Of course not. You can't anticipate when there's gonna be an after-hour, emergency that an inspector needs to go to. However, if currently you have at least spent, I don't know, $6,000 through March in the current year, and that includes going to zoning board meetings, we at least know zoning boards are consistent, and then we know there are going to be some after-hours issues. So with $1,500, I don't even, I guess you'd have to tell me how much it costs to go to a zoning board meeting to make sure we're at least covering that, because that's something we can estimate.
Right.
Correct? It doesn't matter to me who answers, whoever knows the answer.
Well, yes, we can calculate that and get you. I don't have it on my hands right now, but yes, we did reduce overtime in this budget.
Okay, I just want to make sure, as Councilwoman Vargas, Council President Vargas, astutely said, that if the work is going to need to be done and we're just not budgeting for it because we plan to move it around, it's going to get done anyway. So the money's going to have to come from somewhere. Okay, there's that. And then just my final question is, I know that we pay rent, or like we lease the building that you're out of, correct? Correct, Director? It's not a city building, and I know CBDG is there too as well. However, maybe I just missed it, so correct me if I'm wrong. I don't see the rent anywhere in the 2 departments. Is it somewhere else?
Community development.
Yeah. The rent on your building is paid by? Huh? I know we have the rent covered, Counselor, and yeah. So let me get back to where it is in the budget, and I do apologize.
Okay, great. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And, oh, Director, a couple years ago, I know we funded like a half a year's worth or some kind of position for an inspector, because you needed an inspector. I know that because I put in for this specifically by moving money. That, you're still utilizing that, right? These two vacant positions?
Yeah, this
Is-
unfunded vacant positions.
Is
I
that, is
believe.
that we gave money for that year? Do you know? It was, you needed more inspectors. We moved money to fund it for half of a year. And I'm just curious if you're still operating with the same amount of staff, or when there were layoffs, did you get a layoff as well, or no?
Everybody, say that again?
Have you been working with the same amount of staff for the last couple of years? You haven't, hasn't been reduced?
It hasn't changed.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions on the expense side? Seeing none, we're going to move on to revenue. Again, this is group 1111. One question I have is on line item 42176, solar permits. Looking, just how is this calculated? The revenue itself, Director?
The dollar value of the permits.
That number fluctuates in value?
No.
The volume
Oh.
fluctuates, the actual calculation doesn't.
So this, why do you think this is going down $75,000 for the next fiscal year?
Through the chair to the counselor, in terms of a conservative estimate, as I said the other day, the Inflation Reduction Act, when I was doing revenues in terms of trending, this fiscal year through March, we're at 145, which is roughly a little less than 50% of the 275. If you annualize that, it's lower than the projection in someone's hitting an adding machine. But I think it's gonna be higher than just 9/12 because of the Inflation Reduction Act and all the incentives they're throwing at green energy. So I think it's in line with what we're seeing to date this fiscal year with additional potential solar projects.
Are there any projects coming on board that you are aware of already?
This is not just a big solar project, this is solar on houses. So any house can be getting it with the incentives being provided. It's somewhat, like Mr. Gasser was saying, you know, the programs that they're gonna avail themselves with the energy efficiencies, those type of programs will be available to households as well. So, am I aware of any in FY 25, people who are gonna put solar on their roofs? No, I don't, but it just, you know, you see it happening all the time, sir.
Thank you. I'm gonna budget order DeMayo. I know you have a comment or question.
Based on the trending of construction going down, it looks like the budget revenue estimate was increased from previous year. I'm wondering if there's any impending bigger projects that are gonna help you reach your goal, or do you think that that might be a little lofty?
For this fiscal year till,
For the budget 25, fiscal year 25.
we have a couple of good-sized projects. I don't know if they'll be permitted by that date, but there's a couple of good-sized storage, yards being, brought in for approvals. Some are in the planning stages.
And through the chair, getting back to the budget hearing of, Commissioner Pizzullo with what's in the hopper from, what I see in planning commission. There's a couple of larger residential subdivisions, apartment complexes that are, in the pipeline that, depending on, where interest rates go, could go to construction in FY 25. So yes, the permits going up, little less than 10% is not unrealistic. And the other thing that we're going into, as you're aware, that the construction cycle is starting up for the second half of the fiscal year, now until June. So that coupled with continuing into next fiscal year with some of the bigger projects we have going, is why those revenue line items were increased.
So it's, just to confirm on that, so going forward, you're trending right now annualized straight lined at 1,160,000. So basically on what you're saying is the projects that are coming now will cover this, will actually increase
Yeah.
it to the 1.4 million?
Yeah, so if I just may, Auditor DeMayo, as you're aware, some people will apply during the winter, but applications for construction usually start, and I'll let the director speak to this, but March through the end of the fiscal year, during the winter months, that people are doing planning for construction coming into the spring months. So that's why the simple straight line doesn't work. You've got to weight it compared to the same period last year in projecting it out, March to March. So it's just a different methodology, but you'll see permits pick up now that the weather's out and you can actually do construction. It's been my experience.
Thank you.
Councilman Campiano.
Thank you, Chairman. On the revenue line number 42172, administrative penalties, it went up 10 times, 2,500 to 25,000. Is there an explanation?
I'm sorry, Council, can I have?
Oh, it's been corrected?
No.
Was 42172. Administrative penalties.
Okay, and Counselor, if I could refer back to the March summary we just sent out to you, sir. So it's through this fiscal year, you can see, where we are, 33,000. I didn't know enough about the administrative penalties, if that was a one time. But the 25,000's in line, matter of fact, it's below what we've already seen this fiscal year to date.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you. To that end, I'm just wondering, so administrative penalties is working without permits and late filing fees. Director, to discover that people are working without permits, is that because you have inspectors going out there and finding people working without permits?
Correct.
Okay, so to that point, I think that it sounds like we're saying construction is going to be less busy on one side and that you don't need the help to do the work that corresponds with that. But on the other side, with the revenues going up, we're saying that in construction is going to go back up. So in order to do the work that we're making the revenue from, it seems as though, to me, you would need the staff in order to do that work to collect this revenue. So you can tell me if I'm just a very confused council person or how that makes sense.
Yeah, for next fiscal year, for certain the new fiscal year, there's gonna be more construction. I think more commercial construction, the bigger jobs.
So you might need more help in order to do that, no? At least part-time or overtime.
We manage with the staff we have. I really do. Could I use somebody? Make it easier on the rest of us? Yeah, but we're getting the work out. And I don't, what happens during the slow cycles where we don't need help?
Okay, so am I understanding correctly, you might need more help, you might, and that is why we might have to draw from different lines to get that money. I just want you to be able to, if we're saying that for you to collect this administrative penalties, I think that it's fantastic if we have inspectors who are going out there and finding people for doing work without permits. I think that that is excellent and that is their job, and I hope for them to do that. I just hope that they have the time in order to do that. Otherwise, we're not gonna be able to bring in this money if we don't have the staff to go out to collect it. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
And I'm complimenting that if you have people who can go out and do this, and if you can do more with less, fantastic. I just don't want to be overzealous in what we're trying to do. And if you tell me that with the staff that you have, you can go out and hit these revenue numbers, then more power to you. You're doing more with less, and that's what we're trying to do, I think, in this kind of a budget. But on one side, it seemed like we're saying construction is slow, and on the other side, we're saying construction is picking up. We have to pick a lane, essentially, I think. That's just a comment from me. Thank you.
Over the past 4 years, we've had quite a boom in construction, and I've done it with the same staff that we have right now. I don't anticipate anything more than 2 or 3 years ago when we kind of hit a high. So I think we can do it with the staff I have. I do.
Okay, excellent. All right, thank you, Director. I appreciate that.
On the administrative penalties, what exact, could you just walk me through that? Like what is it? And
Usually it's people working without a permit, they're fined. That's pretty much it.
do you think for fiscal year 24, do you think the increase, is it due to, has anything changed where the department is enforcing it more? Or is there just one big,
No, I don't think it's changed, whatever the volume is.
but there, to your knowledge, was there one significant fine that is resulting in that number being higher than normal?
I think it's a misposting. That's a lot of money.
So then it belongs to me. Yeah. Yeah, Counselor, in terms of what is part of that 33,000, the director's not sure, and he's wondering if it was an actual misposting. So if we can get you back the specifics on the 33,000. Yep.
Because if it is a misposting, then that would,
Ask, yes.
then the estimate is wrong. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but it's based. Yep, we can, yes, sir.
Council Vice President,
Thank you. Chairman, what number was that one?
that was line item 42172.
Okay, sorry, thank you. I just had a quick Thank you. Just want to cross out and ask the same question other council members have asked. Director, in the budget that's currently proposed, both on the revenue side, we obviously see revenues coming in, and on the expenditure side, we go from obviously salary to education programs and all the other expenses. As director of this department, are there any softwares, any type of ambitious goals that you would like to see this department do that pertains to budget request at all? I don't know right now, and maybe you can answer this for me, what software we're currently using to track any type of code enforcement, any penalties, any type of housing permits, just in general. What do you use right now? Maybe I'll start off with that question.
We have software, Vision, what's the name of the software? OpenGov, that we pay an annual fee to, and that's goes all our building permits, electrical permits, plumbing permits, gas piping permits. It covers everything and it tracks everything.
Okay, and where in your budget is that fall under?
Software.
No, it's in, I think, office expenses.
I didn't see it under.
Yeah, it's,
On here.
I want, through the chair to the counselor, there's not a specific line item software. But
Office
it-
expense.
it's OpenGov is the provider, it's view permit. And, I wanna, and I believe he does it out of departmental expenses. I think it's $17,000 a year for our our subscription.
And the fire department
Yeah,
just
but yeah, that's all.
ponied up on it
Yes.
too.
Okay, sorry, that's on the
Yeah,
expense side.
no software
Um,
licensing. I believe it's in his departmental expense line item.
just to say, so that is, sorry, what is it, 111, where are we? We probably have this one. Yep, it's under the 36.
Last year it was 30.
Okay, so it comes out of that $30,000 proposed budget.
The office, I believe it's the office is where he charges it to. Yes, that's correct, through the chair.
Okay. And so, extract from that the number of permits that we have for, depending on, whether it's housing, building, things along those lines?
Yeah, inspection reports, it does it all from start to finish. You can apply online. You don't need to come to the office, which I think that's why our permits pick up a little more too, because the inconvenience of coming to our office to get a permit.
Is that fairly new? Oh, how long have we had that system?
5 years I've been here. It was.
5 years?
Yeah,
Really? Okay. Okay. All right. And in terms of, my question kind of goes in terms of just salary and everything else, and that'll be my last questions. Are we backlogged at all? In any of the permits requests that are coming in?
are we, excuse
Is there
me?
any backlogs at all in terms of, permits being, submitted? And then also in terms of the staffing going out, to the roads and if there's any requests coming in from council members right now? For example, someone calls me and says, there's a nuisance property. It's visible, we can see it. We put in a request through the mayor's office, chain of command, and it goes down to you. In most cases, I actually copy you in emails. What is the time frame? Is that we backlogged in terms of
For an inspection? or-
taking, for even a nuisance property that gets reported?
Usually the next day or 2 days at most. It's
Okay.
By state law, I think it's 48 hours to make an inspection.
That gets logged into the OpenGov system that you have?
That's.
Or
what-
does that get logged into that system that you're purchasing, or is that an Excel
Yes, that's
spreadsheet?
part of the software. They can write in the inspection, that they made an inspection, it passed, it failed. If you're the applicant, you have access to that information.
Okay, so there's no, there, but do you still, they used to use an Excel spreadsheet to log in all of this, and and at one point I was asking about software potential that would be an impact on the department in terms of the budget. Do you still use Excel spreadsheets to actually,
No, for the permitting process, no.
for nuisance, you do?
Who said?
For nuisance properties or things that we call in?
Sorry, I have bad hearing.
Yeah, no, and I'm sorry, may I? She's not, the council's not asking about permits. She's asking about if a nuisance call comes in, do you use view permit for that?
Excel spreadsheet. For property maintenance issues, Excel spreadsheet.
Okay. Okay, got it. Thank you. So there's no other software that you foresee purchasing at all to ease
No,
the whole Excel spreadsheet? That's where I was really trying to land at.
okay.
You're
No.
not foreseeing any software purchases at all within the next fiscal year
No, I don't.
to improve any type of efficiencies in your department?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions on the revenue side? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Director.
Thank you, guys.
At this time, the committee is going to take a break. I'm going to call a recess from 12:06 until 12:35. At this time, I'm going to call the Special Finance Committee back to order from our recess. First, I do want to open up the floor before we start with Parks and Rec. I do want to open up the floor for any public comment from members of the public that wish to speak on any docketed items. Is there anyone in person who wishes to speak? Seeing none. Tom, is there anyone online?
There is no public comment.
Tom, there was no one online, correct?
Correct. There's no public comment.
Okay, we are now on group 1400, Department of Parks and Recreation. Do any members of the committee have any questions? Yes, on expenditures. Thank you, budget order. The one question I have to start, line item 55002, maintenance of trees, shrubs. Nothing was expended in 2021, nothing in 2022, and nothing in 2023. So I'm wondering, was there a administrative change where the money for that is, or the maintenance of trees and shrubs are being paid out of a different line item?
Yes, I believe they were coming out of 06 or 07. We did move some of that money. And I use that just for emergencies, anything that we can handle on the bike path or in people's yards. You know, it's a contract that we use. But we started to use that again recently.
The maintenance of trees and shrubs?
Correct.
Has it been used at all this year? Because
It wasn't, but I believe we started using it again.
how much do you think? I know it's here at 25,000, which, you know, that's $25,000 more than zero, which has been spent for the past, 2.7 years. So I'm just wondering what,
Right.
why 25,000?
Councilman, that could have been coming out of a state MPA or a blanket. I'll have to check. $5507, I see Northeast Tree was paid, so that is, I mean, that could be going, that would help my 506, 507 if we were paying trees with that account. Why it hasn't been done, I'll have to look into it with my administrative assistant.
Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Donegan. Welcome, Director Tassaglia. I had a question for you relative to the maintenance and upkeep of the parks under your watch as well, in terms of when there is trimming of bushes, cutting of grass, things like that. Are you doing that in your department? Number one is the first question. How much of that is being outsourced is the next question. And where is or are those expenditures properly identified in your budget?
We try to do as much, excuse me, as much work as we can on the park. Unfortunately, sometimes cleanups are required And the best and easiest way to do it is to have, someone go in. In doing the numbers, it would cost us a little under $500 with a foreman and two laborers to do a park, playground, or school, which is kind of hard during the day if kids are there. So on Saturdays, we will bring group in, either a couple different landscapers that do it for basically the same price or less on the cleanup.
So are any of your staff doing the tree cutting? And-
If we're able to, the stuff that is way above the ground that we can't do. Certain machines we don't have to get certain limbs and branches. I know on the bike path, if it's easy enough for us to cut and remove, we do it. Or we have to call professionals.
What would you say the percentage of that is done in-house and what percentage
Um,
of just the overall cutting, cleaning is done outside? What's the percentage?
A lot
would
of
you say?
tree cutting is being done. And I can be honest with you, it's a lot of homeowners, I couldn't give you a number. I can-
50% in-house, 50%?
I would say
outside?
50%,
Split
maybe
it
a little more,
50-50?
yeah.
With all of those activities?
Uh,
Or in other words, you've mentioned different categories
Yeah.
of the cleanups, tree trimming on the bike path, the field, bush trimming.
We try to
the
do
school-
everything.
You could, just let me finish. There's different categories you've described.
Mhm.
So if you're the department head, if you know that, you know what, we exclusively give the tree trimming to outside vendors, then tell me that. Like, I just want to have an understanding of what it is that your department actually does
Yep.
with respect to that type of upkeep and how much of that is going outside.
Well, I mean, I couldn't give you a percentage right now. I would have to look at some old records and tell you, but I would say it's over 50% that we do work on the bike path when we are able.
Then what about the baseball fields and football fields and soccer fields and all those fields?
We do all that ourselves.
Okay. Does that include the school playgrounds as well?
School playgrounds, we also service.
You don't use outside vendors for any of those?
Occasionally we do to go in on the weekends. Like I said, it's probably about the same amount of money if we were to have a foreman and two laborers on, which is required.
How often do you use outside vendors to do the school grounds and fields?
Seasonal, and I can check and give you numbers on that.
I see, you don't know. Okay. Right now. And where on the budget, Director Zadelis or Mr. Tisaglia, is it on the expenditures?
Through the chair to the counselor, if it's for, something such as trees on the bike path, it would be under that line item. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to defer to the director. He doesn't have many line items, so outside contractors primarily, would be the shrubs, and the trees and shrubs would be in that line item, which he has not spent.
So the one that's saying zero
Yes,
is
ma'am.
where it would be used.
um,
Okay.
Unless I'm sorry. if
I'm
I-
going to interrupt. I have a problem with that because I know for a fact that you've used vendors to do those things. So where
I
is it
did,
to
I did
date?
say we did use vendors. I mean, I'd have to go back and tell you the dates of them. We have all those records on when vendors are being used.
Please get that information.
Will do.
And Director Zadelis,
Yes, ma'am.
I would like for you to follow up. Thank you.
Councilman Ferry.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to ask you a general question. Because, I mean, you get at least one complaint a week from my constituents about either the bike path or playgrounds, okay? And Bain track, and it seems to be that the trend is that we're always reacting to these calls to either straighten things out or clean things up or empty garbage or whatever. And we're not being proactive to try and prevent them from happening again. And nothing personal. It's just that this is just a continuous thing. Constantly with the garbage, constantly with the garbage abating, the bike path and the parks. So it seems to me that if we want to do a better job at these things, we need to have some kind of a plan to do so. I see no increases here anywhere that would help you do your job better. And I know a lot of people that work for your department. And I know that some of them work really hard and they just can't seem to keep up with what they're doing because you don't have enough help or you don't have enough equipment. So do you feel that this budget helps you do a better job to satisfy the constituents of this city that have been complaining to all of us on a continual basis, year round? So do you feel that this budget helps you do a better job at serving the constituents of this city?
I wouldn't say it does, Councilman, but, you know, we're here to try to work with what we have with. I'm not gonna lie to you, I would take more money in just about every line item. I mean, I would love to have more to spend. But getting back to the garbage and the proactiveness and the complaints, there are times, Councilman, where I'll go down and I know my guys went to a spot. We have a sheet, a daily work sheet that my foreman give out to the gentleman, and they go and do it. So I'm just using a hypothetical situation, but it has happened. If you go down to Smith Street, say, I'll use a bigger park, let's say Doric, and I empty the garbage at Doric. And it happens more so at the Bain track than anywhere. We empty it. I know we went there. And then an hour or two later, there's garbage in there. And so when I go to sometimes hand remove it, because my guys are gone at 3 o'clock, and I've done that on numerous occasions, there's garbage bags from domestic households. And this is a lot of what you see at those tracks. And, you know, a lot of people put their home garbage there. And again, maybe we could do a public message to people to be more conscious about taking their private kitchen bags to our playgrounds and parks.
Right, so, but this is a continuous thing and it's not gonna go away.
Correct.
So we have to be more proactive.
So for instance, I saw a little writing that you had about how a group of yours walk on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Fridays, was it, or Thursdays? I told my workers, I said, you know, they're walking, there's a group there. We have to make sure we're cleaning up after them. So just be conscious of those days so the track is nice. We're on a schedule. We try to keep up as best we can.
My point is that I don't think that this budget gives you any chance to make an improvement on the complaints that we're getting. So that's my question, yes or no?
I would say yes, unless, you know, we find a way to have, you know, the people in the neighborhoods help us. But you're right. You're
And
correct.
there's no effort here to fill any of the vacancies you have.
I did want to. I had, you know, had a retiree this year. I had a retiree last year that never was filled. Lenny Lake, a heavy equipment operator, left, I believe, March 8th or 10th. I'm looking to fill that.
Did you request to have these positions filled?
I did.
When you were negotiating your
I
budget
did.
with the administration?
And I also requested, there are 2 young gentlemen on my staff that are eager to continue. They are what you call light equipment operators. They don't have to go and cut a field, get on a Kubota, and they're not big machines. They got CDLs because of their classification. So we're looking to do an in-grade, excuse me, testing. They've done it before. It's a private group. They go up to Plainfield Street. They test the gentleman, and then one of those people could be elevated to that spot. So what does that do? It gives us flexibility. The guys have never refused, but at sometimes, I mean, now and then you can see it where they could. I'm not driving the Kubota. It's out of my class. It's out of my class. The fact of moving 1 or 2 of them up, if I could move 2 of them to take those 2 existing heavy equipment operators that were lost, that would be beneficial. Now we don't have to move as many people around.
Thank you.
Councilman Wall.
So just looking at, and you guys saw 3 vacancies, right, in this budget. Now that's zeroed out in the budget, right?
Can't hear you.
There's, can you hear me now?
Yes.
I looked in the back of the budget. There are 3 vacancies in your department. Is that correct?
I believe two.
No,
Is there a
he's-
third?
I'm sorry, he's talking about the
Yeah,
zero funded.
yeah.
I
Yes.
believe the positions, the director was speaking to, one was a recent retiree. That position is funded in this budget because the person was on the books when we took the extract.
So I think I follow you. So the
Yeah.
3 that I saw in the budget,
Are ones that were not funded in the current fiscal year's budget, 24.
Mhm.
Those were not funded in the 25, but I believe, the director was speaking to a person who retired in March.
Correct.
That is funded. His position is in there at that individual's rate.
so those aren't
So,
zeroed
yeah.
out in the budget, is what you're telling me.
So what he was saying is if he brings somebody in at a lower amount, there is, for all intents and purposes, because the incumbent left at a higher salary, the new person's coming in new, one would say that the salary line is overstated, the difference between the higher person, so.
I really am requesting that we do it from inside our own department. They've done it in the past. Our department, Public Works, Highway. Again, it's an incentive thing to give those people the work morale that someday they could be the foreman if they progress up.
So so that position is still in the budget. So you're looking to hire, actively looking for someone to do that.
Well,
job.
I must have lost a position last year. I had put in for when Tom Connell retired. That wasn't funded. I'm not sure if that's, it wasn't filled. I'm not sure if that was funded and it's still funded. I don't see it.
So that would probably be a 0.
I
Most
go
likely,
back and double
if you
check
take
it.
a look,
It's
yeah.
just, I
All
can
right.
say with no uncertain terms if the position was filled. And I should say, filled and funded or even funded in last year. We carried forward all of those. So in terms of the position that the director was talking about, I'm gonna have to go back and look at that individual.
And the other 3 are positions that we do not intend to fill, and
In this budget, no, they're not funded in the FY 25 budget, Council.
thank you.
Council Vice President.
Thank you. So because that person, that position is now vacant, the recent retirement, is that going to impact longevity at all?
Indulge me for 1 minute.
Sure.
Like go to my longevity page. Who's the gentleman?
Lenny Lake.
And I'm gonna make a generalized comment while I'm trying to get to the right page. With longevity, and it's a person who retired, would assume it would cascade down to longevity as well.
Unless someone else bid within the city of which,
Who has
from a different
longevity.
department, right? Because you don't have to be in Park and Recs. You can be in the same union and bid
Request
for it
a
as well.
transfer, which theoretically, the two directors would work that out and agree on it. If they agreed on it, that's fine. You don't want to take away from one department, just want to make sure.
But
we're
that
all-
longevity could be different because it all depends
Correct.
on the number of years.
Yep.
To answer your question directly, the retiree is longevity. So, depending on how they build it, it would affect not only the salary, but longevity.
Okay. Got it.
However, Councilwoman, what the plan I have would be to, and the department has, is to elevate one of our existing guys there. And there's only one spot open. There was, there was 2 from the previous year, but that doesn't look to be in the.
What was the title of that position? The one that you don't think? was
It was
added?
the same, it was a labor equipment operator,
Okay.
Tom Cornell. So in other words, if these 2 kids were eligible and pass the test, I could push them up. If I'm only one spot, I mean, obviously high person on the test, seniority would rank on who would go to that spot. The luxury of it is if they both pass, he will remain in his same spot, light equipment operator, but will still be able to drive the machines that he's not in contract to drive right now. And there's nothing big because they have CDLs. It's just the way it's set up. They're
Okay.
cutters. And if, for instance, if we have 2, 3 grass cutters and these kids that are, they don't come in, we're not going to get the grass cut, So we got to make sure that those guys do, they cut fields once, sometimes twice a week.
Okay, thank you. So, in terms of your part-time help, that's gonna be decreased because you don't,
It seemed like we didn't use as much this year. I recently transferred some money over. It's a tad low, but I think we can get by with that. It's generally all stuff for past story. I use no part-time help at the Blue Room, at the stadium, my crew. In the past, they used to allow us to have summer help, which I hear before me was quite beneficial for weed whackers, trash picker-uppers. You put a foreman with a crew of kids and you employ some kids for the summer, but that has not happened since I've taken my position.
okay, thank you. The playground attendant wages, that went up to 20?
Yeah, I mean, we were looking at supervisors and just the cost of the minimum wage.
Okay, so this is obviously the playground camp, correct?
Yes, that's what that's
Okay.
exclusively used for.
So how many, and I saw the announcement that we're currently recruiting, starting at 16 years old.
It might-
And
yeah,
so
it might
that's
have
great.
happened this
How
week.
many did we have last? And so how many new, are we adding numbers to that? Or
gonna
is
get
it
the-
strictly on because we're increasing wages?
Increasing wages, hold on one second.
Because it looks like we're roughly now at going over by 3, right? Roughly 3,000, yep. Almost 4.
So the summer camp breakdown that my assistant and myself came up with, it was a camp assistant director. It's a $20 an hour wage. And there are 2 of them. There's supervisors at $16 an hour. There are 8 of them. And there are counselors. And this year, I still believe it's at 14 until January. Is that correct?
Well, I
The
don't,
rate, the hourly rate, it hasn't gone up yet, but there's anticipation, some minimal upgrades, but nothing to the 15. Right, so I didn't figure, there's 55 of those basically counselors, the younger, the 16s and 17-year-olds. 6 weeks, and there's numbers on each one of those lines that I just read off.
so we're not increasing the number of campers?
Oh, yes,
well?
yes, they are increasing, yep, which means that we're adding more counselors to accommodate
What
the
explains.
workload, yeah.
Okay, so what's the number of campers we're allowing for this year?
I'd have to check with Scott and Regina. They take most of the registrations. They're looking to increase it at every site.
Okay. And so then,
Council Vice President, can I?
absolutely.
How many hours per week are all those positions?
It's 40 hours a week for the camp assistant director and the supervisor and 37 and a half for the young counselors.
We have to give them health insurance during that time.
Seasonal, I don't believe.
Oh, they're seasonal. They're
Yes.
considered seasonal.
Yeah.
All
Please.
right. Because the other director coming in is part-time but it's seasonal. Okay, got it. Thank you for that. The other one was the maintenance of trees that was already added. Recreation expenses went up a little bit as well.
They did, prices of things just go up. I'm looking at, that is just about everything we buy in the fields. So I just thought an increase was justified.
Got it. Are you paying any cell phones right now?
I
Your
believe
department?
myself and my general foreman have city cell phones.
Okay, thank you. And
I
that
think there's
comes,
just two. I could check. I don't believe my assistant or my administrator is on that plan. I think it's just the two of us.
okay. Just trying to figure out which line item. I think I saw it in here.
Oh, it's, let's see.
Under recreation expenses, okay, so that's under that line item. And so then your stadium and field supplies, that went slightly up, but.
Yeah, I put in for the same amount for both line items. Again. we- Yeah, I mean, they came back with that number and that's what we're here for, to try to, see what's comfortable.
If I may, through the chair, back to, if you just look at your March report, encumbered 37,000, actual expenditures, great. So this year, it's trending, if all the encumbrances are paid, to be 140,000. You know, again, the mayor's budget upped it $5,000 in terms of, excuse me, stadium and field supplies for usage, so it's a little higher, assuming that there's no additional expenses beyond the 37,000. So it's in line or a little higher than the current trend as we speak.
Okay, thank you. I would assume, clearly, we can see the zeros across for pool preventative maintenance and pool supplies.
However, Councilwoman, I did want to say that, I did put in for something for that, just for prep and cleaning stuff. We had been down there a few times getting stuff out of there, my own department. And again, that's.
At the pool,
Yes, yes, they were going to start the demo and I guess the person doing the demo or they could not, they had to have everything out of there that we wanted to capture. Some stuff I captured. There's still a few other items we could probably use around the stadium that I can go get. They're not, but we did throw out some damaged stuff and contaminated stuff from the pool.
so you said you're adding some funding towards the pool, so.
No, it's showing up as a zero.
But you did request?
I requested 10. I was gonna use that for the splash pad prep. Which I
Okay.
could probably capture that from, 06 or 07 if I had to. It's not much the second year round. Shouldn't be as expensive as opening up as the first year, but there is some cost in getting that thing going.
Okay. So
So-
will you have the funds for that splash pad and those pools?
Not
those pools, but the pool if it opens? Following
That's,
year?
I'm gonna have to try to find that from the 06 or 07. I mean, I don't know if I would need the whole 10,000. But it would be good to use in case, there's a malfunction or there's something we have to put into it.
All right, if you use it from the 06, I mean, you're still at the negative. And I know this current year was 135 and so that's why they proposed it for the extra $30,000. So that's where you would be taking it out of? Is that one of the reasons why it's higher?
If I just may speak first to the splash pads. Right now, they're still under warranty. So in terms of, getting it opened, if there is a
They'll be
problem,
responsible. Yeah.
the contractor is responsible. Now I'm sorry, your second question was cost for the pool. That right now, we don't know what the operational costs of the pool will be. And once again, with the exception of operational, costs, the pool, if you're speaking to the one that's soon to be under construction. That will, be taken out of is one of the, whether it be the, most likely the recreational expenses line item, if we need to cover costs.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Are there any other questions? Councilwoman Rensley.
Thank you, Chairman. Director, as far as office supplies and expenses, it looks to be normal as far as on the expenditure side, but on what you're asking for, but in the actuals, there's like a $31,000 charge. Is it possible that something like the trees got taken from there? I don't know what you would have bought for office supplies for 31 grand.
No, that's,
I'm unfamiliar with that change. I mean, I see it, but it was explained to me. I just need it.
no. She's saying.
So I'm
Oh,
just
that-
saying that
Fiscal
maybe
year.
that's where, I
Right.
mean, someone would have to see if a tree company was charged under office supplies, but that would make sense. I'm just saying, obviously you have to look at it, but I just noticed that seemed weird. Then also, as far as overtime, last year you were appropriated $160,000. It's not running over, but knowing that a lot of sports with overtime take place in the spring,
What line item?
looking at overtime,
Yeah, I had put in for extra and I just came back, this is what was presented to me for us to amend and debate.
okay, so, but I mean, what I mean to say is, it would be great if you could only use $135,000 in overtime, but as we both know, if there are games and there are things
Mhm.
that we need people at, which it seems like you're going to hit the 160.
Yeah, and again, Councilwoman, I don't call in overtime unless it's mandated. Very rarely, I think 2 or 3 times this year, I took in a crew to do the Alzheimer's Center on a Saturday. That's overtime. There might have been 1 or 2 other times where 4-hour shifts, I took them in, but mostly that's sports
It's
fields.
for games.
Yeah.
You have, I
um,
mean, if there's lights,
Yeah, not so
people need
much
to
for
do
the
that.
baseball. The overtime is only Saturday, Sundays are holidays, the Dragon Lines in the morning. But the turf field between soccer, lacrosse, football, and believe it or not, even baseball will use it when the fields are wet. They can take some ground balls. We, have to get that ready and we're there. So it's just an expense.
I am in complete agreement with you. I'm saying it looks like you will spend, I think you will spend more than $135,000 in overtime, even if you
Yeah.
don't want to. I think
Right.
you have to, because
Right.
the games will call for that. So how, I would say to Mr. Zidelis, where will that come from if we're only, it's one thing to say, we would like you to live within your means.
Right.
But when they can literally not live within their means because there are sporting events that don't allow them to live within their means, Director Zidelis, what do you propose for that?
Through the chair to the counselor, I can't speak at this particular point in time as to the mandatory overtime that you're saying or as the director was saying. I will say to make this overall budget, both generally and department specific, that we increased other line items in the one, I don't want to call it discretionary, but overtime was the one that we had to ratchet back in the process of balancing the budget. If I can get back in terms of how many hours are required for what you would refer to as mandatory overtime, if I can get back a report on that, it would be greatly appreciated.
Okay, fantastic. I would appreciate that. And the legal services fund, is that similar to
Yes.
any other department where it's a
Chair,
benefit,
yes,
not anything with legal?
that's the payroll expense that we have to appropriate out or pay out. That's correct.
And this is kind of teetering on the revenues, but it is a question about expenditures, Chair. Director, is it possible that when we are having mandatory overtime, in order to make up for that, can someone who's being charged an outside source charged to use a field, can they be charged extra in order to cover our expenses? Because it, if it's $150 to use a field,
Yeah.
but they're using it at night and that causes us to spend X amount of additional costs, can they incur those costs?
I don't incur any of the lights into it. What I do is it's a general $200 an hour for teams that rent from out, that aren't consistent renters. I have a couple groups, a WIFA soccer, a Bruno soccer. They use it 4 nights a week, winter into the spring, fall. We locked in at 150 and it makes sense if they're using it that much per hour. CLCF has a different rate. And that's a topic we're going to discuss with them. They're 125. What people got to realize on a 2-hour, I had some numbers here if I can find them. On a 2-hour shift, for instance, if I have one person on, he's a $27 an hour guy. The overtime, it's say, whatever. We'll make a little money on 2-hour gig, but if there's a big event and there's people coming in the stands and I got to put 2 laborers on, that requires a foreman be with him for that gig. And that's when we're paying a lot of money for these guys to be there. If 4-hour shifts is not good, 8 hours, we'll grab a little money. And there are 9-hour days. That football goes from 8 in the morning till 7 at night sometimes on Sundays between 2 Edgewood group and the CLCF group. So it's a taxing day. We sometimes break the shifts up in 2 4s if we can. That's how we try to handle it. But I see what you're saying.
And just a question, do the schools pay for anything to use our
Schools do
field?
not pay for anything with turf usage, or baseball fields. And I'm not sure, I was here previous to the agreement, but it has something to do with, oh God, no, I'm sorry about that. That's the gym usage that they accommodate buses for us for our camp and when we need it. I'm sorry, but no, the schools, Cranston East High School, West, lacrosse, any turf activity is just,
Like, as
assumed.
though it belongs to,
It's
we kind
assumed.
of trade, we
Yeah.
barter
Yep.
things to make it even.
yeah, and again, it's not the worst thing that they're playing there.
All right, thank you.
Are any other questions on the expense side? Seeing none, to revenue. Council Vice President previously had asked some of the questions regarding the Parks and Rec receipt that I was going to ask. This is proposed to go up $50,000 for this year. The price for camp, that's flat, right? That's staying the same, or is that going up?
I believe they may have gone slightly up, Councilman. I could text you that tonight if I have it at the office. I think it slightly did go up.
So that's going up slightly, and
Correct.
when you send those numbers over, if you could send the price from 2023
Mm-hmm.
versus the price of 24 and an estimate of how many were there in 23 compared to how many you expect for 2024.
Okay. What I have for projections, I'm going on 23 here. There was about 220,000 that was projected, 213, and then there's always late deposits that come in after camp starts. But most of them are captured before July 1. But there are some that we still have to capture after that. From my numbers that I put together, with the groups that we rent to and money coming in from the camp, I expect about 365,000 to come in. It could increase because we're still going to rent more fields between now and July. And like I said, the camp deposits will trickle in. There's some late. There's always a couple checks that bounce here or there. So we chase that also.
I'm sorry, the 365 number,
Mhm.
that was for the current fiscal year, or?
This is what I'm projecting from what I rent out and what I expect to get. For instance, Rima baseball, 10,000, WIFA soccer, 20,000, Scorpion soccer, 10,000. So those are all the go-to outside groups that I rent to. And then there are isolated rentals for football and soccer that will capture some money, and I'm anticipating looking on what they used last year, what they have booked for this year to come up with these numbers.
Thank you, Director. So so 365 is the projection.
That's my projection, yes. But
The
again, that
budget-
should increase. That should
Okay.
increase.
Because the budget for fiscal year 25 is 425,000. So that's a $60,000 increase.
And if I may bring on that one.
Go ahead.
And through the, Mr. Chairman, going back to, as you said, the 2023 budget. The 426, I believe it will come in higher this fiscal year once we open up with the rentals and the camp fees. So the 25 budget's more analogous with the actual we've seen in 23 with the increased fees and the increased participation. So that's an estimate on my part.
Okay, but so what I'm hearing then is the 425 is based on the 2023 actuals, but at the same time that we're expecting more people to be signed up for the camp this year and at an increased price. So that 425 number could very well actually go above that.
Through the chair, yes, it could. But right now, the 425 is with all those factors, yes, the estimate right now. That's correct, sir.
So, Director Salia, if, like I said, if you could, and I'll send you an email, that
Mhm.
way you kind of know exactly what I'm looking for. Just the price for camp for the summer of 23 per person versus and I know it's varied based on, one kid, 2 kids, how many weeks.
Yep.
Versus 24, but also the estimate, how many enrolled you expect for 23 versus 24, because the difference there could be, 5, 10, whatever it might be, could be increased. Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you. Is camp captured backwards? Like, will we capture the 2024 camp in this budget because we start collecting fees now and the actuals to date look
Right.
kind of low?
Yes, so what Director Zadelis was saying, next year with I'm not saying substantial increase, I don't want to scare anyone, but with the planned increase.
Increases now.
It's
But-
always, we're recognizing activity, it's prepaid. So every year,
Mhm.
We can assume that.
so when we talk about when we talk about the 26 budget, again, it's, yes, ma'am.
Mhm.
Okay, so but with the actuals of now, as of before June 30th, are we going to collect the camp for this summer, which is at an increased rate and at an increased number of children? Are we going to hit this
Yeah,
375
they'll
or
be-
we're going to go over it?
I think we're gonna go over it because of the timing.
Okay,
Next year's.
and then next
participation,
year's will,
and
but
then
we don't
next year's
anticipate,
Thereafter.
what I mean to say is we don't anticipate raising the price again next year.
Okay, for the FY, what you're saying is for the FY 26. Right now, this year's, right, well, I think we'll hit it will be more than 375 because of what, the director said. As we go to look at next year's budget, I don't know what we're doing with rates, but you were talking about.
At least what we're getting
increase.
this year.
Yeah, so
Okay.
it's
All right,
a timing issue.
okay, thank you.
Councilman Ferry.
I'll be really quick. This is more of an expense question. It's been announced that we're going to be running this program this summer to like bus people to other pools or something. Where is that on the expenses?
You've already asked the question, so I'm going to let it happen, but if everyone could just please try and stick to.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Recreation expenses, 5506, 5507. Now, if. Yes.
Do you know what the number is to do that?
I'm sorry,
Specific, the
Councilman?
specific amount of money that's allocated to do that?
I kind of roughly figured about, well, there's two different programs that are gonna happen, okay? And the Park View Pool is one that I have numbers on if, in fact, that is gonna take place, which the mayor wants. If it's a 5-day week, that's gonna be about $8,600 for the 6-week program. If it's a 3-day week, it would be about 59. So within 10, I can do something with that. As far as the YMCA goes, I've met with them and I'm meeting again with them on Tuesday with Paul McCauley, a new executive director. When I met with the director of the facility, she wasn't mirroring the same program they gave us 2 years ago with Free Cranston residents. So I'm trying to capture that back. She gave me other options about 16 kids at a time for open swim, $150 an hour. In meeting with the other executive director, I'm trying to see, as partners of the YMCA, we share parking lots, we do a lot together, what they can do for us there.
So there will be some type of a
Absolutely.
program that
Absolutely.
because we basically promised this.
Yes, and
And-
also we have touched base with the Ripter and leaving from in front of City Hall. Will be, I'm trying to see what time it leaves. I want to say 9:40, back home at 4:40 or 3:40 from City Hall. Again, that comes with a slight fee, though.
And you have enough money allocated to do all this?
Yeah,
Okay, thank you very much.
From City Hall to where?
one of the South County beaches, I want to say,
Sorry, talking about the Ripta beaches?
yes.
Oh, okay, there, never mind.
Thank you, Chair.
Are there any other questions on the revenue side? Council Vice President.
It's not on the revenue side, but I just didn't know if this question on the budget pertains to CDBG or it pertains to Park and Rec. Because there's money that is proposed to be used from the budget. And I just couldn't, I can't find, I was
From the
behind it.
CBG, from CBG?
Yeah, to Smith
I would
Street,
welcome
and I
that.
don't know where that is on here. That's why I'm trying to figure it out on the budget.
This is just his tax levy expenditures.
Okay, but he's overseeing the project.
Correct.
In general, from CDBG funding out of
Right.
the budget. Where would Smith Street be in the budget?
I'm
So
confused.
there's CDBG funding that's being used for Smith Street Playground. I'm just trying to figure out in the budget, where do I see that?
Construction. It's, okay, it wouldn't be on this budget.
Right.
It's an expense for the block grant.
Okay, okay,
That's what
I'll just
that's what
double check on that. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on revenue? Seeing none, Director Tasalia, thank you very much. And if there's any communications regarding sign up, registration for summer camps, please, get that to us and, I know we'll all be happy to share that. And I look forward to the opening day for the splash pad this
I
year.
believe they went out last week, right? And so now it's all game on now, so, and if you need other solid dates, I can get them to you, Councilman.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Yes, we'll go community development.
Good afternoon, Chairman and council members.
Director, thank you for being with us this morning and afternoon. And again, we appreciate everything that your department does for residents in the city of Cranston. At this time, I just want to ask, each year you give us a kind of a breakdown of what's coming in terms of funding and kind of where we're going to see that money allocated for different projects or grants or programs. Could you give us a little bit of a rundown on what it looks like for this coming fiscal year?
Sure. This year's budget is obviously, it's pretty straightforward. It's based upon a grant that we get from HUD, as well as carryovers from previous years, as well as program income. We are regulated by HUD, so our budget comes together very easily. There are certain categories that we have to fund to minimums, and there's also some that have maximums. That's why when we do this, a simple explanation is whatever the grant is, and we have not received the final number yet. So the numbers you see in the budget are an estimate. We always estimate that we're going to get a grant of approximately $1 million. It could be up or it could be a little less. When we get the actual letter from HUD, we will know definitely, and numbers can be adjusted then. But basically, 20% of whatever the grant is goes towards program administration. And the balance of it has to go to low to moderate income projects throughout the city, depending on location. Like I said, there's public service. There is we have a housing program. We also have public facilities that we fund. Just to give you an idea, some of the public facilities, we give grants to the Hope Alzheimer's Center. Senior Services receives some money from us, CCAP. We have a heating assistance program that we administer through CDBG department itself. Day One, Elizabeth Buffram Chase Center, and these are all facilities. Well, most of them are in Cranston, but some of them may be outside the city of Cranston. But the funds can only be used for Cranston residents that are utilizing those facilities. As far as the housing program, we have a rehabilitation program where if a homeowner meets the HUD guidelines for income, they could be eligible for either a 2% or a 0% loan. We have contractors, we put them out to bid. The bids come back, the low bid gets the job, and depending on what they are, either a 0 or 2%, their payments are very low, obviously at 2%. Some of them don't have to pay back at all. They're included in that is also a $7,500 maximum grant, meaning that, let's say a project or a job was $20,000, they would only have to pay back $12,500. So, public facilities I already mentioned, and obviously we also do a lot with Tot Box. As Councilwoman has mentioned, we are paying for the Smith Street Playground. We also just completed upgrades at Calise Field as well as Florida Avenue. And that money exhausted the last of our COVID funding. That would be going away at the end of this fiscal year. So we came up with those two programs and took care of those two Tot Box. That's a quick overview. Like I said, it all depends on the income of the person that comes into our department. As far as citywide projects, we're also restricted there. We have, according to mapping, there are areas in the city that are classified as low mod areas. In those areas, we can do street paving, things like that.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. You know, a lot of, many residents are able to benefit from the programs run through your department. And again, it's appreciated. The number projected for the 2025 budget, the projected federal award is down $200,000. Is that just a change in census data at the municipal level?
Yeah, if you look at the award, that also includes carryover from previous years. So in each case, for example, the awards for 23 was $1,061,374. In 22, it was $1,054,000. 21, it was $1,144,000. So it's pretty consistent. We always estimate at this time of the year that it's going to be $1 million, and that's how we come up with that amount there. The extra money that's there, like I said, is from carryovers from previous years, as well as estimated program income for the next 3 months.
Thank you, Director. Are there any questions? Councilman
I'd like
Paplaskas.
to have a quick comment. I know we're running tight on time. Just want to say great job. I received some calls from residents that you've helped, and your office has been phenomenal. So just want to
Thank
let
you.
you know the feedback that I've gotten.
Thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you, Director. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Director, welcome. All right, we're gonna do expense revenue, alternating, but we're gonna stick to one group. So we're gonna start with group 1600. That's Senior Services Administration. Are there any opening comments you want to lead with, or do you want us to jump right into questions?
Probably easier just to jump right in.
All right. Do any members of the committee have any questions? Seeing none, we will move into the revenue category. Director, the one question I have for group 1600 on the revenue side, again, based on the numbers I was looking at for last month, running under, just
Yeah, we have, most of the revenue that's generated from the senior center in these categories is coming from grants from the cities and states, federal. That usually is a timing issue because we have to get to that point and then we file, and it's months later before we actually see the money. So it's more of a timing issue, projecting that we should be on track by the end of the year.
There any other questions on 1600? All right, let's move to 1601. Are there any questions? Council Vice President?
Sorry, just a quick question on that salary. It's 56,570 proposed, but your hospitalization went down, but your salary went up. But it's not part-time, I would assume, because, right? I'm just trying to figure out.
Yeah, a one.
is there no like health insurance that's, is that what's declining? Is there,
Oh, I'm sorry. We have two.
yeah, the salary is 56.
I think because we self-insure, I believe that it was probably
Or the-
inflated because of the person that was working in that position was out for an extended period of time for a major surgery. So I don't know why else. New person, yes, just
Okay.
started six.
Yeah, if
6
I,
months ago?
Counselor, FY 20, the current year's budget, FY 24, would have been the plan that the previous incumbent may have been on. So the 18,000, and I don't know if who the previous incumbent was in 01, it's a different person now.
Correct, that is correct.
That would have been the insurance plan for the previous incumbent. What you have before you is the 10,596 is the actual plan, could be a single plan for the current incumbent. So it's, the insurance is tied to the employee.
So we had an employee, that employee does not have potential, maybe family, or so it could be a single health insurance when it went down by one employee?
So through the chair to the council, the 18 grand was the plan for whoever was in that position a year ago when we built the budget,
This fiscal year, yep.
the current fiscal year.
Mhm.
The 10,000 is directly tied to the new employee who had, that particular person's health insurance. So as an example, I was saying, I don't know if the past employee had a more expensive plan, a family plan. But I can say that the actual insurance is tied to the employee, not the job title. So the change, and I can go back and triple check it, is because the new employee has a different plan.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions on 1601? Seeing none for expense, are there any questions on 1601 on the revenue side?
Just a
Councilwoman?
quick question on that one, on 1601. That revenue right there, service programs. Is that like the lunch and everything else? Like
No,
what
that's,
they're
that would
paying
be
into?
membership and programs. We charge
That's
nominal
that's solely
fees for
that.
certain
Okay.
memberships or
That-
programs.
So are fees going up?
Membership's going up a little bit. We're starting to see more people in each of our classes. So we're starting to see a little bit more revenue coming in. So we increase it slightly.
These are seniors, a lot of them are on restricted budget, and I know inflation, everything's going up, but I'm just wondering how much of an impact do you think that's actually gonna have on our seniors?
We're holding our line on everything that we're doing. We're probably absorbing a little more of the cost than some of our instructors. We're starting to see some instructors kind of inch up a little bit. We have a whole litany of different instructors, but everything else is kind of holding. I mean, meals for us is $3 donation. That's federally mandated. There's nothing we can do about that. So that's holding steady and that's a donation. So if they can't afford it, they still get lunch. So I'm not seeing a whole lot of things that we're raising our prices on or raising our fees on. So we should be pretty solid.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, group 1602. Adult daycare. We'll start on the expense side. The part-time help looked like it was running over budget through February. I'm sorry. Looks like it was running way down. Is there which is, it is a good thing, but is it due to difficulty finding help or?
We're challenged. Most of our part-time help, we have part-time RNs and we have part-time, trying to find part-time CNAs, and that's a challenge. So right now we're using hired services for one of our CNA position because we can't find part-time CNAs. So we're probably washing out a little better right now. And I think we're going to continue with that model as we go into next year. So, but if we could find more CNA help, we would love to have it. That's part of what we're looking for.
What you're doing currently, if you're to continue that into next year, do you think we would continue to see a cost saving?
I would hope so. But what I don't want to do is leave myself short in that's a critical area. I don't want to leave myself short with help. That's too important.
Yeah, understood. Are there any other questions on the expense side? Seeing none, what about on the revenue? Is there any questions on revenue? Okay, moving on to group 1603. This is senior services, social services. Are any questions on the expense side? The only thing that popped out to me was nutrition program, it's line item line item 57701. Nothing has been spent through this year. Do you anticipate expenses coming up in the
Yeah,
last quarter?
that basically funds our holiday meal programs. So that'll just get transferred over to the nutrition center. It just hasn't happened yet.
Are there any other questions on the expense side?
Thanks. I don't know if I misunderstood. Welcome, Director Craddock.
Thank you.
Sorry. It's been a long week and day for all of us, but we appreciate you being here. The nutrition program, you said it's for the holiday meals and it's $3,000. But we already had a couple holidays in this fiscal year, so what am I missing?
This is basically funds the meals that we make for delivery out to the seniors just prior to Christmas and just prior to Thanksgiving. So it's just an accounting. We just haven't moved the money over to nutrition to support that plan. That's all that is.
Understood.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yep.
Any further questions on the expense side? Okay, seeing none, move over to the revenue side. There's one line item, that's 47120. My question is, this is going up like 1,000%?
Yeah, we actually, if, it kind of offsets by looking at the admin. We receive a designated grant and the 3D grant from the state. We just kind of allocated the money where it appropriately belongs. So we took it out of, if you notice that admin went way down and then you saw the increases in social services and Transvan. We just kind of moved the money because those basically, that grant supports those positions in those departments. Traditionally, it's just always gone to admin, but we've decided to actually make it more accurate in how we allocate the funds.
Thank you. So it's just a reclassification on where the money is being put
Yes.
in the line.
The
Okay.
total overall revenues are down, but there's two specific reasons for that. We could talk about that when we get to the next departments.
Any other questions on 1603 revenue? All right, seeing none, we're moving on to 1604. Director, there's a On line item 51302, there's a decrease of about $41,000 for hospitalization.
I think that's also related. We've actually hired two new drivers this year. So I think if you also notice that we also had a one increase in hospitalization buyback. So I think it's the new plans that we're actually going through. So we now have a full complement. We have 4 full drivers plus the supervisor.
Okay, moving on to, oh, there's no revenue. Oh, no, yeah, there is. Sorry. Are there any questions on the revenue side? Okay, group 1605. Director, line item 51200, part-time help, kind of the same question. Is this a faulty to staff or?
It's more related to remind everyone, last year in January, we eliminated ourselves as a caterer. We stopped that business. So when we put our budget in for this year, we had very little data to work with since we put the budget in March and we didn't actually eliminate the program until January. So this was kind of our best estimate. And now we're kind of refining it based on having significantly more data. So I think the 55,000 is accurate for what we are actually using the teams for now, so.
Okay, thank you. And the other question I have is on line item 57701. On the nutrition program, the budget is staying the same. What's it? So it's annualized this year at 209. 09193. Okay. Do you, with the kind of the phasing out of that program, do you think that expenditure is going to remain the same, or do you think it's going to?
It'll remain the same. This is annualizing out. This is kind of what we're looking at for, we've been in this program for the entire fiscal year. So I anticipate that that's what's going to roll over into next year. And I think it's pretty accurate that we're going to spend that much on food for the number of meals that we serve.
Thank you. Council President.
Thank you. I had a question on the salary schedule. The proposed budget says it's 51100, 169,555, but when I go to the actual salaried positions, even including the zeroed out for the vacant positions, it's actually 269. It's a different number. Am I missing something?
Through the chair to the, Madam Council President, if I just may. could you
Sure,
repeat
yeah.
your-
I'm not looking at the small packet in the large budget book. If you
Okay.
go to group 1605, 51100 salary schedule, it says that for the proposed budget, it's 169,555, but the correlating detailed listing of the actual salaried positions gives a total that's over $100,000 more.
Okay, and I have to go back, you're in a large
Yeah, if you,
book.
if you want through the chair, do you want me to just bring it down to you and show you?
Yeah, because I
Thanks.
didn't bring my large book. Yeah, no. I have to get back to you because oh, man, dude, no.
It's
If
with
I-
the benefits.
It's, yeah, the salary there,
It's
so
the
that's
150.
all in, that's the salary.
And that you're not seeking to fill the vacant positions, right?
No.
The, that's yours.
Yep.
Yep, those two are not funded.
Okay, and then one last question. Is my understanding correct? The reason why you're not filling some of those vacant positions is because the kitchen services, the food services have changed, correct?
Dramatically, correct.
We're no longer supplying other cities and towns, right?
Pre-COVID, we were doing 5,000 meals a week. After COVID, we were doing 2,500. Now we're down dramatically.
So the chef position that is filled is sufficient to satisfy the needs within your senior services
That is
department?
correct.
Okay, that's it. Thanks.
Are there any other questions on the expense side? Seeing none, revenue for Group 1605, nutrition. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to Group 1606. This is the RSVP program.
Correct.
There any questions? No questions? Moving on to the revenue side. Director, the revenue is running slightly under.
Yeah,
This-
it's the same as a timing issue. It's a federal grant that we utilize through AmeriCorps. So it's just a matter of when the reports go in and when the money comes back in, but it's basically a guaranteed $75,000.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's all of them, right? I'm not missing any others?
That is all
Okay.
of them, all 6 or 7 of them.
Director, I know we kind of, when we went through this expeditiously, is there anything before you leave you want us to know?
I mean, we're trying to expand our programs. We're now doing a trip a week through our trans van, which is one of the things that the seniors are very excited about. We're seeing increases in the number of our programs. We're starting to look at doing more evening programs because that actually just to kind of break up the seniors' day. So I think it's going really well and I'm really happy with everything so far. So I think we're going to have a really good summer. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Director. The tax assessor, did he let me know that he was going to be back around 2:00? That he wanted to, so we'll get. All right. Mr. Lima, come on down. Come downstairs. Director, your 3 minutes begin now.
Thank you very much, Chairman, members of the council, Council President, Nick Lima, the registrar, on behalf of the Board of Canvassers for our 25 operating budget. First thing I'd like to say is if you look at our current operating budget for this fiscal year, it's really not comparable to what we're doing in the fall elections, and that's because of we're not only doing one, but 2 special elections and 3 total elections. So the balances are all off this year, and it's not very informative for looking at trends for next year. As such, this budget was built off of the previous presidential election, which was held in FY 21 and 2020. As you know, we have 4 citywide elections this year, which is unprecedented. It's 5 elections in 13 months, 11 total elections since June of 2020, which is also unprecedented for our office. We currently have 60,237 registered voters, 39,000 of which will likely vote in this fall's presidential election. This budget requests $225,000 for the fall 2024 election, and we are doing more with less, because in 2020, we spent about $300,000 for the presidential election. That was partially due to COVID. However, we have made significant improvements since then, including election law changes that have saved us funds by lobbying the General Assembly, and efficiencies gained from redistricting when we reduced the total polling places from 30 to 26. That year, we also received $125,000 in grants. However, congressional funding has dried up, and there is not an indication we'll get more federal funding. So while we have had 8 years of overall positive budgets, this current fiscal year will likely be the first that goes negative because of the unplanned for special elections, and obviously there's nothing we can really do about that. Almost everything we do is mandated by state law. We have very little discretionary spending. For this fall election, this budget includes $181,000 for poll workers. That's $86,000 for the primary, $95,175 for the general election. There's more poll workers, obviously, for the general. We also have to have a presidential same-day registration polling place here at City Hall on Election Day. So that's 26 polls for September, 27 polls for November. That also includes 20 days of early voting at the Paris Astoria Youth Center, which for the first time will include 2 Saturdays, the Saturday prior to each, the primary and the general. But our office, as you know, does not only do elections, we also do voter registration. And since the last major election, we have processed over 40,000 name, address, information, and party changes, plus 8,585 address moves within and outside of the city. And we'll continue to do voter list maintenance in between elections when we can. However, I will caution the council that our time is limited, as is my time here before you today. We have a 5-year mailing, 4 NCOA mailings, a commercial property review, and we also get list updates from Eric, the EIRC, DMV, Department of Health, Department of Corrections, the Jury Commissioner, and notices from other jurisdictions that we use to update the voter rolls. Other line items in our budgets are calculated based on the actual costs for known expenses, including maintenance of our timestamp, our membership dues for the Ryantown City Clerks Association, of which I serve as chair of the Elections Committee, and I lobby extensively for election administration improvement and many of these cost savings that we have realized. As you know, we've had national impact and recognition in the last year. As I wrap up here, we have the film No Time to Fail, which is on Amazon Prime and Apple TV, showcasing our office on a national level. And we also have membership in several national boards, including the Federal Election Assistance Commission Standards Board, which I'll be attending next week in Kansas City. The Local Leadership Council, of which I serve as the chair of the Northeast region for New England, Pennsylvania, Delaware, New Jersey, New York. In the Bipartisan Policy Center, Task Force on Elections, as well as the Election Center, Partnership for Large Election Jurisdictions, Election Verification Network, and Election Community Network. And last year, I was appointed by the Senate President to serve in the Special Commission to study non-plurality voting methods and ranked choice voting. I'm currently the city's representative on the Cybersecurity Grant Planning Committee, in which we do expect to see significant funds. And I've been working with both Director Scungio and IT, as well as Finance Director Zadelis, in keeping them up to speed on what that committee is up to. My participation in these federal task forces at no cost to the city. All participation and travel is funded entirely by the federal government. And I can get out of the office for those for the last thing that I wanted to discuss with you, and that is because of the incredible staff we have in our office. Combined, there are 68 years of experience in the canvassing authority that includes 7 for myself, 8 for Emerson Brito, who previously spent 2 years in Providence, 23 years for Maria Madonna, and 30 years for Terry Bucci. Their jobs have changed tremendously in the last 15 years. And for the last 3 years, our office has requested in the budget, but not yet received, job classification changes for their positions, which include a job title change, a refiling of their job descriptions to include all the new duties that have been added, such as curating the mail ballot drop box, early voting, more supervisory authority, and many other changes, including cybersecurity, that have been added to their duties. I handed out a packet to the committee here, which includes a couple of items. The first is a letter from the Board of Canvassers that does request the job title changes be made, which would have a corresponding 1 grade increase. I believe that we can successfully do that increase out within the confines of the current departmental operating budget. It's about $4,000 in total. It's not a huge hit on our elections budget, and it could be done with a line-to-line transfer as part of this budget. If the council were amenable to amending the budget to include that increase, and this is also a conversation I've had with the administration and the mayor as well, then at the time of passage, what I would do, since the council doesn't have direct authority to file the title changes or job descriptions, I would administratively file those at the time of the 1 grade increase. That is our request. I'm not going to get into the details of that because I provided you a 3-page letter that covers that, along with a story that actually just ran in this week's Boston Globe that talks more about the reasons why election officials need support. We have seen the highest rate of turnover of any municipal agencies in the entire country, aside from perhaps, I guess, the Cranston Planning Department, which, as you know, has had a high turnover rate. But compared to police, fire, school departments, multiple other city and town agencies, this study that just came out 3 days ago shows that Rhode Island has had a 46% turnover in our election administrators in the last 4 years, which is unsustainable. And it's important that we do what we can to maintain the high level elections that we have going into a busy election year like this, and our staff aren't lost to other cities and towns, which would be pretty catastrophic for us due to the experience that they have. That said, Chairman, I thank you for the extra couple minutes. I know I went a little over. I apologize. I apologize to the council. I know it's a long day. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Director. And I don't mean this in jest. We do always appreciate your thoroughness, your level of detail, and your passion and enthusiasm. It's great to see how caring and professional you are, as well as all the other directors, but you always stand out every budget year. So I appreciate all the work that you do, and of course, everyone else in your department. The number for the salary schedule, rounded up 4,400.
That's included in the letter, the calculation for that. It does not include, however, the other hits to benefits, payroll taxes, for example, which would have to be calculated, which wouldn't be much. But yes, about $4,400 thereabouts. And then I did talk with Director Zales too about some of the other cost savings we could have in our elections budget. We have overtime every year. In 2020, it was around $40,000 from Cranston Police, building maintenance. There are some things we can do to try and mitigate some of those costs that are absorbed in the elections budget, but that do support elections. But there's some, I think, ways we can get creative about that and try and minimize them for this year to keep those costs down.
Director, Director Zell, I see you have.
Sorry. Continuing on Director Lima's request, yes, he made it with his original presentation and subsequent. If I may, Counselor, and you are the appropriating body, but other departments made very similar requests, and across the board, they weren't incorporated in the mayor's budget. It's the council's purview, but I just caution you that, other departments that report to the administration made requests. They didn't do it, so this will have cascading effects. And then back to Mr. Lima's request, just to highlight on the election, the amount that Mr. Lima has for elections 52610, there are 2 cost centers that I have assured Mr. Lima that he had a higher projection, that I would personally work with him to drive two cost settings down to get to $225,000. His estimate for his expense for FY 2025. So full disclosure, Mr. Lima, his estimate for the elections was a higher amount, and I will work with him to get it down to 225,000.
Well, which again, I'm fully comfortable with, Chairman. I think we can work within those means, particularly given what we spent on elections in recent years and the cost savings that we've realized. We also have some legislation pending in the General Assembly that may even result in a few $1,000s more cost savings if it passes before June, which is, you know, an unknown. But of course, as Director Zell said too, in our case, our office staff, as you know, are appointed by the Board of Canvassers with council confirmation. In this case, the Board of Canvassers voted unanimously in December to authorize me to make this ask regarding the two great changes.
Director, yes or no, that you have the funds based on the proposed budget, you have the funds you need to run the elections.
I can
Mr.
confidently
Stoker.
answer that as yes.
Okay. Are there any other questions for the director on the expense side? Seeing none, we'll move over to revenue. Are there any questions on revenue?
And as you know, our revenue is only a couple $100. It's dependent upon if a candidate walks in and wants 10 maps one day, well, then we've made our revenue right there. But if that doesn't happen, we make 100 instead, so.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee.
Thanks, Nick.
All right, we're gonna take the finance department next. Why don't we do treasury and tax collections?
And their finance employees. Mr. Chairman, 3 of my department heads could have made it in the morning, so I will take those. That being collections, purchasing, and MIS. We're not gonna be available for the afternoon, so however you wanna do this. And
Yeah, let's do assessment. You're here. That way we can get you out of here.
Director Zadelis is going to be jealous that I get out before him, so I appreciate the time. Mr. Chairman, I want to just address a couple of items off the top, if you don't mind. The Assessors Department is adequately staffed. We are looking at technology to help us to meet our goals both today and in the future. So there is a little bit of an increase in our departmental expenses of $11,000. That's going to help enhance our, what we call pictometry or Eagle View, which is an assessment tool. We are going to add, or we hope to add, an item to that, what they call Change Finder. And that's going to enable us to better serve the citizens of Cranston and also to easily detect when changes are made to properties, be it with permits or without permits. So that's something that we're adding this year. Other than that, all of our expenses are down. We do not have to pay any more on the reevaluation. That's currently underway. Our last payment will be incurred in FY 24 and not FY 25.
Thank you, Director. One question I have is on line item 51104. It's a differential
Yes.
That wasn't expended thus far through February. Is it anticipated that that differential will be necessary for 25?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it will be.
Yes.
Okay.
When I came to the city of Cranston, we did some shuffling of the deck as per se. We reallocated certain functions of the department to other employees. So these are things that we added into that. And the differential helps us to meet those goals.
Are there any other questions on the expense side? Seeing no other questions on the expense, we'll move to revenues for group 1114. Are there any questions on revenue? Okay, thank you.
Hearing none, thank you.
And have a good weekend.
All right, let's take accounts and control. Do any members of the committee have any questions? Overtime? Running well over? Is that?
If I may, if we can go back to the council meeting, of the other night with the auditors, with, the management letter comments about someone retiring at the end of FY 23 and the cascading effects. So that position. What did he
Left in May.
in May. And that position, which was a 35-hour position, okay, his workload had to be done on an overtime basis by a person high, at higher pay. So the overtime expended this year, I don't know if you were speaking to this year's expenditure or next year's. This year's expenditure of overtime was someone doing the work of that former employee. We have now hired, the employee is actually in the finance budget, although he is, for no better term, assigned down the hall in controllers. So in terms of overtime, in 25, the person should be, up and running and thus reduce the need for overtime. And for FY 24, the salary that's available in finance will be transferred over to accounting to reduce the overtime.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on expenses 1113? Thank you.
Thank you. 25 years later and I'm still here.
Okay, 1115, contracts and purchasing. Are there any questions on the expense side? None, seeing none. Revenue, are there any questions on the revenue side? I assume the scrap reduction is, there was a sale, right? With the, it was the
That was-
property over on,
Saunders School, that was the FY 24 was Saunders School. Now we're back to selling just normal, we're back into our normal rhythm. And as the Director Matus spoke to, when I believe Council Vice President Vargas asked about vehicles or in the capital, so prospectively, the revenue in scrap sales are gonna be primarily us disposing of vehicles, our normal course of business, because, you know, until such time we have a larger asset to sell, such as a school, we're back to just selling vehicles, which will be just, you know, aren't used.
thank you, Director. Are there any other questions? Okay, we will move on to Group 1117, that is Division of Treasury and Tax Collection. Director, the one question I have is on line item 52016, Professional Services.
That, what is, are you questioning what it is?
What is it? Why is it
Okay.
the amount that it is, given the actuals for 24?
Okay, the actuals for 24, it's, matter of fact, if I could just correct a statement I made that I omitted. Tax sales, we have. I'm sorry, that's generally, the, you know, lawyers in terms of tax sales, if we have to do title exams or primarily legal fees. And I stand correct because I think Council Renzulli asked me which categories. Here's one where we would have legal expenses for tax sales. And now, in terms of timing, this is one of those fourth quarter expenses, because the tax sale, I want to say, will be in May, but the expenses to be incurred will be incurred in the final quarter of the fiscal year.
Thank you, Director. Council President.
Thanks. Just along those lines, Director Zadelis, last year's budget, we had gone over this, if you recall, relative to departments having their own sections, some of them for legal services, and this one's saying professional services, but essentially it's legal services. And we talked about that time, that too, about, you know, being centralized would be a better approach. I understand that's not completely within your control, that it would include correlation with Solicitor Millet, but I would impress upon that that should be something that should be examined. And my question to you along those lines is that all of these professional services is identified in this item as 52016. Are any of those expenditures of $48,000 also included in? There's no overlap with Mr. Millet's department,
Well,
correct?
Through the chair to the council president. No, and I'm just thinking about the report that the solicitor provides the council. I want to say that's tied directly to their outside counsel, We did do one report at the request of the council where we captured not only the outside legal services contained in the law department budget, but we also included the services in the treasurer's, the service, or I should say the collector's office, the services with the library, the services for claims committee, and the services for bond counsel. We did do that, but I'm gonna make a generalization relative to the solicitor's report. That is exclusively,
Claims
payments,
related?
no, payments made, yes, claims, suits, or claims from the claims committee, and it is exclusive of legal expenses here and legal expenses at the library, as well as legal expenses for bond counsel.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Are there any other questions on the expense side? Okay, at this time, we'll take the finance department. Group 1112. Director, line item 51108 severance, is there anything planned, or is this just a?
Mr. Chairman, if you exclude police and fire, and I'm gonna use my vernacular, the payout of any accrued time for the rest of the city just so happens to come out of finance. So there are two things on this. We don't know of, people leaving, retiring with large amounts of a payout. So as part of this budget, we reduced this severance line item, for that occurrence, plus where the severance, as getting back to how we budget positions here, we budget their full salary. If they leave mid-year next year, that means there's available salary in their budget, so we will coordinate any payouts between this line item and proceeds available in the departments.
On the finance side? Expenses? Councilman Fair.
The line 51407, contribution to insurance risk, decreasing $190,000.
Mr. Chairman, to the counselor, there are two components going into that. One is reducing the settlement, but if you also look at the trend on that, that is also down between the two fiscal years. So that's a measured risk as a budget reduction this year, sir.
In 2022, the actual was 2,200,000.
Through the chair, in I'm sorry. And was there a large settlement? I'm sorry, Counselor, if I can just get to that page. 2.2, I'm gonna assume that year there was we tried to do some settlements, but
I believe that was the opera funds, the 9 million of additional, 7 million additional, 2 million went to claims to cover outstanding claims, the fund balance. I'm not quite sure, but I believe that that was in the fiscal budgetary period. And then the rest went to the health account.
What indicates that we should be budgeting less for that at this point in time, whereas we don't want to get back into a situation where we want to be having to contribute a large amount of money into that fund again?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, if you look at, and it's in the 750 at a later portion in this budget, if you look at the trends that we're seeing to date, sir. The claims are down. We have no big settlements coming on right now that we know of, sir. Through the chair.
Thank you.
I have one additional question. Just the bank charges. I know that there is, do you anticipate using that remaining balance on there? This is a question that I think I've asked every year during the finance department. Because
Okay. 3/4 of the year, we've only used $360 right now. Do I think, we're gonna use that next year? I don't know. It's, certain charges for us getting hit with, service fees. So if anything,
Director, do you think that would be fair to say for this upcoming fiscal year that
25,
probably on the, yeah, that it
that-
would probably be reduced and it shouldn't really that
through the
high?
chair
I
of
asked that
council, if
this
there's
question
gonna be
every
one
year.
line item in this budget, that would be it.
Okay. Is it fair to say we can reduce that probably to 500? I'll play around.
No, and if you could. $2,000 is not gonna, through the chair to the counselor. If you were to ask me, can we reduce that $2,500? I would say, I'm not gonna argue with you over $2,500.
Thank you.
Councilman Ferry.
Getting back to the contribution to the insurance risk. What is in that fund balance now? What is the current fund balance now?
Counsel, I did not bring my general ledger up here. Can I get you before the end of the day? The amount, and I didn't bring.
I understand. I'm just trying to make sure that we're not heading in the wrong direction and that the fund balance needs to be adequate going forward, and we'd rather have more money in it than less. So I just like to know what the balance is, what the balance should be, what's like a history of what it should be.
Through the chair, I can get you that.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Rensley.
Thank you, Chair.
Are there any other questions on the expense side of the finance department? If not, we'll move on to the revenue side of finance, still on group 1112. Director, all right, we're going to move on to revenue. Line item 49130. The proposal is going up it's a whopping 15,000%, but it's going from $100 to 15,000, which actually seems a little conservative. It based on the 2024 numbers could potentially go a little bit higher. Would you feel comfortable if that went up to 17.5.
Counselor, again, for small numbers, no, I would not feel uncomfortable.
Are there any other questions? We will. Right, that's finance. We are going to take revenues next, which is, without it in front of me, I believe it's group 0000. Next, yeah, we'll do IT was requested and then the city clerk. Yeah, I think it's.
And Counselor, I just realized, I didn't give you, I must have omitted March year to date when I sent out the package. Revenues for 000. I was tying department, revenues, and now that you just said we're taking the, revenues, in your package I sent out, I didn't send a March update.
Okay.
Can I just ask a question, John, in the meantime?
Yes.
Simple one. I understand you don't have it for us. Do you have the current year to date for revenues with you?
I did not bring it up.
Okay.
What I did is brought up what I sent out.
Okay.
Ma'am.
All right, it's up to the chair. My suggestion is maybe continue this line, this subject matter to the next budget meeting then, so we can have a more thorough discussion on it. It's up to the chair.
This is the last special finance meeting before amendment night, adoption and veto, so we would have to call a special meeting, but we could also piggyback on if there's any other meetings that are called potentially, or before another meeting, we could hear this.
I think, as long as there would be no objection to it, we could discuss it as much as we potentially could this evening. And then if there are additional questions that requires an additional meeting, we could convene it. Because there's always the option that if, I'm sure Director Zadelis, you will provide us with the current to date information. And then, as long as there's no objection from anyone, we could email you with any questions relative to that
Through the chair.
department.
The council, absolutely.
I know I had some questions relative to revenues.
15 minutes.
What?
And the one thing, if I just may. Sir, please.
We're going to take a 5-minute recess. in transparency, the conversation was that, I believe municipal indebtedness and long-term debt was not posted, so we will, the initial intention is to just have a special meeting before the regularly scheduled April full council meeting, before that, to discuss those two groups ahead of amendment night. Okay, group 0000, taxes, state aid, and general revenues. I'm going to allow Council Vice President Vargas to begin.
Director, I had a question on that. There's Johnson and Wales that's actually listed on there. Johnson and Wales, from what my, from what I remember, that was soon to expire, just like sunset, and there was supposed to be continued conversation. Did that happen, and why is that number lower than what it was?
And one of the things, there were conversations with Johnson and Wales. It ceased, but they said they are amenable to a pilot payment. What they wanted to see was, and this was 4 months ago, 5, if not a little longer. They still have properties, but the lion's share of the pilot payment properties have been sold. So we have to re-engage with the finance director. The estimate is half of what it was before, but there will be a pilot payment from Johnson and Wales, and this is just an estimate of what it will be because we have not finalized that discussion with Johnson and Wales.
And that is true. I know that they sold a parcel, but I'm wondering, as we are having that conversation with them, on the pilot side of things, there still remains many of their properties within the
Yes,
city of
and that
Cranston.
one of their discussions was the benefit we derived from going. Those were exempt properties with a pilot agreement converting over to taxable properties, and that's what they wanted to see. And I'm doing this from memory. They wanted to see what the financial effect is.
So
Us deriving,
Yeah.
they think I don't want to put words in their mouth. We derived a greater benefit from them selling the properties to a taxable entity.
No, I understand, because we'll get some revenue on that side, but I'm just wondering, is that gonna impact FY25 at all? Because it seems like it hasn't been solidified yet, right, in terms of that agreement?
It affects both 24 and 25.
Okay,
Yeah.
so when
It's an
that,
estimate, council,
so why would we estimate lower, like really that low?
because the 220 includes the properties in the 24. The 220 includes was pre the sale, if I may.
Right, and so, and then it said it would be,
We're saying,
But we
the
went down to
negotiation,
110.
looking at 110.
but that could potentially go up to, depending on.
I don't think it will go up. I think if
Okay.
anything,
So when we look at those type of fees and having that sort of conversation, are we also talking about any type of services in terms of response from our public safety?
I'm sorry.
So public safety department, like response, like they use our police and fire, right?
Yeah,
Does
but
that
not
have
for-
anything
yeah.
to, for not for the, okay, nice what you're saying. Not for the actual aid that's coming in. All right, so can you keep me posted on that?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
mean,
Through the
that's
chair
just
for
been
the-
an ongoing conversation for a few years, so I'm just curious what we're gonna do going forward. Okay, thank you.
Council President.
Thank you. I just have a question, Mr. Zellis, relative to the rescue, and given that we just I'm looking at my phone, trying to find the numbers. I'm going to defer to you if you can tell me where it's currently tracking for the rescue.
And again, I did not bring, this year's, but, through the
That-
chairman to the, if you do recall, this was a question we had the other day on the increase in such as Medicare going up. So I think you're speaking to the rescue line item, on the revenue side. That being 24, the 24 budget was 3 million. The FY 25 projection is 3.6.
Yep, yeah,
Um,
3 million and then, yeah,
yeah,
1 mil, and then
so-
it's two categories. One was the
And
Medicaid
the other one,
reimbursement.
is, if you look down at the offset, the 1 million is
Yeah.
our write-off, and it's a revenue and expense. It's a wash. So those are the two line items
Yep.
you'd be looking at, ma'am.
Bear with me as I'm trying on my phone to travel across to see it. Hold on.
And if I just may continue, Counselor, as the council president looks on her phone. The other thing with, the third-party rescue is an aggressive collection of, there's a timing, a receivable, that we have on the books. So the increase in the Medicare fee, which I want to say went into place in January, coupled with collecting the receivables that are on the books, are why we're projecting a increase in revenues in that line item.
Okay. Mr. DeMayo was kind enough to let me look at his paper printout, which was helpful. It looks like the numbers are on track. Thanks.
It's line 41520, restaurant tax. The projection is for this to go up 12%.
Through the chair, the biggest driver on that, or the driver on that is Topgolf. Topgolf with their, I haven't personally been there, but their sales, this is predicated on sales. So that's the estimate for Topgolf.
So, and that's fantastic. I also haven't been there yet. So I would like to. I was waiting for a sunny Saturday to go and.
Mr. Chairman, so wasn't I, but I don't golf anymore, so it's a convenient excuse.
I always, for this category, I always go back and try and cross rep with what the governor's proposed budget is.
This is the governor plus Topgolf.
That was my concern, because the governor has 2.85 and this is 3.
Yes. And like I said, we know they are collecting those revenues, which eventually will flow into us. In a conversation, matter of fact, with the, when we're going through the advertisement for the advertisement, which is going in the paper before final, adoption, this was an item that it's the governor's budget, which did not include Topgolf. They're looking at current data of the establishments in place.
Budget Auditor?
Currently, up at the State House, there is discussion from one of the representatives of a, sunset phase out of the meals tax. A quarter of a point a year from starting January 1, 25 through January 1 to 29. Obviously, we don't know
What's
yet
gonna-
whether it's gonna be passed or not, but it's something we should probably monitor.
It would if the League of Cities isn't.
That's same way they phased out the auto tax, might be
Yeah,
the
but
same
they-
plan.
They, in theory, compensated us, and what we lose is prospectively new car sales. It's, legislative change can have adverse effects on the operations of municipal government, and I was not aware of that legislation.
Again, it's just something that needs to be in the picture. It may not pass, but at this point, you have to address everything that's put in front of you.
But yeah, it's prospective, yes, sir. Prospective, through a chair, prospective legislation, yes.
Third-party rescue 41522. That through the February numbers was annualized at about 2.9, which is on par with the previous 5-year average of like 2.9, closer to 2.9. Why the increase by 600,000?
That's, as I said to the, through you to the chair, as I previously stated with the council president, there's Medicaid increase, there's increased reimbursements coming through that went into effect, I want to say, January. So when we bill out, we expect to have a higher rate coming back. That's number one. Number two, the receivable collection on receivables, those two line items are contributing to the estimate going up.
Sorry for repression.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to take a break. Anyone else have any questions? Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you. My apologies if I missed this, but Director, in the pilot, what makes that pilot go up or down? Like looking at 2019 at 5 million, like did we lose? Like we're still housing the same state properties, correct? And like,
And, okay, I'm glad the city assessor is not here right now. It's the use of the property. There were certain usage that by statute they reimburse us for. If the change of the use, such as, the jail, if a building was being used by the jail and is no longer being used as that department, that would decrease the pilot.
so the vacant buildings in the city of Cranston that are state property earn us no money because the state's not using them?
It's the use of the building that dictate the reimbursement. So if they're no longer using it for a prescribed use by the statute, we are not getting.
Okay, so that's all by a state law.
Yeah,
correct.
and
Is
yes,
there room to negotiate pilot?
with the
But
city,
do cities negotiate pilot money with the state based on, I know it's a little out there, but as real estate value goes up, the value of that land goes up, but they don't pay us any more money and there's no way that we can ask them to, correct?
okay, not for, well, for uses that are not eligible for reimbursement, no, we cannot do it, but their payment goes by, if that value increases, I think the payment does. But yeah, no, and if you may recall last year when we were developing, the budget, we approached the city approached the governor's office, with how many times we rendered services for police and fire to that complex? To no avail. It's just the pilot, which is predicated by the use of the property.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Ferry.
Yes, thank you, Chair. In reference to line 49135, COVID-19 stimulus. Just want to make sure I'm understanding this. 21, we used 15 million. In 2022, we used 7.8 million. In 2023, we used 19.4 million. And in 2024, we used 4.8 million. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, if I can go back to 2021 is the only one I'm gonna have a qualification. APA, I think the 7.8 is the APA funds, the 19, the 4. I think nested in, again, 2021, I was not here, but I do believe the 15 million may have been APA and, I think they called it the CARES Act. So that would, in my mind, and I can get you an answer on that one. It's
Okay.
not just APA, it's APA, or it's definitely CARES.
All right. Because I didn't remember the 15 million. I'm thinking, when I add it up, it adds up to more than I thought we had.
Yeah, and one of the things, it's one of those items where, as we spoke to the other night, you know, we, for no better term, we have commingled grant funds with tax levy funds, and I think this would have been an example of such an occurrence, Counselor.
Okay, thank you.
There are any other questions? And Director, on that COVID stimulus, again, how much do we have left?
They call it 6 million, I think it's 5.8 plus interest. And that was one of my, Counselor, one of my to-do lists from the other night that I have not done to get you that out.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on revenue? Okay. That portion of the meeting is now closed. We will now take IT, information technology.
So what's the group number?
All right, I'm going to start with line number 52016. Professional services, is this? What is this?
I can tell you it's not legal fees. Want to say this is the, give me 1 second, Counselor. I believe this is our third party, in lieu of a person, we went and outsourced certain work with a company, to provide technical support, to help us manage our network, our overall system. It's Apex is the company.
Is the 104,000, is that a set contract?
That's a managed service contract. That's correct, that we renew every year.
Okay, Council President? No, okay.
I didn't see you were gonna, and that was the exact question I was gonna ask, so no, all good.
Line item 52931, computer maintenance and fees.
Sorry,
Excuse me. Yep,
what line am I again, sir?
52931.
Yep.
The budgeted change is a 26% increase to 575,000, which is considerably higher than what we've seen in the past.
And Counselor, if I may, one of the things I work with, our TS department is in terms of support. Our IT department, pays numerous fees, maintenance fees. And if I just may, some of the fees I want to say in previous years were paid out of a different account. So I can say with no uncertain terms, this is numerous fees associated with our network that we currently have in place. And some of them were, I think, previously classified down in the account number 52933. There's a substantial drop there where just some of those expenses have been moved up. But this covers the web hosting, or first thing is the all of our cybersecurity. I'm sorry. So it's our existing maintenance. It's our existing maintenance costs for all of our software throughout the city, council.
So as a net, you expect that to go up 30,000? Because technology upgrades is being reduced 120, computer maintenance and fees is going up 150, so there's gonna
Yes.
be a net 30,000
Throughout.
increase in spending.
Yes, through the chair, the council is correct.
I guess, what are those 30,000 increase in expenditures? Because it's not a simple just 120 from one line to 120 to the other in how we're reporting it.
And the one that jumps right off the page, just my financial system. Is going up over $5,000. That's one application that I can get you a listing, one-to-one. But yeah, all of our supports, another one is the patch support on, our cybersecurity. That one's going up 3,000. There's a litany of ones that I can get you a listing of the increases going, from FY 24 to FY 25.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, seeing none on the expenditure side, on revenue. None. Okay. Let's move on to the city clerk.
Good afternoon.
Thank you again for being here and your patience. As I mentioned to you in passing, I couldn't see behind our gigantic chairs. So I apologize that you've been waiting here.
No apology necessary. I'm here for the duration. So I just want to thank the council, in particular for the allocation of ARPA funds last year to get some software for the city clerk's office. And I just kind of want to start with a status on that. So we went live on April 1st with a cash receipt system and the ability to retire our 1988 cash register. Mr. Zadelis was incremental in that process. It did take us a little bit longer than anticipated. There were some hiccups, but we are now live. The system is running well, and it allows for a better audit trail. It allows just for better calculations and better tracking of the money coming into our office. So that's all set. One of the other things we have done is the system called ClerkBase, and that is going to host our ordinances and resolutions back to 2002 and some minutes, I believe, at least back to 2020, maybe back further than that. All the ordinances and resolutions have been loaded in by the vendor. I'm just waiting for a few more things. And then that will be live, and the link will be posted on our website. And that is going to make all those resolutions, ordinances, minutes searchable by keyword. So for instance, if you want to know when, council passed a resolution on, roosters or something like that, instead of me having to go through every single resolution and try to find that, I can just Google roost. I can just put rooster in the search. It's going to show me where it shows up in the minutes, and it's going to show me the ordinance or resolution that was passed. And the general public and you will all have access to that as well. So I'm very excited. That should be linked and live coming any day now. The other system that we've procured is called Onboard. That's a boards and commissions database, and that is a work in progress. It is very labor intensive. It requires a lot of research per board, per member. And we're finding that there are a lot of inaccuracies in the current access database because there was no filtering. There was no, nothing pops up to say, are you sure this is correct kind of thing. It's just whatever you put in there is what it maintains. And there were some issues with appointments not being done correctly. Like for instance, when someone's appointed to fill an unexpired term, instead of their expiration date being logged in as, December 2023, they were appointed for 3 years from their start date. So it requires a lot of cleanup. So unfortunately, that one is going to take a little while. Probate, I expect to go to BOCAP next month. Right now, we have over 30,000 probate estates. They're all manual. They are all on paper. My administrative clerk keeps track of the estate numbers on a yellow legal pad. Anytime someone wants to see a probate file, they have to come in, they have to ask for the file. It has to be researched. Sometimes we need a custodian to get it down from above. Sometimes it's up in the attic. So this is going to be actually a 3-part phase. The first part is going to be getting a software management program, a probate software management program that will allow us to start effective, say, July 1st with inputting the data, indexing it, scanning it, and being able to have access to that for anyone. I don't know that we would put it out there publicly. That's an option we would have to discuss. But at least people coming in could look on a computer rather than having to figure out a file number and things like that. The other part of that is going to be all the prior 30,000 estates that are not backed up anywhere. And those are permanent records. And right now they're being stored in cardboard boxes on top of shelves in the vault that does not have a fire door, and they're stored directly beneath sprinkler heads. So if we were to ever have an incident in there, which we recently did have something minor, thankfully, those records would be destroyed. So I've consulted with our land evidence company who works with a company that does large scanning projects. And they're going to be getting me a quote for that. And that's not going to come out of the operating budget. That's going to come out of a historical records trust fund. So that's not going to be assessed to the taxpayers. That's going to be out of fees collected over the years, which really should have been done all along, but hasn't been. So that's exciting. And then the last but certainly not least is the business licensing software. We'll be going with OpenGov, which is who Inspections has currently for their e-permitting. We'll be doing this, we're working on the project now. We've had our kickoff meeting. They're going to start building the system, and we intend to have that portal up and working by the end of August so that all the liquor and victualling license renewals can be done through that portal. I know Mr. Chairman Ferry is very happy to hear that. That's going to be so, I just can't even quantify in words how much help that is going to be in the office. It's the way we do it now is just not effective. So I, again, appreciate the funding for that. Along those lines, some of the continuing costs for that software is in fiscal year 2025 in the operating budget, there is $9,242 in department expenses. That is for the business licensing. That is, business licenses are not permanent records, so that does not qualify for use from the Historical Records Fund. What we will be using for historical records is $7,510 to maintain clerk base, $1,800 to maintain the boards and commissions, and approximately $4,800 for the next year for probate. The other amounts that are taken out of that historical records are $67,000 for our continuing land evidence program and $4,000 for offsite storage of microfilm from Iron Mountain. That's approximately $85,000 that comes out of the Historical Records Trust per year that is not assessed to the taxpayers. It is collected out of fees. I only really have two line items that I wanted to address because they're significantly different from my department request. Excuse me. The first is line item 51101 overtime. If you look at the trends, fiscal year 2022, the actual was 17,698. Fiscal year 2023, the actual was 18,952. During that fiscal year is when I was hired. So and I was new at the beginning of fiscal year 2024 when we were working on the budget. So I'm not really sure how that was going to settle out between the distribution of meetings. So we budgeted for 15,000. My department request this year was for 10,000 originally. When I met with Director Zadelis to go over the budget and we looked at year-to-date figures, we had come to an agreement on 7,500. However, the mayor has only budgeted it for $5,000. We are currently at $3,776.85. That does not include the current payroll. The bulk of these budget hearings are still to go. We will have an inauguration in fiscal year 2025. So I'm respectfully requesting that the council consider increasing that from 5,000 back up to the 7,500 that Director Zadelis and I had discussed. The last, I don't know if anybody has any questions about that before I move on. No.
That item itself,
I'm sorry?
did you want us, if we had any questions on that item?
If the chairman wants to wait until all questions at the end, or how do you?
I'll let you continue and then we'll hold questions till the end.
Perfect. All right, so the other line item is 51203 clerical assistance. Again, if you look at the trend, we have for fiscal year 2022, an actual of 45,305. For fiscal year 2023, the actual was 34,512. Fiscal year 2024 was a budget of $30,000. We're currently at 83%. That line item is going to go over budget. My original department request was for $42,482. What that represents is an increase in rate of pay, hourly rate for one of my part-time clerks who has been very instrumental in helping me get these new programs up and running. She has taken the lead on the cash receipts program. She's going to be the one building the licensing software. She's an hourly employee. She gets no benefits. She's been there longer than all but one of my full-time clerks, and she's making about $1 an hour less than most of the other full-time clerks. She's doing comparative work. So in order to minimize that gap a little bit between her and her coworkers, I'm asking for a 50 cent an hour raise for her. And that's a very minimal amount because she only works right now 21 hours a week. But the other portion of that in the increase is to increase her from 21 to 25 hours a week beginning in September. When her daughter goes to preschool, she'll be able to commit more hours. And that timeline would fall perfectly in line with the launch of our business licensing software. So it's only an increase of 4 hours a week, 50 cents an hour. What the mayor has put in there is 35,000. That's not sufficient. If I kept the 2 part-time employees at their current hourly rate and their current hours, that would be 37,193 minimum needed for current staffing hours and current rates of pay. So, you know, I'm asking for a little over $5,000 more. I hope the council can see fit to give me that. I do anticipate that she will carry the bulk of implementing that business licensing software. And that's really all I had for my expenses.
Council President.
Thank you, Tracy. Your services, your lead as the city clerk has been welcome and very much appreciated. We know it's a very heavy lift. And we understand the real hard tasks in terms of updating us to where we should have been years ago. We're definitely, you know, where we need to get to with the software updates, the closing of the cash register services. And we look forward to the other technological improvements, and particularly using the historical records fees for the purposes in which they're designated to facilitate those improvements at no additional cost to the taxpayer. In terms of, since we've all been here a long time, I'm gonna cut to some of the important issues. I understood what you had to say about the assistance there. I also want to say, with respect to an upgrade to the municipal code, is that incorporated at all in this budget? It is not.
It is
See,
not
Dr. Zeller
incorporated
shaking
in
his
my
head.
budget. It was a department request for the city council. However, it's not represented in the mayor's budget. It was not allocated.
Okay. I believe that would be a cost under, and Director Zadelis, if you've got some insight, I think it would be a cost under the clerk's budget.
Through the chair to the counselor, it was incorporated in one of the requests in the city council budget and did not make it through the final budget recommendation.
Okay, yeah. And I mean, we can amend it to put it in that department if we can afford it. But yeah, go ahead, Tracy.
If I can just
Yeah.
explain probably why it's there is because right now we have, you know, the Code of Ordinances, and that falls under the council's budget for the supplements and the maintenance of that. So what we did was we increased that by the 25,000 in order to accomplish the recodification. So because the existing process was in the city council budget, we put it in that same line item. We just increased the line item. I hope
Okay,
that
so,
makes sense.
so it was moved over to the city council's budget. Yep. Okay, exclusively. Because I had talks with legal, and we weren't sure which department it should be. And I think it's kind of splitting hairs, and if there's an issue, we can make the adjustment, which we'll look into before budget adoption relative to the upgrade to the code. Just for people's awareness, that's typically done, I believe, at least every 10 years, if I'm not mistaken, is the norm. Is
That's
that right,
correct.
Tracy? Yeah.
That's correct.
And we haven't done it in, what's it, 20 years? or-
We did something in 2004. I don't know that it was a full recodification. It was at least a partial, but there are some things that make me question whether or not it was a full legal review. So the most recent that it has been touched and looked at is 2004. So
And I-
that's 20 years.
And I appreciate, you got some estimates as to that, which you spoke to Director Zadelis, which incorporated, which we can talk about in the city council budget. And then I think this is more for personnel. Is the clerk's contract coming up? Do you know, Mr. Zadelis, if that is in negotiations or when that's going to be expiring or?
It's, okay,
Tracy?
the unions,
Yes, yep.
both, there are two contracts that expire this 6/30. Which it does, may I refer to it as I think it's Teams or Lion or Teamsters, both
Teamsters.
6/30, 24. The union steward just gave me the green, the thumbs up, Madam Jim, through the chair to the counselor. Yes.
Okay. Do you know if that contract has been factored into this budget?
Through the chair, in one of the two departments we just spoke about, there is a provision for those contracts financially.
Right. And the other thing I want to say is I want to thank everyone in your department and especially reliable Rosalba too as well. But we really appreciate all your help. That's all I have right now. Thanks.
Councilman Ferry.
I'll be quick. I want to thank you for the progress you're making to improve the technology in the clerk's office. It's a path we need to stay on, and we need to be diligent about it. And if more money is needed, we do have to allocate some more opera money before the end of the year. Please let us know, because we want this to continue throughout City Hall, not just your office. Because it's 2024 and we need to act that way. So I appreciate all the work you're doing and your determination to get it done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I?
Yes, you can.
Counselor, you're absolutely right in terms of efficiency and technology. And I'm gonna go back to, as the clerk said, the cashier machine is a collaborative between the clerk's office, MIS, and my office. That, to make us more efficient in terms of information, yes, it spans beyond, I mean, the clerk is at the tip of the spear, but we need that across the board in every department and division. So if I echo your.
And one other thing, we're going to be renegotiating a contract with the clerks in that office and other clerks with the Teamsters. I know that in the past you've had trouble attracting good labor into your department because we're not competitive with other cities and towns. So we really should be diligent about making sure that we're paying people enough money to keep them and attract them into this department. Thank you.
Thank you. I have to say, through the chair to Mr. Ferry, that's the reason for the increase for the 50 cents an hour for Brittany Richards. It's not a lot of money. She would work full-time if she could, but it's not a cost effective for her to do that, to, pay childcare and do that. So it's more a show of appreciation than anything. It's not really going to make a difference in her bottom line. But it's just a matter of recognition that she's doing comparable work to full-time employees. She's getting paid about $1 an hour less than those employees. She doesn't get the benefits like vacation and holidays. So to me, it's a very tiny drop in the bucket in order to retain that employee.
If I just may continue, very talented employee, but again, the requests came in from all departments in the final budget. We just, tried to be consistent with how we approach this budget, and I would wholeheartedly concur with the clerk on that particular employee, because we would not have got the cashier project done without that person.
Absolutely.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be quick. Clerk, thank you so much. You have done great work since you started here, and I know that, and Rosalba was already doing great work for as long as I have been around, so I appreciate that. I just have a question that the overtime, I know that this is is the 7,500, would that be enough considering the amount? I'm only asking because for one, the actuals make it seem like it would, but like $5,000 was allotted for, say, planning. And they have a lot less meetings to go to than I know Rosalba comes to for us. So I'm just wondering is this anticipating us having long meetings, short meetings? You know what I'm saying? Like, I wanted to make sure that it's in line with what is actually needed.
Through the chair to Councilwoman Renzulli, that's why I did the conservative approach to, the 10,000. That's my theory is I'd rather put enough in there to cover it and then not go over budget. I do think 7,500 after, reviewing the current year to date and everything with Director Zadelis, I do think 7,500 is more in my comfort zone. $5,000 I am not comfortable with.
And there's a few things in here that went to zero. Is that just because of the way that the state collects on these different licenses?
I will let Director Zadelis explain this in financial terms.
Yes, we, as the clerk inferred, we totally changed, we made their, revenue system integrated with our financial. So prior to, this budget, we'd overstate the revenues to include the portion we're paying to the state. On the, down, in the expense side, we'd overstate the expenses. As the clerk said, in April, we've changed how they're doing business, both in terms of hardware, technology. The state money is now, will no longer be an expense in their budget, upon receipt, where we apportion city revenue state. It gets recognized into a liability account on the balance sheet, paid out on the balance sheet, not the operating budget. So not only did we change technology, we changed accounting.
Excellent, thank you.
Are there any other questions on the expense side? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move to revenue. Are there any questions on the revenue side? Clerk, did you?
I just wanted to point out a couple of things on the revenue side. I noticed that the amounts for 42121 Sunday sales license and 42137 auto repair license, those numbers have jumped up quite a bit. I'm just concerned that those revenues are being over projected. I did not calculate those. Director Zadelis did. So if it's not out of order, I'm just asking for him to confirm that those numbers are on track with what we're looking at.
Sorry, the second one was?
42137 auto repair license.
And Councilor, Mr. Chairman, may I get a report back to you if I may?
Oh, and sorry, one other one is 42125 dog licenses is being almost doubled.
I will get you a report on those three.
Thank you, Director, that you'll get back to us on those. Yeah, of course.
And one last thing is 42138 tobacco licenses. That's been budgeted at 11,500 and that should actually be zeroed out because we are no longer issuing those licenses. We do not have the legal authority to issue them. I consulted with the solicitor on this when I first started here and we are no longer issuing those licenses. So I don't know that we should be putting $11,500 of revenue in there for licenses that will no longer be issued.
Okay, just confirming, Director, you're gonna get back to us on that?
Yes, sir.
If that is the case that we legally are not collecting those fees any longer, we as a city council have a duty to pass a balanced budget. I'm gonna politely ask that that $11,500 be found somewhere by the administration.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Okay, are there any, Councilwoman Renzulli?
Thank you. Director Zardellis, in the paper we got with March actuals, something get messed up, or is dog licenses running that high over? And is that why this number went up? It's like about $30,000 in the credit column.
Through the chair to the counselor, that's when I was sitting there looking at this. It's 25,000. You have to, if I just made, you have to take both the debit and the credit. That's why I asked to get back to you with a report so I can do a deeper dive on the detail if I may.
Thank you.
I can just add to that a little bit. I believe the dog license fees have actually been calculated differently than previous years. There are 2 Rhode Island required assessments that are to be collected on each dog license, and I believe we were only collecting 1, or we weren't collecting the correct amount, so that's been adjusted. Those fees are also supposed to be on top of whatever our dog license fee is. So our current dog licenses, instead of being 10 and 7, are 13 and 10. So the 10 represents for senior citizens. So I think that's why it should go up some, but I'm just concerned about it going up double.
Are we capturing like the amount of dogs that we think are in the city that are actually licensed? Because when I have mentioned a dog license to people I know who have dogs, they have no idea what I'm talking about. So I just wanted to put that out there. I mean, I know the dogs have their shots and they take care of their dogs, but I don't think people have dog licenses in reality. So maybe this is a place we could make a substantial amount of revenue, but people would probably be mad if they all of a sudden have to pay for a dog license. So that's all.
May I say something, Chair? I talked to the animal control officer one time, and her estimate is that 1/4 of the dogs in the city actually have a license. It's just her estimate, and I would say it's probably even less than that.
And I will say that people who frequently come in with new licenses for dogs say they did not know that they were required to have a dog license. So maybe there's some type of education, a community component we could put in there that could increase those fees. The other thing is part of our business licensing software, we will have the dog licensing through that software for next year's renewals. So people will be able to renew online. So I think that'll make it easier for some of the people who maybe forget or don't get in, whatever the case may be. So I think that'll also help utilize increasing those numbers. I can't tell you an exact number right now of how many dogs we do have licensed, because the way our system works, every person is assigned a tag number and they renew that same number every year. So the people that move or the dogs die, those tags don't get renewed. So we're at however many dog license, the high number, but there are a lot of gaps in between. With the new dog licensing system, we will be able to prepare a report that will show exactly how many licensed dogs that we do have.
One quick note, and the animal control department gets a certain amount of that fee.
So yeah, for every license, $3 goes into separate funds. One is a low-cost spay and neuter fund, and the other one is supposed to be set aside for enforcement. So those monies should be used for enforcement.
Through the chair. Speaking of enforcement, not only just on that license, but on our other licenses, because this has come up. Do we actually fine anyone for not getting their license on time, renewing their license on time, having a license, like not having a license? Is someone actually fined for not having a dog license, or do we don't actually have some kind of inspector, a licensed inspector, right? Not even on a part-time basis. Have we
Do you want
ever
me to
had
answer?
one, ever?
You want me to answer? Okay, so there is no such thing as a licensing inspector in the city. The only way we collect any fines is by sending them a summons from municipal court. And there's been, in many instances, either through the Rhode Island General Laws or the Code of Ordinances, there are fines that can be assessed or violations that can be assessed. The problem is that requires, legal action or something like that. And that's beyond my, I mean, I can submit to the municipal court a summons, but from there it's in legal's hands. And that also needs to be initiated either by the committee or by the solicitor.
So I know being here for 5 hours would, I'd have some value. So correct. There's. Exactly, if there's a violation by the dog or its owner, the dog gets in a fight, bites someone, runs away, et cetera, gets picked up by animal control, then they will issue a violation. If the dog isn't licensed, that'll go through municipal court, and there's a fine associated, a statutory fine associated with that. So the collection of fines is only through that process, not through you didn't license your dog. It's only in conjunction with a violation.
But not beyond dogs, like when people don't renew, when businesses don't renew their liquor licenses on time, we go up, the police have to go out at the last hour and give a cease and desist, but do we actually fine any, like, is there any accountability, or do you just get to like a slap on the wrist?
Well, I mean, liquor licenses are a little different, but they will issue cease and desist depending in Superior Court and fines and jail time. I mean, you can't, that goes into more comprehensive enforcement with liquor licenses, but there would certainly be fines for not registering your business. Some of those fines go to DBR. They really don't have anything to do with the city at that point.
Yeah, I mean, like operating in the city of Cranston without a license that you're supposed to be operating with. I think that there should be, we're not holding anyone accountable, and if you don't actually get in trouble for doing something wrong, then what is really the point of?
Yeah, I mean, it's really.
I apologize. I'm gonna have to interject. I know, Council Attorney Angel.
We're getting a little off topic here. We're getting to the substance of how ordinances work and so forth, as opposed to budget matters. We have to be careful of that.
Thank you, Attorney Angel. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Thank you, Clerk.
Thank you. This will be quick. I have no comments or questions on probate. It's pretty cut and dry. It's level funded. It's basically the salary for the probate judge. It's not really. All right.
Any questions? All right, thank you, Clerk.
Thank you.
Sewer Enterprise Fund.
I was just gonna say, maybe when Director Matus was here, we probably could have did this one. I didn't think of it at the time.
He was in a rush. I was in a rush.
Chairman, in terms of the sewer enterprise fund, it doesn't affect the tax levy budget because it is an enterprise. So.
If I could, Councilman Donegan,
Yeah, of course, Council President.
just to put in simple terms, all the money within that fund stays within that fund.
Through the chair to the council president, that is correct.
Are there any questions? Okay, we're gonna move on. Boards and commissions. These are entirely level funded. Uh, The. Yep. Okay, that's done. City council. No, I thought out of the corner of my eye, I saw you getting down and come over. I might just be seeing things at this point. You've been looking at a spreadsheet too long.
I'm getting old and don't worry. Let's just, his birthday was yesterday. Yeah, don't worry, Council. I'm good. Yes, sir.
Board of City Books.
Yeah, well, in terms of city council, the only thing we mentioned before was the Muni code thing, which you said that has been included in here, and that was the increase. Other than that, there's nothing, additional, no change to say, yeah.
If I just may, Council President, yeah, the audit of the city books is out for an RFP, so this anticipates an increase over the current year.
Council President. Former Council President, I'm sorry.
Wow, throwback. Hey, just one comment, really not a question. I see the actual on video streaming is low. I know we get a lot of feedback still through the sound system. It's been going on for years. I'm not that I'm advocating spending any city dollars, but if we have some money left over in the budget, maybe look into changing the amps, if we could, that's all. Thank you.
I agree that we should look into whatever it's going to cost to make this system at least a little bit better.
Thank you, Councilman.
And just since we're on the record, Director Zadelis and Ms. DeMayo, we can use ARPA funds for that cost, so that's sufficiency and operations. So, okay, well, maybe we'll look into that. Thanks.
CCAP. Which is, it's group 1900. It's actually under Cranston Community Grants. One question I had reached out to Joanne McGonigal about was line item 52054, the rental assistance. That was a line item, the 10,000 we had put in as a council, I think in like 2019 for the 2020 budget. And it was used for those first 2 years, but it hasn't been used in 2022, 2023, and to date, it hasn't been used in 2024 yet. So I asked, is that money that we could move to another community program to benefit people in the city that could use some help? She said that they were not aware of that the money was still available. They'll reach out. and they would like to see that money kept for that program. I know that is, it is one of significant need during this time, and if they still need it, if they think that they can use it, I think we should keep it.
Mr. Chairman, if I just may, you spoke to going back to 19. It actually, I don't know if you did it in the budget hearings. It was in there, the final budget for 24. It put it in. We carried it forward for 25. So the mayor's recommendation was to carry that one forward. So, if it terms of utilizing it, I don't know if we did a good job communicating it, but it sounds like your conversation to the executive director brought to her attention that there it is there. So it is, it was put, the mayor put it forward as a carryover in this year's budget.
Are there any other questions on grants and community grants? Seeing none, we're going to move on to economic development. Director, one significant change that jumps out is the marketing. This is going down 11,000. That line item was budgeted for the 12 for a partnership with the Providence Warwick Visitors Convention and Visitors Bureau with the department. So that was going to be a 2-year agreement. Are we not going to move forward with year 2?
Through the chair, nothing has been spent to date, and that's the one issue. And I don't know if that has been executed, so.
The agreement was definitely executed, and I know because I was the one that spearheaded it, and I don't think I'm not, taking credit from anyone. That was an initiative of mine from back when Councilman Brady was on the body. I think there's opportunity for $10,000 to work with a group that does significant scheduling of events here in the state, and I think that the city could benefit from it. But I also think the city could benefit from it if we took advantage of what they are offering us, and I'm not sure that we are getting the most out of that right now. And I'll just
Mr. Chairman,
to put
if
it
I
diplomatically.
may circle back with the director on the activity, I will say that this was a different year for the director because of personnel reasons. He had some issues, but let me circle back with the director Monday on that issue.
Thank you. Does anyone have any other questions on group 1110? Expenditures or revenue?
There was no.
I have a question, public economic development. There used to be a full-time assistant in that office. Is that position completely eliminated now?
It is not funded. So I don't want to mince words. The position is, and I just want to triple check what I'm saying, through the chair to the counselor. The position is in the salary schedule. And if you could indulge me so I can get to that page.
Used to be about a $60,000
Okay.
position.
That's the economic development aid. It's a pay grade 22. It's just not funded through the chair to the counselor. There is a position, it's not funded.
Did the economic development director request that be funded? So You have an assistant to, I mean, with an important thing like economic development, I mean, how can we not be funding that?
If I just may, it again, if it wasn't funded in 24, we did not add any new positions in this year's budget through the chair to the council.
Thank you. Is somebody getting some type of a stipend to assist him in that office?
There is a differential. I want to, if you can indulge me for a minute. Yes, he is being assisted from an individual in the mayor's office.
The communications director?
I believe that through the chair to the council, yes, I believe that's who's doing.
Do you know what that differential is?
Thought we had it.
Oh, we haven't done executive yet.
The ED. I'm sorry. I had the phone. Counselor, let me go to the budget report that I sent out because I think it's getting paid. If you can indulge me for a moment, please. And my problem is I put
There is no differential in the executive,
no, in terms of what is being paid out, if you could indulge me, Counselor, on the report that I sent out yesterday on expenses, sir.
okay.
While that's being looked up, can I just confirm with this question, the obvious? And that may be for Attorney Angel or Attorney Marcella or DeMayo. If there is a differential being paid, if we as a council do not appropriate the funds for that differential, I don't believe that differential can occur. It's not budgeted.
Counselor, I stand in before Attorney Angel answers. I thought there was a differential. I'm not seeing one being paid.
But it has been brought up in the past that there was a differential being paid to the communications director to assist Franklin Paulino in that office.
I believe that's been stated, but I am not seeing a differential being paid, Counselor.
Madam President,
Yes, yep, Attorney Angel.
I first want to congratulate Mr. DeMayo on his admission to the bar. Just- Secondly, obviously, if it's a contractual situation where wages are paid either under a collective bargaining agreement or by some other private contract of employment, it has to be funded. That said, if it's not in the budget, then you've not appropriated for it. I mean, all wages paid, whether by stipend, hourly, salary, whatever the case may be, have to be accounted for in the budget. So factually, I think the council has to know how this person's being paid and appropriate accordingly so that the appropriation matches the actual payroll. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you. In my defense, it's 4:00. We're all gonna be saying some stuff.
Thank you, Auditor Angel.
Oh, if we could find out if that's happening and if it is, we need to correct how it's being done and it needs to be put in the budget, please.
Okay, through the chair to the.
Just as a quick review of executive, there is a part-time money being paid out.
Part-time salaries,
Yeah.
that's what I'm gonna look to see. If you may recall, they had part-time employees last year or this current fiscal year, at the beginning of this year. I will check to see if the differential,
And if I may, John, just ask one other question real quick, that salary, there's only one employee in economic development. I'm noting the salary is a slight increase of about a couple of $1,000s. Is that right?
that's
That's
correct.
what's being proposed?
That's correct.
Okay.
Make a note of that.
Next, we're going to go to the executive.
Um, 1101. What's that, sir?
Insurance.
We. No. Thank you. Executive.
Okay. Are there any questions? Orders of the mayor is going up by 4,500.
Mr. Chairman, if you look at those two line items, inverted in terms of their request, orders of the mayor, increasing from 2 to 6,500, and public observances and holidays going down by it's a reclassification of funds amongst two line items.
While you're looking, can I? And Director Zadelis, do I see this right too? There's a proposed increase in salaries of $8,000 in aggregate for the executive branch?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay.
It's a salary increase between the 2 years. And
And-
that on, I'm gonna call it the admin positions, that has run through all the departments. This is just, there's a few of them in there. That's why it jumps off the page. It's not a single individual in a department.
Is it equal, not equally, is the $8,000 increase being distributed amongst all of the executive? Or more than, if you're
More
not?
than one person.
That's
There's
fine.
no one individual. It's spread out over, a few people.
Okay, so that's what's being proposed. Thank you.
Director, could you send us a schedule of how that 8,000 is being allocated next
Year
year?
over year, yes, we can do that. I can do that.
Thank you. Or to whom that 8,000 is being allocated?
Yes.
Are there any other questions? Okay, personnel, and we are done.
Can I ask a question? Basically, there are only two employees in the personnel department that are full-time, correct? A director and a assistant director? I don't know what he's called. Okay. Those are both non-union positions appointed by the mayor. And then there's some part-time help?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, somebody working the 75-day rule that used to work in the office, okay?
I don't know if it's a 75-day rule, but there is a part-time employee that augments the 2 full-time employees.
And that's basically it.
That's basically it.
All right, thank you.
If I may, through the chair.
Yes, Council President.
Similar question. There's about a $3,200 increase proposed by the mayor for the salary and the Department of Personnel for the same number of personnel. Is that correct?
That, through the chair to the council president, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any questions on the insurance claims and risk management? Okay, are there any members of the public that have any comment? Tom, anyone online? Yes, Rose.
We did that. Yes. Mr. Chairman, just to let you know, I'm getting nervous because I just want to double, after we finish this, I like to double check my notes with somebody on my homework assignments, but I guess I know. Yeah. I apologize. I'm not.
All right, hold on, Tom, is there anyone?
I'm not
online?
seeing any hands raised online.
At this time, we'll close public comment. Seeing no other business before us today,
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
clerk, please take the roll.
Just say aye. Come on.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye.